I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Eden Project. Fuck, you always talk about low-level creatures. How high-end are you? Upon hearing this, Linling was instantly unhappy, and she started to argue with her eyebrows raised. Me. I'm a cyborg. Do you know what a cyborg is? My brain development rate has reached 20%, and my brain capacity is 12 times that of yours. The amount of knowledge in my head is even scary to me. Do you know what this means? It means that you are my prisoner now, Jiang Chen said indifferently. But this chick has high technology in her head, which is a pleasant surprise. The most valuable thing in this wasteland is this black technology. Linling's face turned pale, and she was about to sneer back. However, at this moment, her pupils were instantly covered with a strange scarlet color. A creepy feeling instantly climbed into Jiang Chen's heart, and his intuition of danger made him instantly raise the gun in his hand and point it at her forehead. The red eyes stared at him empty. No, it's not so much empty, but it's better to say that it carries an emotion he can't understand. He suddenly remembered that the brain of the mother seemed to be implanted in the body of this Linling. Linling looked at him silently, then slowly raised her head, causing Jiang Chen to be alert. Shoot. But she did not make any attacking moves. But not shooting? It was the mother that controlled the zombies. Linling did not seem to understand the weapon called a pistol. She put her face close to the 11 type tactical pistol held by Jiang Chen, and then gently put her mouth close to the metal barrel. Is she kissing? Jiang Chen was completely confused. However, in just a moment, the scarlet color faded from Linling's pupils like a tide. Linling, who came to her senses, also looked at the barrel in her mouth in a daze. Has she recovered? Jiang Chen smiled at her friendly. Linling's perspective, a perverted smile. The delicate shoulders began to tremble, and the dark pupils kept shaking with fear. In the end, fear turned into a sharp scream. No, don't kill me. I'll be your slave. Woohoo, you can do anything to me. You definitely want to do that anyway, right? You've been imagining it in the game, right? Now you finally see my pure body. You can't help but have evil thoughts. Woohoo, I'm going to be. Shut up. Jiang Chen yelled. Linling finally calmed down, but this calmness was mostly due to being scared. Although this girl looks very tough on the surface and is not forgiving in her words, she seems to be scared to death when facing danger. I ask you questions. You answer honestly. Jiang Chen did not retract his weapon and said lightly. Linling swallowed her saliva and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, but her eyes stayed on the gun. The mother body is in your body, right? That bug. Yes, but only the brain. Linling just said one word, but suddenly felt a chill creeping into her heart, so she hurriedly added. Is there any difference? Yes. It can no longer produce those X2 bacteria. Linling explained quickly. X2 bacteria, that's what it's called. Then what? Jiang Chen stared at Linling's eyes. Then, Linling didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant and asked in confusion. To tell you the truth, the purpose of my troops and I coming here is not for artificial intelligence, but to get rid of the mother. Jiang Chen smiled maliciously. Linling stared at his eyes blankly. To his surprise, she didn't cry this time. Jiang Chen sniffed and frowned. What's the smell? Suddenly he noticed that something seemed to be slowly flowing out from the girl's bottom. Shit, scared to pee. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded again. He really didn't expect this girl to be scared. He remembered that he didn't. Well, he just scared her a little. No, don't kill me. I'm afraid of pain. The cherry-like mouth opened and closed incoherently, and tears flowed silently. Ahem, don't be like this. Well, although I understand that you may have some mental problems because you stayed in the virtual world for too long. But for your safety, you should calm down and answer every question I ask. Then the next question is, where is the matrix hidden in you? Linling was stunned and then pointed to her heart in a daze. Heart? Well, it's attached to the surface of my mechanical heart and seems to be connected to my spinal nerves. Linling found that Jiang Chen did not intend to kill her and finally regained her composure and nodded. Mechanical heart? Speaking of which, if you are a cyborg, can you remove the heart and put it back? Jiang Chen glanced at her slightly bulging breasts with ill intent. Linling shrank back suddenly, holding her clothes like a cat whose tail was stepped on. I will die. I will die. I don't want it. Jiang Chen frowned, and this was difficult. Actually, you don't have to kill it. Linling spoke carefully. Of course, this is definitely not because she is kind or anything. She also hates the matrix that parasitizes her body, but she is more afraid that this devil in front of her will dismember her. Oh. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It is not dangerous now. It is just a brain that remains. And, it seems to like you very much. PFFT. What? Jiang Chen was completely confused. Could it be that my charm has broken through the restrictions of race? Well, because when you get close to me, my heartbeat will speed up. PFFT. It is its heartbeat that will speed up. Moreover, as a biological organism with a certain degree of intelligence, it was also forced into the game by the informer. Linling spitted and continued cautiously. The role she participated in the game seems to be Touting Ting. Touting Ting in the N1 round of the game. The silent girl holding a book turned out to be played by the Matrix? Exclamation mark. Jiang Chen was speechless. What is this? Fuck the bug. It seems that in some endings, it really is fucked. How about you just let it go? If it has a good impression of you, it shouldn't hurt you. Linling said cautiously. Jiang Chen's eyes wandered for a moment, and finally he sighed as if giving up. Is it really not dangerous? No, no. Linling waved her hands quickly. Usually I still have the dominant control of the body. Although it occasionally seizes control, it has not shown any aggression. Not aggressive? Strange. Then what are those extra bacteria? Jiang Chen frowned. He had a vague feeling that this mother body was not that simple. If it was just a simple alien species mutated under radiation, it would not make sense for it to have intelligence. Moreover, can even alien species be infected by this bacteria? He thought of the deathclaw he encountered on the surface. By the way, since you know the name of this X2 bacteria, do you know what it is? Well, from the characteristics, it is similar to the original radiation purifying bacteria. From the DNA analysis, it seems to be an improved version of the original X1 type radiation purifying bacteria, so I called it X2 type without authorization. However, although it is an improved version, its characteristic of causing organisms to be parasitized does not seem to have been eliminated, but rather strengthened, and it seems to have functions that the previous X1 type cannot, such as providing energy to zombies, coordinating the actions of zombies. In the autumn of 2174, the World United Organization announced that the reconstruction of the biosphere plan was aborted, and the radiation purifying bacteria under development produced uncontrollable mutations due to radiation. In 2176, the World United Organization announced its dissolution. Jiang Chen felt as if he had grasped something in his mind and frowned involuntarily. Can you communicate with it? It seems a bit difficult. It seems to be able to perform pure thought induction, but it seems to be very resistant to my temptation. Linling's pupils shrank slightly, and the pupils seemed to be some kind of electronic device. Then you can talk to her slowly. I will take you to the survivor base I built. I have wasted a lot of time here. My companions are probably waiting anxiously. He looked at the time on the app. There was still half an hour left before the agreed 2 hours. You want to imprison me? Linling said with fear in her eyes. She thought she had been free, but the man in front of her didn't seem to want to let her go. You can understand it this way. Anyway, you have paranoid delusions. Jiang Chen said unscrupulously. Linling looked at him coldly, biting her lower lip until it turned blue. Don't look at me like that. Maybe one day I have time to take you to the 6th block for a walk. Maybe we don't have to go that far. Anyway, you will understand what the outside world is like in 2 days. Jiang Chen ignored her humiliating gaze. She reminded him of when he first arrived at the end of the world, and he naively thought that the world was the same as before. Although the end of the world came in 2174, the seeding ship did not set sail until 2176. In this case, Shelter 005 should have been closed at some point in time between these two periods. Linling couldn't have been unaware that most of the land outside had been occupied by zombies and alien species, but she might have overlooked something more serious that had deteriorated in the apocalypse. That was human nature, let alone the apocalypse. Even if she was thrown into a harmonious place like the 6th block, she would be eaten to the bone in less than 2 days. He believed that it wouldn't take long for her to understand his good intentions, so he didn't explain too much. After all, as she said, she provided the key clue to break the deadlock, which could be said to have saved him. Turn around. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stepped back a few steps like a gentleman, and then turned around. There was a rustling sound, and Linling finally put on her clothes. Okay. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Linling, who was wrapped in orange cloth like him, and couldn't help but smile. Although there is no radiation here, and the bacteria have been burned clean, you'd better wear your hat. After all, you're going out later. Linling ignored him and staggered towards the pile of ruins. It can be seen that she has not yet adapted to the feeling of walking. After all, she has been soaked in the jar for too long and her body balance has not yet recovered. What are you looking for? Jiang Chen looked at Linling, who was rummaging in the waste, and asked with a frown. Found it. Linling happily picked up something like an iron box. If that is the data of artificial intelligence, please put it down. The slow voice made Linling shudder. She turned around with some trembling and saw Jiang Chen holding up a pistol. The meaning flashing in his eyes was self-evident. Wait. Don't shoot. Don't get excited. This is not the data of artificial intelligence. Linling was frightened and waved her hands. Oh. What is this? This is a good thing. Linling smiled happily and raised the iron box. The data of the artificial intelligence is all in the storage area. You have destroyed it. It is impossible to store such a large amount of data in this small box, so you don't need to worry. Have you heard of the Eden Project? Seeing Linling's excited look, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard of it. It is a sub-project of the planetary transformation plan. When it comes to science, this Linling immediately seems to be a different person and becomes excited. After the planetary transformation plan encountered a bottleneck, the researchers involved in the research and development project proposed a second-rate supplementary plan, namely the Eden Project. Replace the plan of overall transformation of the Earth by establishing a local biosphere. Later, this sub-project was reclassified into the higher priority interstellar colonization plan. Just tell me what's the use? Jiang Chen interrupted her chatter impatiently. After hearing that the artificial intelligence had been completely destroyed, he had put away the pistol. It is possible to build a stable and balanced artificial biosphere in a closed environment without any need for material exchange with the outside world. Not to mention the radiation environment. Even on Mars, you can see the scenery of the Earth. TSK, the complete data backup of the Eden Project. I have long wanted to see the content of this thing, but it was locked in the database by my father before. Linling happily turned on a switch on the box, and then aimed her eyes at the blue light. Like a scan, the data in the hardware was captured by the laser. In other words, is it similar to the Biosphere 2 and 3 that the United States failed to build in the present world? In other words, it can be used for farming? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen slowly said, of course, you can plant whatever you want in an Earth-like environment. Linling did not hear the unusual taste in Jiang Chen's words, and looked down on him stupidly. If it is possible to farm, it means that it is possible to restore farming in the end times. If you can farm on the wasteland, what do I need to do? Thinking of this, his eyes flickered slightly. Looking at the happy girl, his index finger kept rubbing the safety of the pistol in his pocket. What should I do? Chapter 102 Triumph. Speed. 10m/s. Remaining energy. 13%. There is still enough energy. Just maintain this speed. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and then stopped increasing the output power of the vortex engine. Be gentle. Linling twisted her body in dissatisfaction, and glared at Jiang Chen, who was lifting her. Shut up and be honest. Jiang Chen turned on the speaker and said lightly, ouch. My ears. Linling covered her ears in pain, and this time she didn't dare to glare at Jiang Chen. Don't get me wrong. The volume was definitely turned up intentionally just now. In the end, Jiang Chen didn't do it. This girl didn't even realize that she had just walked through the gates of hell. Building a biosphere on the wasteland is indeed a bit useless for him, but it is not completely useless. And if you think about it from another angle, this is a sub-project of the interstellar colonization plan. Space? Although it is still a bit far away now, let's keep some of it. Seeing that the girl finally shut up, Jiang Chen ignored her and glanced at the goods hanging behind him. In general, the supplies in this shelter are quite rich, even vacuum-preserved compressed biscuits. However, Jiang Chen had no interest in carrying these mummy foods. The only thing that surprised him was that Linling, a cyborg, actually said that she also needed to eat. He originally thought that she just needed to be charged. In short, this time can be described as a bumper harvest. The hummingbird drone production equipment can be used to produce multifunctional rotor drones the size of a plate. With a fire extinguisher plugged in, it can be a firefighting drone. With a gun barrel attached, it can be an offensive drone. And with a probe attached, it can be an early warning. It is the standard configuration of the drone attack group belonging to PAC. This set of production equipment may not be found in the entire Wanghei city. It is a complete surprise to find this thing in the shelter. After all, military production equipment is the focus of wartime care, and such military production lines are usually not set up in civilian shelters. Even if someone in the 6th block sells drones, most of them are handmade with recycled parts. Let Jiao design a drone early warning program when he goes back. Then the patrols around the base can be handed over to these gadgets. You can even build a drone swarm and mount machine guns to shoot. Imagine if someone came to the Fishbone base to cause trouble, but ended up encountering a swarm of drones like locusts. What kind of expression would they have on their faces? And the case lying in the storage space is needless to mention. If a virtual reality online game is created, the $1 trillion market value of future people technology will have to be followed by another zero. But of course, taking it out directly in the real world would definitely be courting death. A supercomputer with a technological gap of more than 100 years is different from a white one with no military value. I'm afraid that agents from various countries will go crazy and drill into his office. When will this zero be added? Let's wait and see. There are also some other scattered equipment that Linling strongly requested to bring. It is said that they are experimental equipment, although Jiang Chen complained that these junks could only be sold for 2 or 3 subcrystals at most at the recycling station in the 6th block. The girl immediately cast a contemptuous look at him. Well, then when she saw Jiang Chen was about to leave, she immediately cried and apologized. Anyway, he took the bookcase-sized production equipment with him. The total weight was about 3 tons. Unfortunately, it did not exceed the 5-ton maximum load of the T3 power armor, including the weight of the equipment. As for Linling, she weighed only more than 80 kilograms, which could be completely ignored. Non-combat cyborgs are usually lighter than ordinary people because they do not have weapon modules installed on their bodies. Cheers and whistles rang out, almost penetrating the cold armor shell. The tide of corpses has receded. Those parasitic dome and chambers have been completely destroyed, and no bacteria will be born from this deep pit. The survivors looked up at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a hero. The vigilance and suspicion that once resided in their eyes had disappeared, leaving only strong admiration. To be honest, it was quite pleasant to be watched like this. Jiang Chen smiled at the people cheering and saluting him through the screen, and then turned his attention back to the instrument. Real height. 10 meters. He had already escaped from the deep pit, and his feet were suspended above the ground. Operating the engine switch, Jiang Chen slowly reduced the output power, allowing the cargo suspended by the steel cable to gently touch the ground. After confirming that everything was done correctly, he breathed a sigh of relief, then directly lowered the engine output power and landed heavily on the ground beside him. Sun Jiao called the survivors to move all the spoils onto the assault infantry vehicle. Because most of the ammunition had been consumed, there was just enough space to place these things. Of course, there was still a little lack of space. In order to make room, Jiang Chen directly announced the dividing the spoils on the spot, which attracted cheers. To be honest, the survivors were prepared for these people wearing iron lumps. to take the subcrystals for themselves, because this was very common in the end times. Promises are just a joke in the face of absolute force. Because it was a defensive battle, although everyone looked very embarrassed, the actual casualties were not high. It was only when encountering powerful zombies such as Meat Mountain that the survivors unfortunately left behind 7 corpses. As for the soldiers wearing power armor, none of them were fine. After all, most zombies active in the suburbs could not break the steel defense. The 130 survivors lined up in uneven teams according to their groups. The largest group had 8 people, and the smallest group had only 1 person, but everyone could get his share. According to the agreed distribution plan and records, each group sent a representative to receive the subcrystals, in turn behind the infantry vehicle. The total income was 400,000 subcrystals. After deducting the cost of bullets, it was distributed at 50%, and the fishbone base earned 140,000 subcrystals. This is almost as much as the trade volume of the past month. If the zombies that bred subcrystals under the X2 bacteria had not been killed, it would be a good way to make money to come here every month. After assigning the work, Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao walked aside, opened the visor of the helmet. Who is she? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with a half smile, pointing at Linling, who was wrapped tightly in an orange chemical protective suit. Me. Of course I'm the noble cyborg Linling. Thank me, low-class student. The originally strong voice immediately weakened after meeting Sun Jiao's dangerous eyes. Linling shrank back tremblingly, hiding behind the man she cursed as a devil. My slave. The specific situation is a bit complicated. In short, Jiang Chen glanced at Linling, who was glaring at him from behind, and then briefly told Sun Jiao about his experience underground. Ahem. In order to prevent you from having some strange misunderstandings, I have to make it clear that she is just my captive. Seeing the expression on Sun Jiao's face, he immediately knew what she was thinking, so he added with a wry smile. Oh, then I can abuse her in any way I want? Sun Jiao looked at the girl, who looked at her unfriendly with a sly smile. Stared at by Sun Jiao, Linling was immediately frightened and shuddered, shivering and shrinking back. You, what are you going to do? I have the control. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed and interrupted Linling's words. You should be nice to her, but don't let her leave the villa. Sun Jiao looked at Linling, whose face was flushed, in confusion, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a questioning look. Sighing, Jiang Chen looked at Linling with a warning, and then leaned close to Sun Jiao's ear and whispered. The Garden of Eden project, we can resume farming. Hearing this, Sun Jiao was stunned at first, and then narrowed her eyes, and stared at Linling. Resuming farming? Doesn't that mean that the advantages of the fishbone base will no longer exist? Although restoring the ecology is very tempting, she subconsciously thinks from Jiang Chen's perspective, and her eyes towards Linling began to become unfriendly. Does it need? No, the base just happens to be short of high-end technical talents, so just keep her. I believe it won't be long before she understands the dangers of the outside world. By then, I'm afraid she won't leave, even if you chase her away. Seeing Linling starting to tremble, Jiang Chen sighed. Yeah. Sun Jiao nodded, then looked at Linling with ill intentions. If you dare to run away, Linling's face was full of fear, and her calves were shaking uncontrollably. She began to regret coming out of the virtual world. The expression on this woman's face always made her feel like she had left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. She didn't understand why she was treated like this when she clearly had the technology to save the world. It was obvious that she had finally shown some kindness and was ready to help these poor people struggling in the ruins and then enjoy the worship of lower creatures by the way. Thinking about it made her feel wronged. Linling pouted, and tears of humiliation slid down her cheeks. With her experience of staying in the virtual world, she naturally wouldn't understand that if Jiang Chen really gave her freedom and let her stand on the street of the 6th block and shout, "My brain contains all the data of the Eden project." Well, let alone the brain, even if it was in the intestines, others could dig it out. Put this aside for now. Load the body of the teeth claw and take it back for a search. The subcrystals should have been distributed. Then, it's time to go home. Hearing about going home, Sun Jiao smiled and nodded. Yes, go home. Singing the song of victory, they walked through the streets full of corpses. The survivors were arm in arm, shouting loudly and laughing recklessly, leaving their sorrow behind, and walked towards home with victory. The crisis has been resolved, and there will be no zombies on this street in a short time. Even if the zombies in the city center will soon be attracted by the bloody smell here, and then devour the corpses of their own kind and reoccupy these streets. But that will be a week or two later. This is their first victory against the zombies. For many years, they have only hidden in the shadows of the ruins and huddled in the intact corridors. This is the first time they have united under the same banner and launched an offensive against the zombies that were once so arrogant. This can be described as a triumph. At least they can walk proudly on the streets that they once lost, and they can make noise without worrying about alarming the zombies around them because they are all lying down. Sense of honor is such a magical thing. It comes from force and returns to victory. Once it is engraved in the heart, even humble people can muster up courage. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Jiang Chen and his team have overwhelming strength. Otherwise these people would not be so united now. Do you want to take the opportunity to recruit them? Sun Jiao asked in the private channel. Jiang Chen's team still maintained a prismatic formation, and the power-armored soldiers surrounded the infantry vehicles in the center, barely hanging behind the survivors. As Fallen Ling, she was tied up by Sun Jiao without any hesitation, and then thrown into the trunk of the assaulter infantry vehicle, together with the pile of broken parts. As for her insignificant protest, well, if she could be a little tough for 3 seconds, maybe Sun Jiao would give in. But with her temper and courage, the behavior of provoking others' anger and then immediately showing cowardice will only seduce others to bully her. It seems that she is still unaware of this. Maybe it's because in the past, when she got angry, others would compromise. But who would care about you in the end times? Bad habits are cultivated, so Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to Sun Jiao's behavior of tying her up and training her. It's time to teach this guy a lesson. No, it's a hassle, even if we get them to the base now. Besides, I also need them to promote our strength in my own nest. Jiang Chen looked at the survivors who were generally in high spirits and had bulging pockets and couldn't help laughing. So you sent them home on purpose? Sun Jiao smiled playfully. Showing off force is always better than using force. Jiang Chen smiled. No. A heart-wrenching roar suddenly came from the front of the team. Jiang Chen was stunned, looked at Sun Jiao, and then walked to the front of the team. The survivors gathered in a circle and stopped in silence. The man who was chatting and laughing with his new friend before now kneeled in front of the door with a sad face. What happened? Jiang Chen was about to ask what happened when he suddenly noticed behind the door, while walking through the crowd. It was a boy's head with his eyes open. Blood was all over the floor. Chapter 103 Tragedy and War. Blood. There were also words and patterns written in blood, which were unbearable to look at. Okay, Gangzi, I'm sorry. You're a good guy. Don't be so ugly. Why don't you come to our place? The middle-aged man with a crew-cut side walked to Zhao Gang's side, stretched out his hand to hook his shoulder, and whispered comfortingly. His name is Ma Zhangcheng. In the previous battle, he and Zhao Gang squatted at the same firing point. But no one expected that at this moment of celebration, they would encounter such a tragic situation. Blood cast a shadow on this victory, like a basin of cold water poured on the head of every survivor. I will kill them. Zhao Gang, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up and raised his rifle with a ferocious face. Calm down. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. What can you do alone? Take his gun away first. Several survivors who had a good relationship with him hurried forward to grab him, buckled the safety, and took away his gun. For a while, the scene was a little chaotic. Zhao Danbao, who was standing aside and watching, had cold hands and feet and cold sweat on his forehead. There were more than one person in the same situation as him. Seeing such a tragic scene, everyone was terrified. Who can guarantee that such a thing will not happen in their own home? The bandits who were like locusts were not picky eaters. In the wasteland, the most terrifying thing was not the zombies, nor the alien species as strong as the death claws. It was the bandits who would take the initiative to come to the door. Even if the survivors were small, as long as they avoided contact with dangerous alien species and avoided going out at night, they could still be exempt from most dangers. However, when facing bandits who hunted their own kind for a living, all means of survival were useless. If they were defeated, the men would be slaughtered, the women would be looted and humiliated, the food would be snatched away, and the things that could not be taken away would be smashed. They would use violence to vent their despair about the end of the world. Cruel. This is the normal of the end of the world. Jiang Chen's Adam's apple moved, staring at the head lying in a pool of blood. Looking at the white eyes, he always felt a little blocked in his chest. Was it because I drew the already small combat power of these small groups that led to this tragedy? It's not your fault. Judging from the bullet holes on the wall, the other side at least has heavy firepower such as machine guns. This group of survivors is only the size of 2 families. Even if you didn't take the man named Zhao Gang away, it would only be one more person dead. Sun Jiao noticed his silence, so she whispered in the private channel. She really knew him too well, even though she couldn't see his face at the moment. Heavy machine gun. There are traces of tires on the ground. Car-mounted machine gun. Jiang Chen frowned, took a deep breath, and opened the mask. Walking in front of Zhao Gang, Jiang Chen asked the man with red eyes in a deep voice, "You are so eager to take revenge. Do you know who did it?" It's obvious that their mark was left on the wall. Ma Zhongcheng smiled bitterly. Grey Goo mercenary group, it's them. I'm going to kill them. Zhao Gang's eyes were about to burst, and he struggled to get rid of his companions. At this moment, he just wanted to rush over and kill the group of beasts. Grey Goo mercenary group. Jiang Chen was stunned and then looked at the symbol drawn in blood. The continuous curved S. It was hard to tell what it was. He activated the map, and the light blue holographic screen intertwined in front of his eyes. He remembered that a long time ago in the 6th block, a poor guy he killed revealed that the Grey Goo mercenary group was stationed at the experimental primary school in Sun Jiao district. He didn't feel it before the villa was expanded, but when he got here, he found that the station of the old enemy, the Grey Goo mercenary group, seemed to be quite close to King Poo. At this moment, the survivors around were all staring at Jiang Chen, waiting for his reaction. Although they also knew that it was not the fault of the fishbone base to withdraw their combat power for such a thing. However, they still couldn't help but look forward to whether this leader who had just led them to defeat the zombie tide could make some expressions. At least, such accidents always appear on the way of the expedition. Jiang Chen naturally would not fail to notice the expectant sights, but this also made him fall into deep thought. The Grey Goo mercenary group is a trouble after all. He didn't plan to expand before, so he didn't need to care about it coming. However, the situation is different now. After this operation, the reputation of the fishbone survivor base will eventually spread in a small area. These survivors usually take the subcrystals to the 6th block for consumption, so the information about the victory of the expedition will naturally spread in the 6th block. After all, who doesn't like to show off? Show off your victory, and then enjoy the whistles and applause of your peers. After all, they are also participants in the war. Although these people are definitely not stupid enough to say that there is a food cellar at their doorstep, and then seduce others to ask where their home is. If the Grey Goo mercenary group that has been wandering in this area for many years hears any rumors, it is inevitable that they will be tempted to search in this area. Knowing that a special force has appeared in Qingpu district, will you still worry about not being able to find it? After all, the walls of the fishbone base have been repaired, and it is impossible for it to be broken up into pieces and hidden in abandoned buildings like those survivors. Since enemies have narrow paths, they will eventually face each other. Instead of waiting for the other side to plan a sneak attack, it is better to strike first. What's more, these eyes are watching. If you don't show off to establish your prestige now, when will you? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen had already made a decision. He took a deep breath, walked up to Zhao Gang, stared at the man who was full of revenge thoughts, and said lightly, "I will help you get revenge." Although they were looking forward to it, when they heard this sentence, the survivors around them were still moved. Of course, this sentence alone is not enough. Whether it is a good guy or a leader depends on how he pretends next. Only in terms of acting, Jiang Chen is confident that he can be on par with Liu Yao. Zhao Gang stared at the man in front of him, then gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. If you can help me get revenge, then my life, Zhao Gang, will be yours from today. He knew very well that, if he went alone, he would probably die. Looking at Zhao Gang kneeling on the ground silently, Jiang Chen said lightly, I don't need your life and knees, your life is your own. Then, he raised his head and looked at the survivors around him, because the next sentence was for them. Although this expedition concerns our common interests, I cannot tolerate those who take advantage of the situation. I remember a long time ago, there was a saying, when they massacred the union members, I didn't speak out, because I was not a union member. Later they killed the Jews. I still didn't speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they killed the Catholics. I still kept silent, because I was a Christian. Finally they were going to kill me, and no one spoke for me, because everyone who could speak had been killed by them. Looking at the survivors looking at each other in bewilderment, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Sure enough, it was too unrealistic to expect them to realize something. If it weren't for the fact that they had just fought side by side, I'm afraid that the tragedy that happened to this small group would not have won anyone's sympathy. In fact, they might even come to the scene to pick up leaks. The Grey Goo mercenary group is a problem, so let's get rid of it. Don't think that what happened today has nothing to do with you. One day, when all this happens to you, you will start to regret why you didn't stand up today. If you want to be a slave, to be kept and slaughtered, and let the villains fuck your women and slaughter your flesh and blood, then I have nothing to say. If you still regard yourself as a human being, then follow us. We don't want to be friends with cowards. After saying this, Jiang Chen stopped talking nonsense, made a neat gesture to the team behind him, and started to turn around. Whether anyone follows or not, the Grey Goo mercenary group must be pulled out. Are we really going now? If we want to be more cautious, it's better to go back. Sun Jiao asked in the private channel. Don't be cowardly, just do it. Jiang Chen said lightly. The ammunition and fuel supply in the car is sufficient, and there is no point in delaying it for a day or two. Besides, it is really a moral issue at this time. It would be best if some people can be infected to follow. The shooting skills of these survivors are not bad, and they can still be used when fighting with the Grey Goo mercenary group. Besides, he also wants to see how much they have transformed after the battle with the zombies just now. Although he has forced them to surrender by force, Jiang Chen is not satisfied with just that. The group of survivors whispered to each other for a while, and their faces showed their inner hesitation. Old Zhao, do you think we should? The young man standing next to Zhao Dongbao held a rifle and looked at the direction where Jiang Chen and the others left with some hesitation. Zhao Dongbao's eyes were also struggling. Going, it must be dangerous, but it will definitely not be without benefits. Just now, when they killed a zombie, the man gave them half of the sub-crystals. Then the wealth accumulated by the Grey Goo mercenary group. Most of the survivors thought so. Since someone was willing to take the lead, why should they take the risk themselves? What they were entangled in was whether the benefits of fighting the Grey Goo mercenary group were worth the risk. When selfishness becomes a habit, all good intentions will become a matter of course. This is also what Jiang Chen is most worried about. If he helps them without saying anything, they will not only not be grateful, but will also laugh at him. However, the Fishbone base wants to develop, but has to contact these neighboring forces. The expensive and low-yield slave chips cannot support the population, and the population of the 6th block is not grown from the ground for no reason. Moreover, after the expedition, I'm afraid that the population price will continue to rise. Although these people are selfish and a little narrow-minded, they are much easier to control than those thugs wandering in the wasteland. Jiang Chen is betting that someone will stand up. It doesn't matter if he makes the wrong bet, he has no loss. With the powerful firepower of the power armor, a mere Grey Goo mercenary group is really not a problem. But it seems that he made the right bet. The man with bloodshot eyes has calmed down at this moment. He silently pulled his rifle from his companion's hand and walked towards Jiang Chen and the others. Gangzi? Ma Zongcheng looked at Zhao Gang blankly and raised his hand to hold him. I'm a man. Zhao Gang walked away without looking back. Although his son is dead, his wife should still be alive. He must save her no matter what. I'm a man. The harsh words echoed in everyone's mind. The passion has not yet subsided, but when they think of themselves still calculating gains and losses, shame climbs onto everyone's face. Brother Ma. I'm also a man. Cursing and spitting, Ma Zhongcheng picked up the rifle and followed. If there is a first, there will be a second. When courage becomes a trend, the fear that was once plundered turns into anger and is picked up. There is no need to say more. The huge team set out on the journey again, without any coercion. Looking back at the team that caught up with him, Jiang Chen smiled. After this battle, the prestige of the Fishbone base will be unshakable. Every street in the district will become the Wall of Fishbone, and he will become the king of the entire Qingpu district. Chapter 104 Experimental Primary School. I didn't expect so many people to follow. Sun Jiao smacked her lips and said in disbelief. It's within expectations. Jiang Chen said lazily, although he was also a little surprised that there were so many people. Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, who was arrogant, and then said nothing more. A total of 59 people followed. After all, what happened? They were still a little worried about the situation at home. So most of the survivors chose to send half of them home with the harvested sub-crystals, and the rest of them went to help with guns and ammunition. The battle plan is as follows. The people from the Fishbone base will still be the main force of the attack. The power armor has a great advantage against light weapons. Ma Zhongcheng led 8 people as light infantry to serve as offensive support, taking care of the blind spots that the power armor could not attack, and dealing with anti-armor weapons at the same time. The remaining 50 people were divided into 2 groups to flank the Grey Goo mercenary group's base from the east and west. There is no need to attack, just ambush in the buildings on both sides of the street. If the frontal troops encounter too much resistance, feint and shoot to attract the opponent's combat power. If the opponent escapes, ambush the remaining enemy. The front troops led by Jiang Chen walked along the avenue, getting closer and closer to the base of the Grey Goo mercenary group. The sky was gradually turning yellow, and the night was about to fall. The zombies began to get a little restless. In response, the crowd skillfully chopped them down with a butt of the gun or the dagger to avoid being disturbed by these guys during the exchange of fire later. Sun Jiang's generation was not invaded by X2 bacteria, and the combat effectiveness of the zombies during the day was very weak, but relatively speaking, they didn't have any subcrystals to take from the back of their heads. The crooked sign of the experimental primary school was thrown on the corner of the street, and it had been rusted beyond recognition. From a distance, the bare frame and the fence surrounded by barbed wire could be vaguely seen. It didn't look like a school at all, and it was even more like a bunker than the villa that Jiang Chen picked up. Do you still have that vacuum bomb? Ma Zhongcheng asked Jiang Chen in a low voice. When dealing with people, using that thing is the most efficient. No, it's not easy to get it. Jiang Chen said briefly. Zhao Chenwu didn't have many of these weapons. Although the shell and base were not difficult to make, the concentrated fuel was not easy to make. It was estimated that the ones he sold to Jiang Chen were all old stuff. Survivor bases generally did not conflict with each other. After all, they were far apart and no one was interested in land. Those vacuum bombs with high lethality to humans were originally looted from the ruins of a military factory in the 6th block. They were mainly used to deter villains in the early days of the end of the world. But now there is no need for that. Its military power and prestige have reached a certain scale. Zhao Gang stood silently aside, staring at the gate. The other 7 survivors holding automatic rifles were also scattered behind the bunkers. Prepare for a strong attack. Sun Jiao ordered calmly, then opened the trunk of the infantry vehicle, carried out the angry Linling, and threw her rudely on the ground. Jiang Chen looked at this bad-tempered cyborg girl with interest, and then tore off the tape on her mouth. Pop pop pop, how dare you? Linling was about to yell, but after Sun Jiao glanced at her, her originally strong voice immediately softened into an inaudible mosquito hum. Seeing that Linling was quiet, Sun Jiao ignored her and pulled out the 72mm anti-vehicle gun from the trunk. This thing is simply a killer. After replacing the heat bullet, if you encounter a shrinking headgun, you can directly shoot at the back of the bunker. Even if you lie down, you will be blown half to death. Looking at the hideous long barrel in the hand of the female devil, Linling trembled with fear, and her neat and small pearly teeth trembled. Don't worry, that thing is too thick for you. I won't use it on you. Seeing her terrified look, Jiang Chen couldn't help but tease her. Hearing this, Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at him, then shook the barrel in the direction of Linling in a deterrent way, and then raised the barrel to face forward. Linling was frightened by her action, but because she was tied up, she could only twist her body, but couldn't run away. Don't be nervous, I just want you to see what the world is like, Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone, and then walked to Linling's side. He took out a dagger, squatted down and cut the rope on her body. He smiled evilly, and lowered his voice, whispering in Linling's ear, and you better not mess with Sun Jiao. If she gets angry, she will even tie me up. Sun Jiao glared at Jiang Chen fiercely again, and retorted unhappily in the private channel. Am I that violent? Really, most people would not tie each other up as soon as they meet. However, Jiang Chen only complained in his heart, but didn't say it out loud, otherwise it would be endless. Get ready for battle. By the way, although you've been untied, it's safer for you to stay in the trunk. You should be able to use the camera to watch the situation outside. After saying that, he estimated that the two outflanking teams should have been in place, so he called the power armor soldiers to quickly enter the battle position and prepare to storm the gate. I always feel that something is wrong, Ma Zhongcheng, who had been silently watching Jiang Chen, suddenly said, then frowned and looked in the direction of the gate. No one is on guard. We are so close, but they didn't feel anything at all. I feel the same way. It's usually a common practice for bandits to leave a sentry at the door. Sun Jiao leaned out of the corner of the street, deployed the anchor device on her feet, aimed the gun barrel at the heavy iron door, and then looked back at Jiang Chen. Start fighting? As soon as the voice fell, a violent explosion was heard in the distance. What's going on? Jiang Chen was stunned. Could it be that the outflanking team was exposed? Fire. Attack directly. There is no time to wait. Anyway, we are ready, so we should fight first. Jiang Chen gave the order decisively. Got it. The battle begins. Sun Jiao calmly pulled the trigger. Bang. Orange-yellow flames spurted out, and the shells fiercely burst into the gate 400 meters away, sending out bursts of sparks. The stripped shells fell to the ground. Sun Jiao's hands did not stop, and she fired another shot, after stabilizing the gun. Boom. The door was blown back, and Jiang Chen led the soldiers in the power armor to start the charge. Ma Zhongcheng also called on the light infantry to start the assault together. The assaulter infantry vehicle also roared, and the ferocious 20mm machine gun barrel pointed at the gate from a distance. The attack began. Sun Jiao put away the anchoring device and began to move with the anti-vehicle gun. However, the expected resistance did not come. The sound of the exchange of fire in the distance continued, and explosions were heard from time to time, but it seemed that it was not coming from the streets on the east and west sides. The power armor soldiers rushed in first, followed by several light infantry. Quick, 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 go in. No enemy units found. Request instructions. Jiang Chen stood outside the gate and frowned when he heard the report from the public channel. The gate was completely unguarded, and there was fierce fighting in the distance. Could it be that the Grey Goo mercenary group encountered a strong enemy that they had to fight with all their strength, so that they could not even take care of the front gate? Who could it be? Break into the main teaching building and open fire at will. Sun Jiao ordered the team members and then gestured to the light infantry team. Got it. Without any obstruction, everyone broke into the main teaching building without firing a single shot. The infantry vehicle slowly drove in, and the gate was closed again to prevent the zombies from entering. It was getting darker, and the sound of fighting in the distance still made Jiang Chen a little unsure. But considering that, no matter who wins or loses, they will come here anyway. So it is also a good choice to build a defense line here and wait for them to attack. Waste paper and gravel were scattered all over the floor. The cracks on the stairs and walls showed that this place had been hit by the aftermath of the nuclear explosion. No one had cleaned this place. Everything here basically maintained its original appearance before the war. If it weren't for the two shriveled pieces of feces at the door and the blood and yellow-white dried stains scattered in the corners, Jiang Chen would even doubt whether anyone had lived here. 0102 go to the rooftop for reconnaissance. 03206 search each floor and be sure to check every corner. Light infantry. And 0708 set up a defense line on the first floor and open fire freely when encountering the enemy. Sun Jiao gave the order calmly. Yes. Everyone acted quickly. The continuous gunfire seemed to come from the back of the opposite experimental building, and from time to time there were explosions. It seemed that the exchange of fire was getting more and more intense. Sun Jiao, are you familiar with the forces in Sun Jiao? Jiang Chen suddenly asked after a moment of silence. However, Sun Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Even though I did pass through Sun Jiao on my way to the villa, I usually choose to avoid places with obvious signs of human activity. There are very few large and safe survivor bases, such as the 6th block, which have been marked on the map data I downloaded from Liuding Town. All other human groups have reason to be suspected of being gangster dens. Is that so? I hope that the forces that exchanged fire with the Grey Goo mercenaries are at peace with us. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Anyway, we should control this building first and establish a defense line. After they decide the winner, one of them will naturally approach. If it is the Grey Goo mercenaries, we will open fire directly. If it is other forces, we will test their hostility before making a decision. This is 03. We found something in the basement. The situation is a bit special. A communication voice came from the squad channel. Got it. We will come right away. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded, pulled out a tactical rifle suitable for fighting in this narrow terrain, and followed her to the basement. The walls of the corridor were covered with strange graffiti, and the bright paint formed a strange contrast with the grey and yellow walls. Passing by a classroom, Jiang Chen saw through the window that the tables and chairs were piled up in the corner, and the screen in front of the classroom was broken into pieces. There were two messy cotton wool on the floor, and a polyethylene digital lecture table was lying in the middle of the room. There were bloodstains on the floor, but it looked like it was left a long time ago. In general, if it weren't so messy, this classroom would be quite similar to what he saw in virtual reality. I heard that before the war, it seemed that they like to concentrate children for training. I don't understand what the point of doing this is. Sun Jiao also glanced at the classroom next to her and muttered in a low voice. What the hell is centralized training? Hearing the voice coming from the private channel, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing and replied. It's not that I can't understand this. Speaking of which, Sun Jiao seemed to have received a crash course in virtual reality in the shelter. Oh. Obviously, the virtual reality system can help people master the necessary basic knowledge in a very short time. It only takes 1,200 hours to fully master something. Is it necessary to spend 12 years to figure it out? Sun Jiao curled her lips and complained in a low voice. Are you envious? Jiang Chen laughed. Stop talking nonsense. Sun Jiao pouted and kicked a piece of gravel away, then turned back and glared at him. Although Jiang Chen couldn't see the expression on her face through the helmet, he could make up a rough idea in his mind. Maybe it's for the experience. She spent her childhood in the shelter, so she must not understand. Think about it carefully. Although I always complained about why I didn't graduate quickly when I was in school, when that moment really came, well, Jiang Chen admitted that he cheered for graduation. But when he stepped into society, he still felt a little nostalgic for the things he had back then. Maybe that was the happiest time. No need to guess what colleagues are thinking. Even if they have a fight, they can still play happily together the next day. Even if they make the leader, teacher, angry, they will only be scolded and don't have to worry about salary deduction. Well, although he doesn't have to worry about these things now. Experience the process? What's the use of that thing? It's hard to tell whether the voice is yearning or disdain. It's useless. Just like some people have tossed the world into what it is now, it's just as useless. Jiang Chen glanced at the teacher's office passing by, which was also a mess. It's meaningless. Sun Jiao muttered softly. In short, you can meet a lot of interesting friends in school and learn how to deal with interpersonal relationships. Well, if you have received that kind of education, you shouldn't tie me up as soon as we meet. God damn it. You still remember this little thing. Sun Jiao blushed slightly and said in dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen smiled. He just wanted to tease her. At the end of the corridor is an iron door. The lock should have been opened by the power armor's electric welder. There are several large characters painted on it. Evacuation facility. Is it because of the tense situation? Anyway, Jiang Chen remembered that there was no such thing in the school in the present world. If you have a chance, can you take me to see it? Your side. Before entering the door, Sun Jiao suddenly said. After a pause, a sincere smile appeared on his face. Yes, definitely. Chapter 105 Bandits Toys. A musty smell hit him. Not sure if it was Jiang Chen's illusion. He also smelled a disgusting fishy smell. Air filter activated. I feel much better now. I roughly guessed what this place is. Sun Jiao suddenly said. Oh. What place? Where the spoils are stored. The tone was calm, but Jiang Chen still heard the disgust hidden under the cover. The plastic partition wall has good thermal insulation performance, and the temperature in the basement is slightly higher than outside. The cold light tubes on both sides of the stairs provide lighting, and it seems that there is no power outage here. Seeing the boss and the captain coming down, the number 03 power armor soldier standing at the entrance of the basement stood at attention and saluted. What's going on? Jiang Chen frowned, but he understood it in an instant. It was just like hell. The room originally used to accommodate the survivors was completely transformed, and the polyethylene plastic door was added with heavy shackles. Through the cold small window, you can see the people who are kept in captivity inside. That's right, they are kept in captivity. The naked woman had dull eyes, and Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether she was dead or alive. The white stains and dark blue bruises and scars on her body made it hard to imagine what kind of hell she had experienced. And there were more than 100 rooms like this. Each door was labeled with a number. Some rooms were empty, with only red and dried blood left. Some rooms had multiple people in captivity. Beautiful or ugly, intact or incomplete, with body modifications or tattoos of obscene words. Jiang Chen looked away. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. The numbers on the door plates should belong to the bandits, and the keys should also be kept in their hands. The things inside are their spoils, or tools for venting, sex, meat. Generally, if they get pregnant, they will kill them, or deliberately let them get pregnant for fun, and some will die directly after being played with. Sun Jiao said lightly. You know a lot. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Common sense in the wasteland. So, sometimes you are really fascinating. Sun Jiao suddenly looked at Jiang Chen with a playful look and laughed. Haha, that's really an honor. He laughed dryly twice, because he was not in a very happy mood at the moment, and continued to walk forward expressionlessly. Fuck, there is a man in there? After walking 2 steps, Jiang Chen suddenly looked at a door with disdain, and then raised his foot to move away. What a heavy taste. The man inside seemed to feel the movement outside, opened his heavy eyes, and looked outside the door. In an instant, he rushed to the door, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and pounded on the door hard to attract Jiang Chen's attention. Wait. You are the enemy of those bandits, right? Can you let me out? Seeing the man in the power armor turned around, and looked at him, Chunan swallowed his saliva and said quickly. My name is Chunan, a former airman in Liuding Town, and was captured here by those bandits a month ago. Virgin? Jiang Chen held back his laughter. Liuding Town. Then why did you fly here? Sun Jiao asked in surprise. The mission crashed. Chunan answered awkwardly. Jiang Chen opened his mask, and looked at him strangely. Why did the bandits lock you up here? Chunan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. I don't know, maybe they plan to sell you for a good price? But Liuding Town must not lack pilots. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. My name is Jiang Chen, and coincidentally, I don't lack pilots either. I will naturally let you out after the fight outside is over. There are too many variables to let people out rashly. It's almost dark outside. Anyway, I have to stay here until tomorrow morning. Letting people go now is no different from letting them go tomorrow morning. Give me a gun. My combat effectiveness is pretty good. I can help you deal with them. Chunan swallowed his saliva and suggested to Jiang Chen. No need. There is no need to add variables to the battle. One more light infantryman will not change anything. Jiang Chen shook his head and prepared to move forward. Can you give me a nutritional supplement? I haven't had any for 2 days. A pack of instant noodles in a white box was accurately smashed into the door. Jiang Chen said impatiently, I'm not in a good mood. You'd better shut up for a while, otherwise I may forget to open the door tomorrow. Did he seem to have shut up? There was a crunching sound of chewing and a panicked swallowing sound from the other side of the door. Jiang Chen curled his lips and was about to move forward. Boom. However, at this moment, the violent knocking sound suddenly sounded, and a ferocious look like a beast shone through the small window. The pretty face was distorted because of the hideousness. He looked at her in astonishment. This was the first woman he had seen who still had the strength to jump around. However, the person who was even more astonished was Sun Jiao. Sun Jiao opened her mask and walked to the door with an unbelievable look on her face. Do you know her? Jiang Chen looked at her with some surprise and then looked at the beast who wanted to rush out. Sun Jiao smiled bitterly. I guess so. Her name is Zhao, an old friend of mine in Liuding Town. Or maybe just an acquaintance. Anyway, she's a lone traveler, good with daggers and pistols. We've fought side by side before, formed a temporary team. Then she looks like this. She was caught, toyed with, tortured day after day, and finally lost her mind. She must have gone crazy. Sun Jiao silently stretched out her hand, but the moment she touched the door, the woman pounced on it like a vicious dog, baring her teeth fiercely. Her hand retracted. Jiang Chen swallowed gently. Is this the fate of the lone travelers wandering in the wasteland? So, the stinky women wandering in the wasteland are usually old virgins, because if you are caught, you can't think of returning to human form. Sun Jiao suddenly said with a smile, then pulled out a tactical rifle and pointed it at the small window, silently looking at the pupils like a beast. Jiang Chen noticed that her hands seemed to be shaking. Do you want my help? He whispered. Even people who are used to killing will not want to kill people, and he probably understands this feeling. Want to end the suffering of your companions, but can't do it because of the past intersection. Sun Jiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Forget it. Boom. There was a loud explosion outside, the ceiling was shaking in the distance, and the cold light flickered uneasily. This is 07. We are under attack. The enemy has heavy firepower, requesting support. Continuous explosions continued to come from the surface, and even the listless women in the cage moved as if awakened. 01, 02, support on the roof. 04208, find cover on the spot to fight back. Sun Jiao calmly issued orders on the public channel. Damn, who is the enemy? It's definitely not the Grey Goo mercenary group, they don't have such strong firepower. Chunan stuck to the door panel and spoke quickly. His eyes seemed to be begging Jiang Chen to let him out first. It's mutants. Mutant troops. Damn, how could we meet those eunuchs here? Noisy roars came from the communication channel, and the fierce exchange of fire could be heard from the trembling noise. The situation was urgent. Jiang Chen ignored Chunan's plea, rushed directly to the stairs, and called Sun Jiao and 03 to go to support together. Sun Jiao glanced at Zhao, who was grinning at her, put down her rifle, said nothing, and left the basement in silence. She couldn't do it in the end. Damn it. Chunan slammed the door hard and watched the group of people leave the basement. Now he could only pray that the man named Jiang Chen would win. At this moment, he suddenly found that the beast-like woman who was locked opposite him was staring at him. He suddenly remembered the live sex show yesterday. The bald man named Zhao Guoping led a group of younger brothers to line up opposite, grinning and pressing the bitch-like woman against the wall, while insulting her with vulgar words, and, to be honest, he was so scared. Chunan grinned, shook his head, and sat back on the bed weakly. Surprisingly, through the narrow window, he actually found that the woman was also laughing. He suddenly felt a blockage in his throat, and opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. Just now, when he heard the man in the power armor say her name, he already realized who she was. However, for more than a month, he didn't recognize her at all. Speaking of which, she really hasn't been to Liuding Town for a while. It seems to have been since last winter. Zhao, known as the Demon Hunter, is the goddess of the screw bar in Liuding Town. Every time she passes by Liuding Town, she will go there for a drink. Many asterisk naturally covet her, but no one has been able to pick this thorny rose so far. But at this moment, the stained hair has long lost its former charm, and the resolute yet charming face has also lost its luster. Damn it, he fell in love with her at first sight. Chapter 106 Mutants. Mutants, in addition to cannibals, another kind that is not recognized by all humans. They have taller physiques, stronger muscles, ugly and twisted faces and grey-green skin, just like the orcs in The Lord of the Rings. The infection of the Fev virus has given their tissue cells extremely abnormal regeneration capabilities. In a sense, they can be regarded as immortal creatures who will not die if they don't commit suicide. At the same time, the domineering Fev also makes them immune to almost all diseases and basically exempt from radiation. They call themselves perfect humans and sing praises that this wasteland is a paradise for new humans like them. Of course, the above are not the reasons why they are hated. There are many arrogant and ugly people in the wasteland. If you inhale too much radioactive dust, your brain will become more or less abnormal. What really makes all survivors intolerable is that they are a group of eunuchs. Being eunuchs alone is not enough. They also like to capture people and then turn the captured guys into eunuchs like them. Infertility is their only defect. At the same time, if the DNA telomeres remain unchanged, the stronger the regeneration ability, that is, the faster the cell division speed, the shorter the lifespan. They hardly age, but will die suddenly at around 50 years old. The more war injuries they suffer, the shorter their lifespan. If they want to continue their race, they can only catch people in the wasteland and then pickle them in jars like pickles, turning them into mutants as ugly as themselves, regardless of gender. In order to improve efficiency, they will even keep men and women in captivity, force them to mate, and then pickle them into mutants after they give birth to newborns. Then raise the newborns and repeat the production line. This inhumane practice is even more disgusting than killing people directly. Obviously, people would rather lose their heads than lose their little dicks. So the mutants naturally boarded the blacklist of all survivor bases. Even the 6th block was no exception. This gang of eunuchs is the enemy of all humans. However, even if they can't trade with other survivors, they are still alive and well. Nutritional mixture? Of course they can produce it, but they don't even bother to eat that kind of stuff. They hunt alien species and then eat their poisonous flesh and blood raw, relying on their strong immunity to avoid poison. Even if it is a disgusting zombie alien species like a meat mountain, they can eat it without any scruples. Arms? They were born in underground military facilities, and they were freed because of the dissolution of the regime. They control the entire military base and can be said to be one of the organizations with the richest arms reserves in Wanhei City. To be honest, in terms of the degree of adaptation to this world, they do have the capital to be proud. If they were not infertile, I'm afraid they would have occupied the whole world without any suspense. And Jiang Chen and his friends are facing this group of perverts at the moment. Damn it, their firepower is too strong. Ma Zhongqing lay dead behind the bunker and was choked by the heavy machine gun bullets that swept over 400 meters away. Whoever has the stronger firepower is the father. The grey-green skinned mutant was wrapped with bullet belts, holding a revolver machine gun in his hand and madly shooting at the main teaching building. Their strong physiques allow them to carry heavy firepower weapons and shoot directly, and they are almost not bothered by the recoil. Without wearing mechanical exoskeletons to increase the weight, they can wear C-shaped steel armor weighing about 1 ton with pure strength. If it is not to hit the uncovered joints, light weapons can hardly pose a threat to them. Fuck, it's a mutant. Sun Jiao's face was a little ugly, and the 72mm anti-vehicle gun in her hand was attached to the back of the bunker. This kind of heavy machine gun can already pose a threat to power armor. The fierce firepower of the opponent forced them to play in a vulgar and cunning way. With her feet anchored and replaced with AP bullets, she suddenly leaned out of the bunker and raised her hand to fire. The orange-yellow shells drew an arc of light and hit a mutant who was holding a machine gun and venting firepower. The AP bullet penetrated the armor without suspense and tore the mutant into pieces. The effect was obvious. When the mutants found that the opponent had heavy firepower, their offensive became obviously cautious. However, the firepower also gathered towards Sun Jiao's position. The anchoring device was hastily put away, and Sun Jiao quickly started the vortex engine, avoiding the bullets in a panic. The violent firepower of the heavy machine gun almost tore the wall where she was hiding into pieces. Damn, don't their bullets cost money? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, stuck to the wall, and moved to change cover while shooting. Fuck. Why are you always staring at me? Sun Jiao dragged the more than 2-meter long gun barrel and hid behind the stairs in a panic, not daring to show her head. In addition to heavy machine guns, there are also recoilless guns, and there are at least 4 on the opposite side. The firepower is completely different. The only heavy firepower weapon on Jiang Chen's side is the 72mm anti-vehicle gun in Sun Jiao's hand. Although the triangular rotary machine gun mounted on the power armor has strong firepower, once one side forms fire suppression, it is difficult for the other side to fight back. There are at least 20 mutants holding machine guns on the opposite side. How about driving the infantry vehicle over? The 20mm machine gun on it can. You're crazy. They have 4 recoilless guns. Damn, what should I do? Sun Jiao pursed her lips. Retreat. Retreat. Shrink the defense line. Damn it. Prepare to fight inside the building. Without time to hesitate, Jiang Chen immediately took over the command and shouted on the public channel. Sun Jiao was stunned, and then she also reacted. Yes, if you can't win by fighting with firepower at a distance, then get in close to fight. If the mutants need prisoners, there is no reason not to catch up. Got it? The light infantry, who had been nailed to the ground by firepower, began to retreat, followed by the power armor soldiers. In the first round of confrontation, the mutants had the upper hand. 3 light infantry soldiers on Jiang Chen's side were killed, and some power armor soldiers were slightly injured. 2 people on the opposite side were killed, one of whom was killed by Sun Jiao, and the other was probably killed by luck. With the recovery ability of mutants, as long as they were not shot in the head or pierced in the heart, they would basically not die on the spot. The sky gradually darkened, and because of Jiang Chen's retreat, the mutants' firepower also stopped. It was impossible to demolish the building. Their purpose was probably to capture people. In this case, they could only enter the main building and fight Jiang Chen and his men. A total of 31 people, 19 heavy machine gunners, have entered the building. After turning on the frenzy, Jiang Chen saw all the red hearts. The frenzy was lifted. He took a deep breath and his mind became clear again. After the battle in the virtual world, he could start and stop the frenzy freely without auxiliary medicine. However, the only bad thing about this frenzy is that the more hostile targets there are around, the harder it is to control your emotions. When the anger in your heart accumulates to a certain extent, you may even lose control. Just like Sun Jiao became weak after using tenacity, this kind of hidden genetic code may not be a gift from the creator from the beginning, but a curse for the disrespectful. The light infantry was completely useless at this time. Sun Jiao had ordered them to retreat to the bunker at the door first. 10 power armored soldiers against 31 mutants. The difference in numbers is really a bit big. But will Jiang Chen play with them honestly? The fishbone survivor base lacks many things, but it does not lack subcrystals. Chapter 107 Tragic. Enemy units have reached the 2nd floor. Open fire. Roger that. Da. In the darkness, flames suddenly jumped out, catching the mutant troops rushing up the corridor by surprise. Polyethylene tables and chairs were randomly piled up in the corridor, and the soldiers wearing power armor used them as cover to vent their firepower on the mutants in the corridor. The weight of the armor on the mutants was mainly concentrated in the front, and the powerful frontal firepower made them not have to consider the situation of escaping. However, once the battle was pulled to a close distance, their fatal weaknesses were exposed. Although they were not unprepared, when they went upstairs, their forward center of gravity exposed their defenseless backs to the guns of the power armor soldiers, and they suffered heavy casualties for a while. Hit hard. Jiang Chen held the tactical rifle, gritted his teeth, and desperately pulled the trigger and fired downwards. The mutant's charge suddenly paused, and he began to raise his gun to fight back. However, raising his head to shoot was ultimately a disadvantage, and he was hit without any chance to fight back. With a steel plate hanging on his chest, even if the mutant's muscles could bear the weight of the C-shaped steel, his spine was a little strained. Raising his head to shoot meant that the center of gravity moved backward and the weight of the whole body would be transferred to the spine. Great job. How did you know that the mutant's weakness was up there? Sun Jiao pulled the trigger and shouted excitedly on the public channel. Do you believe me when I said I guessed? He knocked off the magazine with one hand, inserted the magazine in his hand, and aimed at the back of mutant's neck. Dada. The bullet splashed a series of blood on the mutant's back neck and broke his spine. He collapsed to the ground like mud and stopped breathing. The body is strong, but it is still a human being. Even if it breaks free from the shackles of DNA, it cannot transcend the framework of life. The mutants have broken through Area A, and the left side of the second floor has collapsed. A noisy shout came from the public channel. Retreat to the third floor. Sun Jiao gave the order decisively. Understood. The battlefield cannot be pulled into the corridor. If one side fails, the other side can only retreat at the same time. The revolver on his right arm began to rotate, and his left hand pulled the tactical rifle and inserted it on his waist. The triangular revolver barrel spewed out flames. While maintaining suppressive firepower, Jiang Chen retreated backwards. Once the defense line is broken, the entire defense line can only be retreated upwards. If he engages in a firefight with the mutants in the corridor, he will fall into the dilemma of being suppressed by firepower. Damn, I should have brought some heat grenades with me earlier. Looking at the symbol of armor damage 21% on the holographic screen, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who would have thought that this expedition would have such trouble? Heat grenades are useless when dealing with cold-blooded zombies and flexible aliens. At this moment, the floor shook violently. The explosion from the east was clearly audible even to Jiang Chen, who was at the other end. 03 fell. Damn, it was a recoilless gun. Jiang Chen watched as the position of number 03 in the squad list was marked with a red cross and the symbols of cardiopulmonary arrest offline. He didn't know the man's name, but he felt bad when he saw his comrade in arms fall down. Although he also knew that as long as there was a war, there would be no immortality. Retreat. Retreat to the rooftop. Sun Jiao shouted loudly on the radio. We can't wait any longer. Each set of T3 power armor is worth tens of thousands of subcrystals, and if one is broken, there will be one less. Seeing that they had the upper hand, the mutants shouted in victory and roared to attack the upstairs. Even though they left behind 10 bodies along the way, the 10-to-1 casualty rate did not scare them, because they believed that once these iron lumps were forced to the corridor on the top floor, they would eventually become scrap metal under the concentrated firepower. In terms of front armor, the thickened C-type steel on their chests was no less than the C-type plastic steel armor of the T3 power armor. Technological content? They don't need it. Damn it, they all look like they are on drugs. Sun Jiao gritted her teeth, and the 72mm anti-vehicle gun in her hand spewed fire snakes. The app bullet went straight through the concrete stairs and blasted a mutant warrior in half. Just start the final plan. Jiang Chen had already joined Sun Jiao at this moment, crouching on the other side of the corridor, clinging tightly to the wall, and stretched out his tactical rifle to shoot downwards. The shells flew, dragging wisps of light grey gunpowder. But that's 5400 subcrystals. Sun Jiao's expression was as frustrated as if she was about to cry. That's enough. A T3 costs 13,000 subcrystals. Gritting her teeth, Sun Jiao fired the last shot unwillingly and then shouted loudly in the public channel. Retreat. Activate the final plan. Got it. The defense line on the 6th floor was really about to collapse, and there were still more than 20 mutants attacking. They had already become cautious and abandoned the original tactics of risking their lives and began to use homemade grenades and recoilless guns to fight. Fortunately, although they had a terrifying amount of ammunition, they did not have enough grenades and shells. Otherwise this battle would really be impossible to fight. Finally, the mutants rushed to the 6th floor and forced all the power armor soldiers into the corridor. However, at this moment, a scene that was beyond the expectations of all the mutants happened. The iron lumps that were forced into a dead end jumped out of the window one after another, and the vortex engine exposed in the rear cracks sprayed azure tail flames, dragging them downstairs. At the same time, explosions were heard in the corridors of the 5th and 6th floors. Thermite that had been placed in secret places beforehand blew the stairs into cement slag. Can fly? Stairs blown up. However, they were too late to react. Backup fuel rod self-destruction program. Start. Sun Jiao pressed the confirmation button with a painful heart and kept regretting that she should have brought some explosives with her. Using a fuel rod worth 500 subcrystals, which requires 100 subcrystals to fully charge as explosives, would be a waste of money. Boom! Exclamation mark. Scarlet flames bloomed gorgeously, and the fire waves that seemed to have solidified into a solid body filled the entire floor in an instant, pouring out from the originally dark window. Feeling the heat waves blowing on the surface of the armor, Jiang Chen looked at the dazzling flames and couldn't help but be amazed. Although this was not the first time he had used the idea of blowing up the fuel rods, it was the first time he had witnessed the effect of the explosion with his own eyes. Beautiful fireworks. He whistled unconsciously. Fireworks worth more than 5,000 subcrystals. Sun Jiao seemed to still be upset. Did they ever consider that we could fly? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, looking at the cement that was almost melted. Not all power armors are equipped with flight engines. Generally, only the power armor used by airborne troops is equipped with individual flight devices, and the price of ensuring mobility is to sacrifice armor. The B-type steel used in land combat power armor is much harder than the lightweight C-type plastic steel armor, and its weight is also much heavier than the 300 kilograms of T3, usually reaching more than 1 ton. In addition, mutants are not very smart. The high temperature ignited the plastic tables and chairs piled up in the corridor as a shelter, and the thick black smoke was quite conspicuous even in this night sky. The power armors landed one after another, looking up at the fire above. Victory was no longer a suspense, and Sun Jiao carried the anti-vehicle gun held in both hands to her back. B-type steel? What the hell are these? Jiang Chen couldn't help complaining. Material strength rating, 7 levels SABCDEF, usually also used in other fields. Anyway, it's very troublesome to explain. After all this time, you don't even know this? Sun Jiao rolled her eyes. I didn't expect you to know so much. Jiang Chen glanced at the fire that was gradually extinguished and said casually, "This building is really strong. Even after such a large explosion, it still remains generally intact. Common sense." After muttering, Sun Jiao opened the public channel and ordered, "Prepare to break in. Search for groups of 3 according to the number. Team A will go to the 5th and 6th floors to search for mutants who are not completely dead, leaving only one alive." Received. After saluting, the power armor soldiers number 01, 02, and 03 walked into the building with tactical rifles. Team B will go to recycle the power armor on the 3rd floor. Although it has been damaged, many of its parts are very valuable for recycling. Got it. Team C, come with me to clean up the battlefield in the lab building. After saying that, Sun Jiao opened her mask and flirted with Jiang Chen mischievously, then closed the mask and shouted in the private channel, "Follow me. Your butt is itchy, right?" Jiang Chen said viciously. Sun Jiao's giggles came to his ears. This girl is getting more and more naughty. There are bullet holes everywhere on the wall. The north side is left by Jiang Chen and his team, and the south side should be left by the mutants when they exchanged fire with the Grey Goo mercenaries. Obviously, the mutants won. There are bloodstains everywhere on the ground, as well as those broken limbs and flesh. However, the fishy smell floating in the air and the miserable situation on the ground only made Jiang Chen frown slightly. Is it because he is used to death? Or is it just because the light is too dim? He would rather believe it is the latter. Next to the back door were 3 modified trucks, all surrounded by thick steel plates, and a heavy machine gun welded on the top. It's really tragic. Sun Jiao frowned and kicked away a severed hand. Didn't the eunuchs want to capture him alive? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Even if the hand is broken, it's still alive. Anyway, ordinary people are just breeding pigs to them. As she spoke, Sun Jiao walked to the back of the van and opened the door. Suddenly, Jiang Chen saw her stunned. A heart-wrenching feeling suddenly surged in his heart, but he didn't have time to speak. Like a cannonball, the figure was blown away. Roar. The suppressed roar came from the car, almost shattering Jiang Chen's eardrums. However, at this moment, he could not hear any sound. Team C encountered the enemy. Request for support. 08 quickly pulled out the tactical rifle and pulled the trigger. However, the accumulated firepower seemed to hit the steel plate, jumping disturbing sparks. Jiang Chen, stunned, only caught a glimpse of the figure as fast as the wind and the wreckage that was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Sounds, colors, everything in the world seemed to be peeled away from his body. Cardiac and lung arrest. Sun Jiao. His mind went blank. In an instant, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with bloodshot. Chapter 108 Awakening. Death. The heart felt like it was being cut apart. The past scenes replayed in his mind like rubber, like an old photo covered in dust. The pretty face, which was savage and willful but gentle and considerate, began to turn yellow gradually. Then it turned grey. The violent mutant roared wildly, turned the long-handled iron hammer in his hand, and faced Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind was blank. It didn't seem like frenzy, but it seemed to be above frenzy. Anger broke through some kind of shackles, and something in his heart seemed to be broken. However, the thoughts in his mind were unusually clear. Kill him. The thought of killing. Roar. A black shadow like a cannonball rushed towards him, and the swung iron hammer dragged a light blue cold light on all sides. The power hammer, with a built-in kinetic energy storage device, instantly released energy in the form of kinetic energy at the moment of impact, to achieve the best killing effect. The lethality is at the anti-tank level, so the armor of the power armor should be meaningless. Anger did not paralyze his mind. At this moment, he was more sober than ever before. His thoughts ended within 0.01 seconds. The tactical flashlight hanging on the chest of his power armor turned on instantly. The dazzling light pierced the mutant's retina like a needle, blurring his vision. The vortex engine started at the same time, and the sliding wheels unfolded. With a harsh friction sound and a loud bang hitting the ground, Jiang Chen controlled the power armor and dodged the violent attack sideways. At the same time, he raised his right arm, and the triangular barrel turned rapidly. Da-da-da. Bullets gushed out and hit the mutant's back. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal collisions spread. However, this fierce firepower failed to hurt him at all, and all the bullets were bounced off. Roar. The mutant roared in pain, and the power hammer in his hand was pulled up from the concrete floor. The copper bell-sized eyes shot out a chilling light. With the help of the jumping sparks and the flashlight, he could see the mutant's dark back clearly. A black mutant? The data in the database was retrieved, and the information about him instantly appeared on his retina. Lead skin? I don't know how it was done, but the black figure rushed towards Jiang Chen again, and the hammer fell like a meteor, dragging 4 light blue tails. With the vortex engine fully powered, Jiang Chen moved sideways in an arc to avoid the bombardment from top to bottom, and then the foot brakes wiped a string of sparks on the ground, stopping the momentum of displacement. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out the tactical rifle from his waist and aimed at its head. The moment it turned around to look for the target, he pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. It still didn't work. There was such a strong defense on his face. With a roar, the mutant waved the power hammer and swung it at Jiang Chen from the side. It was too late to dodge, but at this moment, there was no panic in his heart. He unfolded the pulley under his feet again, and the nitrogen shield expanded like an umbrella. The power hammer pierced through the nitrogen stream that seemed like a solid object and hit his front armor. With a muffled groan, Jiang Chen was blown away like a cannonball. However, under the buffering of the nitrogen shield, it was better to say that he was pushed away rather than smashed. The airborne power armor weighing only more than 300 kilograms was very light, and most of the force was not smashed, but converted into the kinetic energy of its backward flight. The pulley under his feet rotated rapidly. After flying backwards for about dozens of meters, Jiang Chen calmly opened the brake, and a series of sparks shot out from the bottom of his feet. Boom. The power armor directly smashed the wall of the first floor, fell into the experimental building, and fell awkwardly in the corridor. Impact kinetic energy 4.94 megajoules. Dragging his dizzy head, Jiang Chen silently muttered the parameters in the lower right corner of his retina. Warning. Armor damage. 54%. The front armor was completely dented. The vortex engines on the left shoulder and left waist were damaged. The radio life detection device was destroyed, and the communication equipment was damaged. silently glancing at the row of offline symbols in the team, and then glancing at the jumping red icon. Jiang Chen turned off the prompt and silently pulled out the tactical dagger. Roar. The furious roar came as expected, and it was obvious that the monster like an orangutan was not going to let go of its prey. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen did not intend to let him go either. Like a strong wind, the black shadow dragged the power hammer and smashed over fiercely. The only two remaining vortex engines suddenly sprayed flames. Jiang Chen slid sideways on the ground, as if he was being dragged, avoiding the landing point of the power hammer, and stood up crookedly at the same time. The rubble hung on the outer shell of the power armor, making a series of clanging sounds. The vortex engine was overloaded and shut down, but it was enough. Jiang Chen, who had escaped from danger, retreated instead of advancing. He dragged his armored shell and rushed towards the mutant, then fiercely stabbed out the tactical dagger in his hand. Energy is conserved. He had noticed just now that the moment the mutant lifted the hammer, the muscles all over his body seemed to swell, as if he was struggling. The hammer itself was not heavy, but when lifting it, even the mutant had to use all his strength. Although he did not understand the energy conversion mechanism, his intuition told Jiang Chen that it should be the link of charging the power hammer, which was also its weakness. And now he was trying to lift the hammer, and he should not be able to react to the attack. There was only a moment of opportunity. The sound of metal friction made people's teeth ache, and the dagger even brought out a string of sparks when it touched its skin. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. His muscles still expanded to the limit, and the output power of the joints of the power armor also operated to the maximum. Roar. The power hammer in the mutant's hand suddenly stopped and smashed to the ground. 53%. 20. The built-in fuel rods rotated gently, and the stable contents began to stir restlessly. Both feet anchoring devices activated. The steel bars on the soles of the feet were deeply embedded in the ground. Escape from the armor. A crack appeared in the back of the armor, and Jiang Chen jumped out of the power armor. He met the trembling sight, but at this moment, there was only coldness in his eyes. The mutant in black tried desperately to push away the power armor pressing on him, but it was in vain. The power armor that had been fixed firmly stuck him to the wall. His left hand was injured and could not exert force, and the joints were stuck. No matter how much brute force he exerted, he could not move at all. After walking to a position 100 meters away and stopping, Jiang Chen turned around and counted down silently. For some reason, he could not feel any emotional fluctuations in his heart. Hatred? Cowardice? The joy of victory? Even anger itself. It was as if all emotions were pulled out of his body. Fire burst, and the dazzling fireball obscured his vision. Whoosh! A slight sting came from his cheek. Jiang Chen silently raised his hand and touched it. It was blood. It seemed to be scratched by the ejected metal pieces. He stared at the bright red on his fingers in silence. The bomb worth 13,000 subcrystals should be able to blow the monster to death. In the firelight, a figure emerged faintly. The flesh and blood were exposed, shining in the scarlet flames. The black lead skin had been melted by the flames. The bloody holes should have been pierced by the metal fragments of the explosion. The muscles of the left arm were even peeled off. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably be enough to die several times. Unfortunately, it was a mutant. Jiang Chen silently pulled out the 11 type tactical pistol that had been with him for a long time and aimed it at the figure walking towards him from a distance. Pull the trigger. Bang. There was no reaction. The bullet might have sunk into his flesh, but it could not hinder his progress. The muzzle continued to spew flames. The mutant protected his heart with his right hand and his face with his broken left arm. Jiang Chen could imagine the ferocity on his face from the fangs that were exposed in the gap. It was too late to escape, and he had no intention of escaping at all. Fear? What was that? The mutant finally walked in front of him. Jiang Chen pulled the trigger and heard a slight click. Did the bullet run out? Looking up, he looked at the mutant with empty eyes. When all emotions are taken out of the body, what will it feel like to face death? He suddenly remembered a certain intermediate artificial intelligence that was madly experimenting in an attempt to gain emotions. When it faced death, it seemed to be more calm. Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of the raised giant hand with his peripheral vision. Will it be flattened? Lowering his head, Jiang Chen silently took out the magazine. It seemed that he had lost. But at this moment, a buzzing sound that broke through the air almost pierced his eardrums. Boom. Ouch. Fire exploded on the mutant's left shoulder, and before he could even let out a howl of pain, he was knocked to the side by the shell. The 72mm zap shell pierced his muscles, and the kinetic energy that could penetrate steel armor almost tore every inch of his internal organs and bones apart. However, even so, he still did not die, and struggled to get up from the ground. Jiang Chen was stunned. He was not amazed at the mutant's cockroach-like vitality. Instead, he stared blankly in the direction where the shell came from. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Another Use of Time Travel. CPR. It seems that he just died for a while. But why did he come back to life? However, there was no time left for Sun Jiao to think. She saw the mutant walking towards Jiang Chen with her hazy vision. His eyes were blurred by the sticky blood. The front armor was dented by the hammer and pressed tightly against her sternum. The left arm was completely scrapped. The broken plastic steel armor was inserted into the flesh, and the exposed circuit was jumping with disturbing electric sparks. A row of creepy red warning icons appeared on the retina. I'm afraid I have to use electric welding to cut off the entire left arm armor to get the left hand out. As for this broken left hand, it should be repairable with the ability of tenacity. Sun Jiao panted, half opened her blurry right eye, and tried to aim the crosshairs on the retina at the mutant's head. The only weaknesses are the heart and the brain. Bang! The 72mm anti-vehicle gun in her right hand burst into flames, and the barrel suddenly rose up, and the orange tracer bullets bombarded the mutant who was about to execute Jiang Chen. Did he catch up? It seems that he missed. Seeing that she failed to hit the vital point, Sun Jiao raised her right hand, which was already overwhelmed, again and aimed the barrel at the mutant, who was struggling to get up. Pull the trigger. Click. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Jiao showed a bitter smile on her face. The magazine was empty. Glancing at her immobile left hand, her cheek stained with blood, a drop of liquid that looked like cold sweat ran across her cheek. It doesn't make sense if it's not the head or the heart. Even if his left hand and half of his stomach were smashed, he wouldn't really die. This is not an ordinary mutant. The dark hardened skin is obviously a lead mutant. This type of mutant has undergone special transformation, and the surface of the skin is filled with heavy metal lead. Not only is the defense far better than that of ordinary mutants, but the strength and vitality are also better. Their only flaw is that their brains were accidentally damaged by lead poisoning. They only kill based on their instinctive hatred for humans, so they are usually treated like dogs by their fellow mutants. Although the magazine is on the waist, how can this thing change the magazine with one hand? Damn it. Jiang Chen. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen anxiously, biting her lips until they turned blue. Suddenly, she vaguely saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be looking at her at this moment. She is still alive. Great. Jiang Chen's lips trembled slightly, and his nose was a little sour. It seemed that in an instant, something in his heart was filled again. The frenzy was eliminated? No, it shouldn't be frenzy. Forget it, who cares? Turning his head, Jiang Chen looked at the mutant who was struggling to get up on the ground, and met the violent gaze. The flesh was creeping and healing at an unimaginable speed, and the lead skin on the head and chest had grown out. The hideous smile seemed to be a mockery. The mutant had already noticed that the man holding the gun in front of him was helpless. Jiang Chen looked down at the pistol in his hand. If even the tactical rifle equipped on the power armor couldn't penetrate it, the Type 11 tactical pistol probably had no hope. It seemed that there was no way out. No. It seemed that there was still a big killer that was not used. Raw. The mutant looked at Jiang Chen who was walking towards him and roared furiously. For some reason, he felt a panic. Although his heart and head were protected by the newly grown lead skin, when he looked at the man who was walking towards him, he felt a hint of instinctive fear. Walking to the mutant's side, Jiang Chen grinned, put the pistol into his pocket, and then took out a subcrystal from the storage space. The energy in the jump bracelet was refilled, and then he threw away the crystal stone that had lost its luster. Jiang Chen squatted down slowly, staring at the mutant's copper bell-sized eyes, took a deep breath, and smiled easily. "Take you to another world to play?" After saying that, he put his hand on the mutant's shoulder with a snap. In an instant, the two disappeared from Sun Jiao's sight at the same time. Traveled through? Sun Jiao stared blankly at the place where Jiang Chen and the mutant disappeared. She still remembered the dead hamster, and living things should not be able to travel with him. But she also vaguely remembered that he had mentioned that his energy consumption for traveling through time was about 40%. What about taking another mutant with him? For some reason, she felt a little uneasy. The hum of the vortex engine gradually came from the distance. It was the power armor soldiers who came. Just now, they had a firefight with the remaining mutants on the top floor of the main building. After solving the trouble, they quickly rushed over. "Where are the light infantry?" Sun Jiao asked on the communication channel with gritted teeth. "Still stay at the door." "Very good. Get me out first." If anyone saw what happened just now, they would have to kill them. Unlike Jiang Chen, she did not feel too much guilt for killing people. The power armor soldier stepped forward, took out the welding gun, and removed the dented steel plate on her left arm. Sun Jiao gritted her teeth and crawled out from behind the power armor, then looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. She was getting more and more uneasy, and her face couldn't help showing an anxious look. "Why hasn't he come back yet? Captain, what should we do next?" "Stay there 01. Go get a tent from the car and cover that place." Sun Jiao pointed to the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. "Understood." The power armor soldier with the 01 symbol on his left arm took the order and left. "The rest of you will set up a temporary base in the main building. We may stay here for a few days." After a pause, Sun Jiao added, "Understood." Looking at the open space again, Sun Jiao bit her lips and clenched her fists involuntarily. It's already the third day. Seeing the victory of the battle, the survivors ambushed on the east and west sides have returned, but some of them have stayed here, such as Zhao Gang. "No, my wife is locked up downstairs now." Zhao Gang couldn't help it, slapped his thigh, stood up and wanted to walk towards the main building. Ma Zongqing was so scared that he quickly grabbed Zhao Gang. "You're crazy. Didn't you see her like that?" After saying that, Ma Zongqing secretly pointed at the figure sitting quietly in front of the tent. The eyes, without much spirit, were full of frost. The whole person sat there alone, wiping the gun silently. That luck didn't seem like he was going to talk properly. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, but still sat back hesitantly. "But, wait a little longer, brother, I'm with you. Don't worry, as long as the person is still there, they will always let him go. They may have some small problems inside." Ma Zongqing tried his best to persuade this straightforward brother. His intuition told him that if he provoked that person at this time, he was afraid that something terrible would happen. However, it was not a small problem. It has been 3 days. For 3 whole days, Sun Jiao almost sat in front of the tent, silently wiping the SK-10 Sirius in her hand. She hasn't used this laser rifle for a while, but she has always carried it with her. After opening the app and taking a look, she once again looked at the position marked "Hidden Gene Code" with a complicated expression. Resurrection, repair important damaged parts, and get out of the state of death. Casting conditions, passively triggered when the heart stops beating, and tissue damage is less than 50%. It was this incredible skill that saved her life. It might have awakened when she was dead, but at this moment, she didn't feel the slightest joy of surviving a disaster. Sighing, she turned off the app. The daily temperature difference in the wasteland is very large, and the wind has gradually brought a layer of chill. However, she was only wearing a light combat uniform, but she didn't feel any temperature. How is Jiang Chen now? She didn't know, but she believed that if he was okay, he would definitely come back immediately. But now he is. She clenched her fist unconsciously, and she suddenly felt a little wet in her eyes. Damn it. The fist hit the cold concrete road weakly. Chapter 110 Overload. His whole body felt like it was torn apart, especially the lines on his right wrist, which felt like they were being burned. Fortunately, he lost consciousness soon. Otherwise, this pain could really drive people crazy. It was unknown how long it took for the soreness and swelling that filled his whole body to return. He struggled to open his hazy eyes, and what he saw was a pretty face covered with tears. You finally woke up. Aisha rushed to the bed, her lips trembling slightly and shaky mist in her eyes. How long have I slept? Jiang Chen asked weakly. 1 day and 1 night. At this moment, her face was full of concern. Looking at Aisha's deep eye bags, Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a little apologetic. Oh, right. Where is that mutant? Exclamation mark. It was like a basin of cold water poured on his head. Jiang Chen looked around in shock, but he didn't see the mutant's body. Aisha, have you seen the body? I hid it in the basement. Aisha bit her lip lightly and said with her head down. She broke the agreement with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had told her not to enter this room under any circumstances, but the violent noise from here last night woke her up from her sleep. She approached the door nervously and heard Jiang Chen's screams. Without thinking much, she rushed into the kitchen, held the knife in her hand, and broke open the bedroom door. Then, she saw Jiang Chen lying unconscious on the bed and a monster that was unrecognizable. She had never seen such a hideous monster, with red flesh all over its body, and black metal covering its head and heart. Is this still a human? Suppressing the fear in her heart, she walked to the monster and put her hand on the heart. There was no heartbeat. Looking at the unconscious Jiang Chen and the monster lying on the ground, she guessed that the two had some kind of conflict. Although she couldn't understand the abnormality she saw, she would always stand on her husband's side. Aisha put down the knife in her hand, took a deep breath, and then suppressed the nausea in her heart, dragged the body, and moved it to the basement of the villa. Then, she took disinfectant from the bathroom and wiped off the bloodstains along the way, just as carefully as cleaning a crime scene. After everything was done, she brought another basin of water, took off Jiang Chen's clothes, and then wiped his whole body. She didn't understand why he became like this after not seeing him for just an afternoon. But the still beating heart made her feel a little relieved. After doing all this, she moved a chair from the living room and then sat by his bed, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Did you see everything? Jiang Chen asked with a wry smile. However, looking at that concerned face, he absolutely couldn't say such words to blame her for coming in. Aisha nodded and then lowered her eyes. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you, if you wish. He raised his hand to press her mouth, and then under her surprised gaze, Jiang Chen smiled weakly and said, I'm not some evil cult, sacrificing my life or anything like that. Just keep it a secret for me. Now that you know, you know. Aisha's words should not be leaked. Aisha silently stretched out her hands, held the big hand that was resting on her face, and nodded meekly. Yeah. Turning her head, she looked at the hazy and bright sky outside the window, as if the sun was about to rise. You go to sleep for a while. I want to be alone for a while. Aisha nodded, looked at Jiang Chen worriedly, then left the room, and closed the damaged door. Leaning on the soft bed, Jiang Chen raised his right hand. Is the energy of the jump bracelet exhausted? Glancing at the table lamp on the bedside table next to him, Jiang Chen reached out and pulled out the plug, then inserted his finger into the socket. The light bulb on the ceiling flickered slightly. Due to power restrictions, he only drew 2 kWh of electricity in half an hour, which almost replenished 2% of the energy of the warp bracelet. Next is the storage space. Taking a deep breath, he focused his consciousness on his right hand and tried to open the storage space. However, a tingling sensation came from his wrist. The energy has not been consumed, which means it can't be used for the time being. Jiang Chen looked at his right hand thoughtfully. He had thought about this problem before. If he grabbed a person and forcibly dragged him through, would it have an effect of killing him instantly? But he never had a chance to verify this amazing skill. After all, in an era of rampant hot weapons, it is faster to kill someone by touching him. And there is another layer of concern in this. The energy consumed by his own crossing was almost 40%. If he brought a living person with him, how much energy would he consume? The energy consumption of crossing living things and crossing dead things should be different. He vaguely remembered that he didn't consume too much energy when he crossed with a hamster last time. However, this time, he crossed with a lead mutant, but he emptied the energy slot of the warp bracelet. No, the actual energy consumption must be more than 60%. It must have exceeded this limit, so it will cause coma. It can't be used against the weak, and the cost of dealing with the too strong is too high. It's really useless to use it in battle. Pinching his fingers, that were no longer sore, Jiang Chen stared at the bracelet growing on his skin. He was eager to go back now, and Sun Jiao must be worried about him. However, the bracelet should be in a state of overheating or something like that. It can be charged, which means it should not be damaged. Maybe it will return to normal after a while. Thinking that there was no way to worry about it, Jiang Chen shook his head and took the ep from the bedside table. Aisha took the ep from his hand when she helped him wipe his body. Username, Jiang Chen physical condition, muscle strength. 30 bone strength. 29 reflex nerves. 32 brain cell activity. 14. Radiation value. 0. Safe. Abnormal state. None. Muscle strength increased by 5 points. Bone strength increased by 2 points. Reflex nerve increased by 3 points. Has the genetic potential been further developed? On Earth, this physical fitness can already beat superheroes like Spider-Man and Batman. If there is. Jiang Chen remembered that Sun Jiao told him that, after injecting the gene drug, the genetic potential will be liberated to a certain extent, but if you want to evolve to a strong level, you can only do it through a life or death battle. Speaking of which, that battle was indeed a life or death battle. Recalling that battle, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. A power armor was blown up, which was more than 10,000 subcrystals. However, what really distressed him was not the subcrystals, but the fact that power armor was hard to buy, even if you had money. In order to help him, Zhao Chenwu almost secretly dealt with all the inventory to him. Oh, right. Speaking of which, at that time, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something. When Sun Jiao was knocked out by the power hammer, he seemed to enter a state similar to frenzy when he saw the icon of Sun Jiao in the team showed. Cardiopulmonary arrest. He opened the special ability entry of EP. Hidden gene code. Muscle strength plus 35. Reflex nerve plus 40. Brain cell activity plus 29. Special effect. Combat intuition. Able to grasp one's own situation and enemy's ability in a disadvantageous situation. Ignore all irrelevant factors and make the highest chance of winning instantly based on the combat behavior used before. Side effect, emotion elimination duration, until the opponent dies or the triggering cause is eliminated. After more than half an hour, the life potential will be overdrawn and fed back to the body after the skill time ends. Note, after activation, frenzy is forcibly cancelled. Sure enough, it is not frenzy, but a new skill. Looking at the skill description, Jiang Chen swallowed lightly. Do the 3 question marks mean that this skill has not been named yet? In other words, no one has activated this gene code yet? After thinking for a moment, he poked the 3 question marks, and suddenly a dialog box popped up on the screen. He was stunned. Does this mean I can name it myself? After thinking hard for a long time, he really didn't have any talent for naming. Suddenly, Jiang Chen slapped his head, as if he had thought of something, and then typed in 2 words. Unparalleled he, as the saying goes. Turning on the unparalleled skill is like turning on the cheat, and this skill does have some taste of cheating in it. After entering the skill name, Jiang Chen turned his eyes to the skill description. According to the combat behaviors that have been used before, that is, if you have used a gun, your gun skills will become NB. After training all the functions of the power armor, you can control the armor to perfection without a single stagnation. Jiang Chen recalled the situation of the battle at that time. His combos were indeed not dragged out at all. That kind of proficiency is definitely not something he can do when he has to stare at the instrument even to speed up. The last trick of starting the fuel rod self-destruction program is also a trick he has used before. But why didn't he think of using the crossing bracelet to directly wipe out the opponent when he entered the unparalleled state? After thinking hard for a long time, he finally showed a look of sudden realization on his face. Because you have never used the ability of crossing as a combat behavior, he only used a hamster to do the experiment, but he did not consider this behavior as a combat behavior, and he had never had the opportunity to use this useless melee ability. In other words, the effect of the skill is to maximize the combat experience. Jiang Chen stared at his hand for a long time and suddenly smiled bitterly. It should be no problem to use the ability of crossing to kill people, but it is still a bit difficult to deal with monsters with strong life energy. Crossing a mutant made him unconscious for a whole day, and now he can't use the bracelet. If he crosses a meat mountain or a death claw, there is experimental evidence that the content of subcrystals is proportional to life energy. Shaking his head, putting the matter of ep aside, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rested. Sun Jiao is still alive. Her ability of resurrection must have evolved on the basis of tenacity. In this case, can the hidden gene code be further unlocked? Speaking of which, as long as this kind of skill is used, it is inevitable to bear the side effects it brings. Madness eliminates rationality, and Washang eliminates emotions. What is the side effect of the next hidden code? For some reason, he felt a little uneasy. The gene drug breaks the shackles imposed on DNA, allowing people to release the sealed abilities. But is this necessarily correct? If breaking these shackles is a good thing, then why did humans carry shackles during evolution? Perhaps only time can prove it. Besides, it is too painful to worry about powerful abilities. Chapter 111. Maybe I should buy an island? In the afternoon, Jiang Chen lay quietly on a lounge chair by the swimming pool, enjoying the late summer sunshine. Although he was anxious to go back and report his safety, he was worried because his jump bracelet was in a cooling state, so he took a rest. The weather has gradually started to get colder, and it will be autumn soon. In this case, winter will soon come in the end of the world. Because of the radioactive fallout, the winter in the end of the world comes earlier than in the present world. According to Sun Jiao, in previous years, Wanghei City would enter winter in mid-October. The winter in the end of the world can be described as a natural disaster. The temperature will drop to several degrees below zero in just 1 month, and impure snow will fall from the sky, dyeing the entire city unnaturally white. However, it is much better than the first few years. According to records, in the first few years after the nuclear war, almost the entire Earth was in a nuclear winter. There was only winter, no summer. For ordinary survivors, winter is very difficult. They tend to choose to collect and store enough survival supplies and fuel in the first half of the year. Unless something unexpected happens, no one will choose to go out in winter. In winter, alien species will choose to hibernate or move to warmer areas, such as abandoned nuclear power plants or geothermal wells. Only zombies are not affected by the cold. Usually, there is not much water on their bodies that can be frozen, but because of the reduction in sunlight, their hibernation time will be longer. Staring at the iced orange juice on the table, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Sufficient food, cotton clothes, fuel and the like are all necessities for winter, but these things are not difficult for him. For the fishbone base, winter should not be difficult. Food is naturally not lacking, and warm winter clothes are also sold in the 6th block. Such clothes are much more efficient than cotton clothes. Fuel can be replaced by electricity. Although considering that the power generation will decrease in winter, the demand for electricity will also decrease. The outdoor temperature is just a few degrees below zero, so the refrigeration device and freezer in the basement can naturally be turned off. What really worries him is the problem of the base's combat effectiveness. In this battle with the mutants, the shortcomings of the fishbone base were exposed at once. They have money, but their military strength is too weak. Perhaps the power armor is enough to crush ordinary survivor groups, but if fishbone wants to grow and develop, the opponents they encounter will definitely not be just some small survivors. Wanghei City has so many forces. What about outside the city? What about the whole country? And what about the unknown aliens? Without the support of heavy firepower, they were caught off guard when they encountered the slightly larger armed forces of the mutant group. What's more, every time a power armor explodes, one less is left. This time, 4 were scrapped at once, and most of the remaining ones were injured. Even if the mutants were completely killed, it would still be a big loss for Fishbone. He never thought that a group of mutants would come out halfway. When he found that the Grey Goo mercenary group was in trouble, he was ready to take advantage of the fire. But he didn't expect that the opponent was not friendly at all. After beating the people of the Grey Goo mercenary group, he continued to fire at Jiang Chen and his men without saying a word. From the beginning, there was no possibility of reconciliation between normal people and mutants. Picking up the juice, biting on the straw, and taking a few sips, Jiang Chen looked thoughtfully at Asia's figure shuttling in the swimming pool. Lack of heavy firepower. The armed forces of the Fishbone base are too dependent on the 6th block, and they don't sell heavy firepower at all. At most, they sell heavy machine guns or rocket launchers. For example, the high-energy vacuum bombs are not used because they have basically no effect on zombies and are easily intercepted by laser anti-missile weapons in combat against humans. They are the kind of weapons that are not very useful, so Zhao Chenwu sold them to Jiang Chen at a low price. Moreover, these things are used less and less, and the production equipment is basically destroyed in the war. For things like tactical nuclear bombs and laser cluster bombs, they are basically looted from the battlefield or half-destroyed arsenals. Generally speaking, the reserve of such super weapons also symbolizes the hard power of a survivor base. Fishbone base must have its own arms production line, and must start to find ways to develop heavy firepower. However, what gives Jiang Chen a headache is that many things have technology, but no production conditions. Apart from production equipment, there are only two reasons that restrict the development of Fishbone. One is raw materials, and the other is population. Mining is out of the question in the end times, and the shallow minerals on the Earth have basically been mined out. The asteroid collection station and lunar mining base, which were the main sources of minerals before the war, had long been bombed into space junk. Although he had bought a small amount of construction steel from the 6th block before, after this expedition, I'm afraid that their production materials will become tight. And who will sell to him? Want to develop industry? First upgrade the waste recycling process. Due to the high development of materials science, it is not easy to decompose the materials whose names alone can write several pages into pure minerals. Although Jiang Chen does not understand materials science, he has heard Zhao Chenwu mention that 35% of the industrial capacity of the 6th block is allocated to waste recycling. Although organic materials can alleviate some of the demand, bullets, shells, armor, all of these cannot be separated from metal. Let's talk about population. Even if there is no complete production line, it is not impossible to hand build some equipment through some modified general production equipment, but this will inevitably require a large number of labor. Take the spider tank as an example. The parts needed must be tens of thousands. Do you want to develop military industry with only the small population of the Fishbone base? Zhao Chenwu's military factory has more than his number of people. How about processing most of the parts that are not difficult to produce in the present world, and then assemble them in the end of the world? The mineral resources in the present world are rich. Although the manufacturing process is low, if you can get some simple production equipment. But thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled bitterly, shook his head, and gave up this idea. It's too dangerous. It's definitely not possible in China. Even if the workers may not understand what the parts they produce are, who would believe that they would not be targeted if they opened a factory that produced products with unclear meaning? If he was found to have military technology, the picture was too beautiful, he didn't dare to think about it. Abroad, Jiang Chen believed that all crows are black. Even if people adhere to the spirit of the constitution and the law and act strictly in accordance with the law, the country may not do anything. But if it comes to the big cake of the military industry, those big financial groups that rose during World War II will not let it go easily. At this time, the country only needs to turn a blind eye, and the military technology will naturally fall into the hands of their own people. But Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little pity to leave such abundant resources in the world unused. At this time, Aisha suddenly emerged from the water, shook her wet hair, and smiled at Jiang Chen. Instantly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Well, of course it's not because of that aspect. Island. Fuck, why didn't I think of it before? Jiang Chen patted his head and smiled bitterly. What is lacking in the end of the world is nothing more than food, and this thing is not difficult to get anywhere, not necessarily in China. Some things are a bit restrictive to get in China, but in a remote and underdeveloped small island country, the situation may be different. At the same time, if there is a base in the present world, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the development of the end of the world. In the present world, there is no need to worry about the problem of labor and resources. As long as you can control a small neutral country far away from international affairs. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but get hot. He had long wanted to find a way out. He had just made a Future Man 1.0 and was called to talk. I'm still your savior. Of course, he cursed this sentence in his heart. In short, when he came out of Wang's house, he had the idea of leaving. But how to do it specifically, this still needs to be carefully considered. Getting up from the sun lounger, Jiang Chen walked towards the villa. Aisha swam to the edge of the swimming pool. Her dark brown slightly curly long hair was stained with attractive water droplets, and her tender white arms were placed on the edge of the swimming pool. The expectant eyes seemed to be asking, "Don't you want to swim together?" Looking at her unconscious charming posture, Jiang Chen couldn't help swallowing. Speaking of which, this girl's figure is really getting more and more attractive. The white skin was due to her ethnicity, but also to the conditioning of the culture medium in the culture chamber. The excess oil and dirt in the subcutaneous tissue were washed away by the culture medium, and the large pores that were innate to white people were also shrunk and refined under its nourishment. After many days of nourishment, Aisha's originally dry skin had transformed into a delicate and smooth appearance like mutton fat jade. It is no exaggeration to say that, if Jiang Chen took the culture medium to open a beauty salon, the business would definitely be extremely hot. Not only that, due to the injection of genetic drugs and the daily fitness, Aisha's lower abdomen has spread a shallow vest line. Combined with the small but firm roundness and the lack of fat, the temptation of exotic style is even stronger. What is even more intoxicating is her loving eyes. This 3-point swimsuit and this attractive figure will only be shown to one person in this life. To be honest, at this moment Jiang Chen really has the urge to jump into the water and play with her. But at this moment he has more important things to do, and it is not too late to do such embarrassing things at night. He is much better at restraining his desires than before. You play first, I have something to deal with. Jiang Chen suppressed the fire in his lower abdomen with an embarrassed smile, and then hurriedly left the swimming pool. Villa basement. Looking at the mutant's body, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand. The storage space cannot store living things. He had tried this before. Ants can be stored in and then killed, but cockroaches cannot be stored in. It seems that using the storage space to kill people is unrealistic. Storing dead things does not consume a lot of energy. He had charged 10 degrees of electricity intermittently not long ago, which replenished the energy of the warp bracelet by about 10%. A slight pain came from his wrist, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but tense his nerves. Fuck, you must not break it. There was no response for a long time, and Jiang Chen almost broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, after a short delay, the mutant's body was slightly dazed and was received in the storage space. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and then looked at his right wrist. The energy consumed 5%, and then he used the remaining energy to take out the subcrystal from the storage space and soon filled the energy of the warp bracelet. It seems that the function of the storage space has been restored, so the next step is to travel through time. Then, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to activate the ability to travel through time. However, the pain from his wrist poured cold water on his excitement. Although the function of the storage space was restored, the function of traveling through time was not restored. Is it really not that fast? Jiang Chen looked at his right hand helplessly and smiled bitterly. However, since the storage space that was unusable at the beginning has been restored, it seems that the ability to travel through time should not be far away. After dealing with the mutant's body, Jiang Chen went to the study on the 3rd floor of the villa and turned on the computer. For his island purchase plan, he still had to make some preparations. Clicking on Baidu Encyclopedia and Google Earth, his eyes searched along the edge of the Pacific Ocean. The area does not need to be large. Even if there is not enough land in the later stage, there is also RNB land reclamation technology in the end times. It's just that the ocean is more terrible than the land and there is no place for it, so it has not been popularized among the survivors. It's better not to have too many people. A small number is easier to control. If there is not enough population in the later stage, immigration can be done. It's better for the political situation to be unstable, but not too chaotic. The lower the GDP, the better. The poorer the place, the easier it is to buy it. Anyway, he will spend money to transform it after he goes there. It is best not to have any disputes with neighboring countries in the territorial waters. It is best not to have troublesome things like oil and natural gas. Anyway, he can eliminate those things at any time, and don't expect to make a fortune from them. Otherwise, let alone development, guarding against thieves will be annoying, and it will easily give people with bad intentions an opportunity to take advantage of it. Another most important point is that it must be far away from the 5 big gangsters. Finally, a small country located in the Panu Islands caught his eye. It was just like it was tailor-made for him. A smile slipped across the corner of his mouth, and then Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone and called Roberts. "Hello. Old buddy, you finally remembered this unlucky old friend of mine." Roberts' slick voice came from the other end of the phone. "I've been a little busy recently. Do you want to do business?" Without greeting him, Jiang Chen went straight to the point. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets at Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 112. Help me play Everlane. The other end of the line hesitated for a moment, and then a wry laugh came. "Well, I've changed now, you know. And I'm still in the probation period." "What you said? I'm afraid that Lawrence will come to talk to me again later." Hearing Roberts' bitter tone, Jiang Chen was stunned and almost laughed out loud. "I guess this guy hasn't been doing well recently. The probation period probably means that the FBI is monitoring his phone now. This is really a joke. After all, I'm monitoring you is written on his face. You're in such a bad situation, and you're still pretending to be cool with me, saying that I'll protect you when you go to Los Angeles." After laughing and cursing in his heart, Jiang Chen shook his head and prepared to hang up the phone. "Okay, it seems that you can't do this business, so I'm hanging up." No, wait a minute. The phone was hung up, but soon his mobile phone rang again. Pressing the connect button, Jiang Chen asked teasingly, "Changed your number? Hey, this number is quite convenient except for the higher call charges. Ahem, tell me about your business. I remember you are a producer. From your tone, it seems that you haven't been doing well recently." Jiang Chen asked in a playful tone. He remembered that the gold business was worth more than $500 million US. According to the 9% handling fee, after deducting the loan interest and other costs, he should be able to make tens of millions in the end. No money so soon. That's US. Ahem. Movies are slow to recover box office, you know. Roberts said with a wry smile. "You guys, you didn't spend all your money on those Hollywood chicks, did you?" Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. "This pervert, you don't do anything good with your money." But just thinking about it, Jiang Chen's expression became strange. He always felt that this sentence seemed to apply to him as well. "Ahem, let's discuss business." Robert's awkward dry cough came from the other end of the phone. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and stopped teasing him. Instead, he changed his tone to a serious one. "You used to work in sensitive areas, so you should be familiar with organizations like mercenaries, right?" "Oh, you want to hire mercenaries? But China, not in China." Jiang Chen interrupted Roberts. "I need you to help me hire a group of people. Help me train bodyguards." "Bodyguards?" Roberts was stunned. "As for bodyguards, Blackwater International is good. Blackwater is not good. You also said that they are too close to the FBI." Jiang Chen flatly refused. He didn't want to get out of one circle with great difficulty and get into another circle. "Hey, I knew you were up to no good." Robert's teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. After a pause, he continued, "Mercenary organizations in the United States are basically connected to the White House. You have to go to Africa, the Middle East, or Eastern Europe to find the kind of guys who only care about money and not people. Then let's do it. You accompany me to Eastern Europe." Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. "Impossible. I'm afraid I'll be chased back before I can even stand still after getting off the plane in such a place." By the way, buddy, aren't you doing the gold business? That's more stable. Robert smiled bitterly. Gold is not grown in the ground. I say, don't you want to play something big? Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. The other end of the phone fell into silence. Jiang Chen did not urge him. He knew that Roberts must be hesitant, but he would agree in the end. Without risk, is it still a businessman? This guy's an adventurer in his bones. Okay, you convinced me. Although my intuition tells me that you may be crazy this time. I don't understand. You are doing well there, and the industry has been transformed. Why are you still? I have my troubles. Roberts, just like you have your troubles. Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Okay, I understand. What you said seems to make sense. Once you get something like asterisk on your hands, it seems that you can never wash it off in your lifetime. Although he washed his hands after returning from Iraq, his troubles have never stopped, except that his money has been almost spent. The title of producer looks very glorious on the surface, but it is actually just like that. In the final analysis, it is still a word of money. If you have money, those directors will naturally be happy to make friends with you and then attract investment. If you don't have money, who will care about you? He has invested a lot of money, but he doesn't know how much box office he can get back. In terms of movies, he is a complete layman. Let's talk about your award first. $20 million deal. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Don't you ask what it's for. If I ask you to blow up the Pentagon, will you go? Hearing this, Robert smiled awkwardly, touched his nose and said, man, I believe you won't cheat me. And if I really took your money to blow it up, I'm afraid you won't be happy. Jiang Chen smiled non-committally. Let's get back to the point. First, mercenaries. I don't care what method you come up with, I need 10 people, and they must be experienced. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone. I'll have Nick go to Ukraine. I have some friendship with General Makarov. Although my people are not here, it shouldn't be a problem to write a letter of introduction. But this guy is very greedy. I'll go there in person and have Nick wait for me there. It should be okay to pay with gold, right? Of course it's okay. Now they only accept gold and US dollars. Robert smiled. Second, refugees. Isn't there a refugee crisis in Europe? I'll help them share some of the burden. Help me think about it. I need about 100 people. Asterisk. What do you want to do? I remember you said a deal. Jiang Chen said in a relaxed tone. After hesitating for a moment, Robert sighed as if giving up. Okay, let me think. Where are you going to let these people get off the ship? Africa. Okay, I roughly understand what you mean. In other words, you want to build a mercenary army yourself? Or do you want to do it behind your back? Ahem. I think it's better for you not to know too much, right? Jiang Chen interrupted Roberts with a smile. Mercenaries? You underestimate me too much. I'm sorry for talking too much. Robert smiled. He suddenly remembered the drone and tracking grenade that Jiang Chen took out last time in Iraq. I'm afraid the organization behind him is not something he can easily find out. Well, hijack a ship full of illegal immigrants in the Mediterranean and then disembark in Libya. Then go to Niger by land. Okay. Is Niger chaotic enough? This is a question that Jiang Chen is most concerned about. Generally, but poor enough. You can buy a piece of wasteland from the chief for a few $100,000, and he will turn a blind eye to what you do there. Robert smiled. Africa is a paradise for mercenaries. Poverty provides them with sufficient manpower, and chaos allows them to blatantly cross borders with guns. Although he didn't know why Jiang Chen didn't recruit those cheap blacks locally, Roberts was very tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Very good. I'll leave the transportation to you, and I'll take care of the rest. Just these 2 points. No, there's one more. Jiang Chen said with a playful smile on his face. I heard you're a producer in Hollywood now, right? Huh. Yes, I remember. You should know. Roberts said uncertainly. Then you help me play a villain. 20 million is your salary. I'll pay you in gold. Jiang Chen smiled evilly. Chapter 113. A blockbuster. The Panu Islands are located in the South Pacific Ocean, close to the equator. The sunshine here is a good place for vacation. The tourism resources here are quite rich, with natural islands and reefs, volcanic lakes, and tropical rainforests. However, due to poor infrastructure, it has never been able to develop. On the entire main island, the most valuable thing is this decent international airport, which was built with borrowed money. At this moment, two foreigners who looked quite strange were walking side by side in the somewhat deserted airport hall. Roger, can I really be famous? To be honest, I smoked marijuana when I was 13 years old, and I was in a juvenile detention center when I was 15. Haha, and then I was beaten by the black uncle inside? Who cares? The guy sitting in the White House now did no less stupid things than you. In addition, I tell you, if you dare to call me Roger with your Irish accent again, I will twist your head off. Robert stopped, turned around and pointed at the orange-haired white young man behind him, and said viciously, "Sorry, man, you know I'm just a little nervous." Johnny waved his hand and continued to speak without any concern. "I consulted a psychologist. He said it's called fame phobia." "Shut up, Irishman." Roberts cursed. Hearing this, Johnny shut up very simply. He knew very well that Roberts was a tough guy. In Los Angeles, even the boss of the Irish gang had to give him 3 points. Although he seems to have washed his hands now, he is still not someone a small character like him in the slums can mess with. When mentioning the Irish, 3 words immediately come to Robert's mind: drugs, marijuana, alcoholism, and poor. However, at this moment he had to be patient and continue to coax this because it was related to $20 million US. As for why he appeared here, it had to start from the phone call he had with Jiang Chen a few days ago. "Then you help me play a villain. 20 million is your salary. I will pay in gold." After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, "In a small country in the Pacific." Roberts was stunned at first, then his face changed. You don't want to, that's right. If you guessed it, just hold it. Anyway, help me write a script, and then choose a good actor. I want to play a big movie. The sly laugh of the Oriental man came from the other end of the phone. He was too familiar with this laugh. It seemed that someone was going to be unlucky. "You lunatic. Although I'm a producer, I'm an investor." Roberts couldn't help but smile bitterly and rubbed his temples. After a moment, he continued, "Okay, let me think. Where are you going to shoot? How much investment?" $100 million US, the annual GDP of the Panu Islands. The plot is roughly that a billionaire from Los Angeles comes to the Panu Islands and wants to invest in local industries, and then bribe officials, shit on the heads of local people, act arrogantly and so on. In short, this is the plot of the first part. By the way, I recommend that this rich man be played by a bad poor boy. I need him to play the face of an Irish. Ahaha, don't worry, the last thing Los Angeles lacks is the Irish. Roberts curled his lips. "I will directly transfer the $100 million US to your account." Hearing this, Roberts was stunned and said to the phone with a strange expression, "Call me directly? Aren't you afraid that I will run away?" "I believe you won't. It's the spirit of contract, isn't it? Besides, since I can get you out of his, why do you still have to worry about me?" "I understand. Don't say it anymore." Robert smiled awkwardly and raised his left hand to touch his nose. "We are old friends, so don't say anything final. Yes, you are a smart person. Some money should be taken by you, and you won't be short of it. Haha, and speaking of it, this time it will definitely be good for you. Aren't you fed up with the FBI? I can give you a way out." Hearing this, Robert's Adam's apple moved slightly. He suddenly remembered a piece of entertainment news that was inserted in the international version some time ago. On December 30th, 2014, the presidential palace of Gambia was attacked by an armed squad of more than a dozen people, and several armed elements attempted to launch a coup. This farce was planned by a real estate businessman from Texas and a former soldier from Minnesota. They gathered their accomplices, bought guns and ammunition in stores, and shipped them to Gambia through illegal logistics. Of course, they failed without any suspense. According to their original idea, the action would not encounter much resistance. They thought that the soldiers guarding the presidential palace would not continue to work for the president after finding out that the situation was not good, and perhaps they could get the support of some defecting soldiers. As a result, 3 of them were killed on the spot, and there was no surrender as expected. In this failed coup, Texas real estate businessman NG was the main funder and was prosecuted by the US prosecutors for violating the Neutrality Act. The total investment was only $220,000 and he just wanted to be president once. And now, Roberts feels like he is doing the same thing. It's just that this madman is more terrible. He invested $100 million for this. Spend $100 million to buy this country. Not only that, there is also money for mercenaries. Damn it, let me ask you again, are you serious? Robert's fingers trembled a little, and he couldn't hold the phone steadily. It was not because of fear, but excitement. He was an adventurer at heart. If he could succeed, he, a small-time arms dealer, would even be lucky enough to go down in history. Of course, he didn't care much about reputation. The most important thing was the benefits. He had a hunch that, if he could get in touch with Jiang Chen's power behind the scenes, the actual return he would get would even exceed the total of his previous income. That's right. By the way, you'd better ask for a leave from your old enemy Lawrence. I don't want the FBI to get involved. The tone on the other end of the phone was very relaxed. Of course, I'll find a way to do this. I'm a little excited when I think about it. Roberts' eyes flickered with excitement as he rubbed the phone with his index finger. I don't care whether you are excited or not. I want to see the result. Let me make it clear first. There is no chance to rehearse for this blockbuster. You have to think it over carefully. Jiang Chen said slowly. Believe me, Mr. Roberts, a well-known Hollywood producer, will definitely satisfy you with my script. Well, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Chen said calmly, and then hung up the phone. There were already people waiting at the airport gate. Next to the black Mercedes-Benz, a middle-aged white man with a big belly kept looking at his watch. His oversized suit was a little tight on him. Standing next to him was an Asian man who looked like his bodyguard. By the way, this small country with a population of only 20,000 people has only 100 soldiers in the country, and occasionally they have to act as police officers. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he found Roberts and Johnny coming out of the airport. Oh, Mr. Roberts, you're finally here. Haha, is this Johnny? The white man immediately opened his arms and smiled to greet Roberts, while looking at the Irishman next to Roberts with a fiery look. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, he's a gay? Johnny whispered to Roberts. Shut up, idiot. The shooting has already started. Roberts tilted his head and cursed, then immediately put on a smile and greeted the man. Yes, this is Johnny, a rich man from Los Angeles. Roberts hugged him warmly like a friend who had not seen each other for many years, then stepped back with a laugh and turned his eyes to Johnny. This is the president of Panu, Edward Panu, a British descent, who should be considered half of your fellow countrymen. He is also the Minister of Finance, and the phrase half of your fellow countrymen was full of malice. And the Marshal, my friend. Edward smiled and shook Johnny's hand, with no expression on his face that the British were not willing to deal with the Irish. The reason why he showed this expression was purely because according to Roberts, this Irishman named Johnny was a billionaire from Los Angeles. It has been too long since anyone came to the Panu Islands to invest, and it was not easy to catch a rich man, so this local emperor naturally spared no effort to please him. As for the identity of the Irishman, who cares? He only cares about the US dollars printed with Franklin. After some pleasantries, the president invited the two to sit in his luxury car and personally drove them to the villa. Roberts bought it in Johnny's name 2 days ago, worth $500,000. Damn it. President, Secretary of the Treasury, Marshal, what else does he not hold concurrently? Sitting on the soft sofa, Johnny counted on his fingers. And the Chief Justice, the Minister of Education? In short, he will not take up any position that does not pay. Don't worry about it, just do what I tell you to do. Roberts took a bottle of whiskey from the refrigerator, put it on the table, and poured himself a glass. Good stuff. There is also wine. Johnny excitedly reached out and took it, and poured himself a glass. Roberts glanced at the drunkard who drank the whole thing in one gulp, took a sip slowly, and then slowly said, there will be a social dance tomorrow night, and all the local celebrities will attend. You follow me, and learn what I do. The day after tomorrow is an investment inspection. You will spend $2 million to invest in the construction of a cargo terminal on the main island. Remember to learn a little bit and see how I give money and manage the relationship with those officials." After a pause, Roberts continued. "In addition, a Chinese businessman will contact you in a while. He is an old friend of mine. He is now doing food processing business. Give him some convenience. I believe you don't need me to teach you more about what to do." Burp. "Okay, Roger. Speaking of which, where is the photographer? Man, we are making a movie, right?" Johnny burped while holding the cup. In a few minutes, he had no idea how many cups he had drunk. "Yes, we are making a movie. This is the latest production technique, and you will go down in history. By the way, don't forget to build a statue of yourself in the city center, and my photography team will take a close-up of it." Roberts suppressed his smile and took a sip of the whiskey in the glass. "Yeah, so, I just need to spend money?" Johnny laughed and poured himself another glass. "It's really a good job. By the way, what is the name of our movie? The Rich in a Poor Country. Don't forget your famous work. It's not just about spending money. You have to play yourself as a villain, such as playing with the neighbor's wife, rape the girls in town. In short, those things you want to do in Los Angeles, but don't have the money to do. Just play yourself. Do a good job. If you act well, I will make a sequel for you soon." Roberts waved his hand fiercely, then leaned back on the sofa, staring at the drunk eyes playfully. Hiccup. "Sequel? What's the name?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he dropped the glass and fell asleep. "What's the name?" "It's called The Fall of a Kingdom, idiot." Roberts sneered softly and put down the wine glass in his hand. Wine is something that can be tasted in moderation. Chapter 114 Chat function is online. Note, the Panu Islands are fictional, based on a certain archipelago in the western Pacific Ocean, but they are completely different. In addition, book friends who like this book can join the questions group. 482,875,504. After ending the call with Roberts, Jiang Chen returned to the swimming pool again. Just as he was about to jump into the swimming pool with a sly smile and be intimate with Aisha, his phone rang again. It was Xiaoyu. It came at a really bad time. Cursing inwardly, Jiang Chen answered the phone angrily, but after hearing the message from the other end, his unhappy mood instantly disappeared. First of all, it was the business of Future Man 1.0. As the installed base has approached the 250 million mark, the software has been launched for some time. About a few days before Jiang Chen left, according to the planning plan of the marketing department, Future Man 1.0 ushered in the first update. And now, the benefits brought by the update have begun to show results. In fact, it is called an update, but it is just to open the download of the previously locked function. The function opened this time as the community system. After the update, everyone will automatically get a random account. The chat interface inside is nothing special except for the exquisite and simple images. Basically, each person has an account and can freely add friends, create chat groups, and post statuses. These functions are nothing special, but unlike other chat software, it has an extremely powerful function, intelligent friend search. According to the user's oral description, Xiaobei will accurately search for the chat object that meets the description for the user. Of course, whether to make your photos and personal information public is entirely up to the user's choice. The user's personality and other attributes are all based on the intelligence collected by Xiaobei during normal interactions with users and analyzed according to a special program. The degree of match is as high as 97%, and it is stored in the server as a hidden attribute. The personality attributes here are mainly based on advantages and do not record the user's shortcomings. After all, no one likes their shortcomings to be exposed. This information can be chosen by the user, whether to make it public or re-evaluated after a certain period of time, but it cannot be changed by himself. For example, if a man wants to find a cute girl with big or small breasts, high appearance, lively and cheerful, who can cook, and respects parents, Xiaobei can definitely find it for you. After all, the number of users has already reached 250 million. However, whether the other party will add you or not depends on you. It doesn't matter if you are rejected. Xiaobei will prompt you to lower your standards and improve your own conditions. If random search is enabled, Xiaobei will match the user with the most compatible friends according to the intelligence settings. In addition, FutureMan 1.0 also introduced a VIP system. Although it is somewhat similar to the membership system of questions, FutureMan technology has made a slight innovation here. In addition to tying the red VIP logo next to the user's ID, a contribution value system is also introduced to link with the VIP level. I remember there was a very interesting joke on Weibo before. The planner Xiaoming was driven crazy, and suddenly, he jumped up with a roar, "I want to design a game with only 2 functions, recharge and ranking." Later, this game was really launched. It is Bilibili's new fan contracting plan. Well, now this idea has been copied by FutureMan technology. Recharging 1 yuan is equivalent to 10 contribution points, and 100 points can be upgraded to VIP 1. But if you want to upgrade to VIP 2, you need 1000 points, which is 100 yuan. Similarly, to reach VIP 5, you need to recharge 100,000 yuan. To maintain the current level, you only need to recharge 10 yuan per month. If you stop recharging, the VIP icon will be hidden, but you will not be downgraded. In addition, there are 10 diamond VIP titles, which are automatically awarded to those who reach the top 10 in contribution value. Will anyone really recharge? Yes, there are. Within 2 days of the launch of the social system, more than 200 VIP 5 members were born in Future People 1.0. The Diamond VIP member with the highest contribution value is a coal boss in Shaanxi City, with a contribution value of 100 million. In other words, he directly recharged 1 million. Why are users so enthusiastic about recharging? Imagine if a beautiful woman searches for you, and the first thing she sees is a VIP 6 or Diamond VIP icon. What kind of reaction would it be? Or some beauties simply set a VIP level search threshold and refuse to add users below VIP 3. Comparison and showing off are common problems of human beings, especially the Navo-rich who are not short of money. What they lack is not money, but recognition. The huge number of Xiaobei users and the existence of this contribution value system just provide them with a platform for pretending to be cool. Anyway, judging from the background data, the guy with the highest contribution value has received an explosion of friend requests in the past few days. Although it was not what Jiang Chen wanted, his innocent Xiaobei has become another tool for dating and gunning after Momo and WeChat. In addition, VIP users will enjoy more distinguished privileges. For example, the internal beta activation code for the upcoming mobile game New Era will be distributed to 10,000 users of each level. In other words, more than 100 million ordinary users will be given 10,000 codes. Tens of millions of VIP 1 will also be given 10,000 codes, and VIP 5 will only have a few hundred, so naturally everyone will have 1 code. Want an activation code? Then recharge and upgrade to a higher level VIP. There are still many people looking forward to this epoch-making epic mobile game. According to a survey by the marketing department on Taobao, the price of an activation code has even been hyped up to 1,000 yuan, approaching the sky-high activation code record set by the knife spirit represented by Penguin. Of course, such a design naturally caused dissatisfaction among some people. There are many competitors with ulterior motives who hired Water Army to lead the rhythm. The speeches of these people on the official website and major forums are nothing more than 1 point. Why are there only 10,000 activation codes for so many ordinary users? This is unfair. We want to protest. However, such brainless remarks not only did not cause any negative impact on Future Man 1.0, but instead caused a strong counterattack from Xiaobei's fans. Once the smear becomes a debate, the incident becomes a topic, and the two sides spray each other, it will become an invisible advertisement for Future Man 1.0. When those behind the scenes found that their Water Army failed to successfully lead a wave of rhythm and form a one-sided public opinion suppression, it was too late to regret. Xia Xiao's contribution is naturally in it. When she found the signs of smearing by the Water Army, she responded immediately, hired the Water Army to reverse the rhythm, and successfully used the stumbling blocks set by the opponent to turn the malicious smear into an excellent marketing. In short, the financial report of Future Man Technology this month is very gratifying. It has only been 10 days since the launch of the social system, and the net income has reached 100 million. Moreover, this number will only get higher and higher as Future Man 1.0 continues to operate, and user stickiness gradually increases. Sun Jiao even confidently stated that within 2 years, she will be able to break the myth of billions of annual income created by Penguin Company's membership project. On the other hand, as for the game, after a period of publicity and warm-up preparation, the activation code has been put on the market through Xiaobei. Some activation codes are issued to users of each level according to the VIP system, and 10,000 are issued to users of each level. It doesn't matter if it is issued to people who don't want to play, because it is not a binding activation. There are third parties who will purchase such activation codes and then resell them. As the price has been hyped up to 1000 yuan, even Xiaobei users who are not fans of New Era can't help but pay attention to the issuance of activation codes for this game. Even if you don't play the game, you can still make money, right? Anyway, there is no loss. Invisibly, this has become a disguised advertisement. After all, Xiaobei's user base has reached 250 million, and these 250 million people, whether they play the game or not, always pay attention to the game because of this expensive activation code. So far, after 2 months, Futureman Technology has successfully turned losses into profits. This made those venture capitals that were waiting for an opportunity to move in annoyed that they missed such a hen that would lay golden eggs. They originally planned to wait for Futureman Technology's capital chain to have problems and then open their bloody mouths to bite off this company with unlimited prospects. But who would have thought that this Futureman Technology was not short of money at all? Even Penguin had to beg for venture capital at the beginning. When he heard about the 100 million net profit, Jiang Chen was not vague. He waved his hand and immediately told Sun Jiao that he would take out 1 million to give bonuses to employees. Unlike other internet companies, Futureman Technology's costs are terribly low. In addition to labor costs and server maintenance costs, the net profit is deducted from taxes. As for R&D costs, what is that? It's just a matter of a few cans. Since you've worked so hard, do you want me to give you a raise? Jiang Chen said to the phone with a smile. He was in a very good mood. Although the 100 million yuan was not much compared to his current total assets, it was undoubtedly a good start. Strictly speaking, this money was the only clean money he had earned. No, my 1% dividend is already very considerable. It can be heard that the girl was in a good mood as well. It is indeed a great achievement to be able to achieve such results with a group of new people. The last time Jiang Chen took out 100 million yuan to increase capital, she took the initiative to propose to cooperate with the capital increase by reducing her equity. So after the equity change, her shareholding ratio became 1%. Although Jiang Chen was surprised by this, he did not do anything to dissuade him. However, even if it was 1% of the shares, she could get a lot of the 100 million yuan profit this year. Because she is not a legal person, she needs to deduct 20% of personal income tax. But even so, she still got as much as 800,000 yuan. There are still 2 months until the end of the year. According to this year's profit, any profit she takes out for dividends will be equal to her current salary. It can be said that salary and bonuses are no longer of much significance to her. Because it was office hours, Sun Jiao reported her work situation to Jiang Chen and ended the call. At this time, Jiang Chen found that there were a lot of missed call reminders in the text box. Since yesterday, there has been a call almost every half an hour. Since he went to the end of the world, his mobile phone has been kept in the storage space. It was not until he took out his mobile phone when he was talking to Roberts on the phone just now that these text messages came in all at once. This girl, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Although she always has a cold and serious face, sometimes she is unexpectedly cute. Aisha was lying on the edge of the swimming pool, her mouth slightly pouted, and her toned and slender legs were paddling in the water boredly. Although she was not jealous, she was still slightly dissatisfied with the call that obviously interfered with her tenderness with her husband. After throwing the phone into the storage space, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed the expression on Aisha's face, and a smile slipped across his face. Without even taking off his clothes, he jumped into the water with a splash. Amid Aisha's exclamation, Jiang Chen smiled wickedly and hugged this gentle and loyal girl. Compared to the initial time, the awkwardness between him and her has faded a lot. From her daily initiative, he can clearly feel the deep love. To be honest, he didn't have any feelings of love for her at the beginning. He accepted her half-heartedly because of his shameless one push and fall. However, in the initiative all the time, Aisha's love gradually seeped into his heart. Her dedication and gentle consideration are almost extinct in this modern land. Just looking into her eyes, he would be melted by the love and attracted to her irresistibly. This time it's his turn to take the initiative. Teach me how to swim, please, Jiang Chen said with a wicked smile, blowing hot air on her crystal earlobe. Hearing this, Aisha lowered her head shyly and stretched out her hand to put on his wet shirt. Yes. Chapter 115 Acquisition of a food processing plant. In the morning, Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep. He looked at the lovely girl sleeping like a cat beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Slightly pursed lips, long eyebrows, gently trembling eyelashes, and slightly messy hair. The smooth and white skin like a porcelain doll was slightly blushed. From Aisha's even breathing, Jiang Chen could vaguely hear a trace of fatigue and happiness. Last night was indeed a bit crazy. When he thought of last night, Jiang Chen's face couldn't help but blush. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Aisha would be particularly excited every time he treated her roughly, especially when her hands were tied behind her back and she was from behind. Touching his nose embarrassedly, Jiang Chen gently covered Aisha with a quilt and then quietly got out of bed. He made breakfast again after a long time. Glancing at the butter-fried bread and oatmeal milk on the table with a sense of accomplishment, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. I really have the talent of a good man. Jiang Chen hummed narcissistically and sat comfortably at the dining table to enjoy breakfast. He had something important to do today, so he got up much earlier than usual. After cleaning up everything, Jiang Chen left a note on the dining table and then hummed a little tune and left the house. Driving the Maybach, he drove straight to the suburbs. For his island purchase plan, he still needed to do some preparations. And the sooner these tasks were completed, the better. Roberts was probably already taking action. To be honest, he was shocked by his own thoughts. If the plan failed accidentally, he might be on Interpol's blacklist. But as long as it succeeds, it's fine, isn't it? Opening her hazy eyes, Aisha slowly sat up from the bed. Reaching out to lift the messy hair, she silently stared at the empty pillow that was still warm and just let her mind go blank for a while. She no longer remembered why she fell in love with Jiang Chen, but the feeling of liking him was always so strong. Whenever she saw him, her heart would beat faster, and whenever he hugged her, her whole body would heat up. She smiled foolishly and thought of last night. Suddenly she woke up from her trance. Oh no, I forgot to make breakfast. In her opinion, as a qualified wife, she should put a hot breakfast on the table before her husband went out to work. Although this was not strictly written into the doctrine, it was the family motto of her mother's family. She had always been so strict with herself. She knew very well that her husband was a very good man, including the woman who came back in his car last time, and he should have many wives. Although she was not jealous, she still longed to be paid more attention. This included reasonable diet control. She didn't know that the genetic medicine improved her metabolic capacity, and she didn't need to control her diet and would not accumulate excess fat on her belly, and timely exercise to make her body look fit and attractive enough. The culture medium is also a good thing. It seems to improve the quality of the skin. The only flaw is the embarrassing fiber catheter. As for the housework, she was not vague at all. But she was too tired yesterday, and even when she got up this morning, her calves were still slightly sore, so she overslept in the morning. She quickly climbed out of bed and simply put a slightly longer white shirt on her seductive body, and then ran to the first floor with half of her thighs bare. However, to her disappointment, Jiang Chen had already left. Annoyed by her mistake, after a simple wash, Aisha came to the restaurant in a depressed mood, ready to make herself something to eat. But when she saw the breakfast already on the table, she was suddenly stunned. For some reason, she always felt warm in her heart. There was a note on the table. The handwriting on it was very neat, and she could understand it with her current Chinese level. I won't come to eat at noon. Don't wait for me. Take care of yourself, Jiang Chen. She moved her hand holding the note to her chest, and a warm blush appeared on Aisha's cheeks. She suddenly remembered that it was because of this gentleness that she fell in love with him. Although he always had a bad feeling, he always took good care of her and did not discriminate against her or treat her rudely because of her refugee identity. Her hands unconsciously pressed on her chest, and her index finger gently pinched the button of her collar. Dad, Mom, I'm very happy living in a foreign country. Please rest assured. The note was tightly held in her palm, and the girl prayed like this. Xinglang Food Processing Factory. The cement grey wall looks clean, and the surrounding environment is also pretty good. Although the sparrow is small, it has everything. From the outside, Jiang Chen is quite satisfied with this factory. After getting off the car, Jiang Chen looked around and soon found the person he was looking for. A middle-aged man who was squatting at the door smoking saw him, hurriedly threw away his cigarette butt and stomped it out, then forced a smile, and walked over quickly. But this smile was not much better than crying. The information clearly said he was 31 years old, but the 1.8 meter tall man bent his waist, like an old man in his 50s. From his faintly white temples and wrinkled face, he could not see the vicissitudes of time, but only the helplessness of life. Jiang Chen, the information is on the intermediary information. I believe you have already seen it. Jiang Chen did not comment too much on this man in his heart, but just smiled and stretched out his hand. Zheng Hangji, the owner of Xinglang Food Processing Factory. Zheng Hangji shook Jiang Chen's hand, smiled a little reluctantly, and then made a gesture to Jiang Chen. Boss Jiang, come with me to see the factory. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. The two walked into the factory side by side. Jiang Chen noticed the dust on the production line. It seemed that the factory had not been in operation for a long time. Two canned food production lines, one instant noodle production line, and one biscuit and pastry production line. Our main business used to be OEM, but now no one wants to cooperate with us. Zheng Hangji smiled bitterly, and then took Jiang Chen to the back of the factory. This is a warehouse, including the 4 acres of vacant land in the back. They are all our factory. I originally planned to expand the factory, but now it seems that it is not needed. The production equipment is discounted by 70%, so I will give you 300,000. The land and the factory are a little more expensive, a total of 2.4 million. It can't be lower. After speaking, Zheng Hangji stopped talking and looked at Jiang Chen's reaction. After roughly calculating in his mind, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This price is indeed fair, even lower than the market price. Before coming here, he had consulted the intermediary, and the estimated value of this factory was about 3 million. I think this Zheng must have run into some trouble, that he needed money urgently, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious to sell the factory at a low price. Although he had already decided to buy it, Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly, and he was not in a hurry to let go. Instead, he smiled and handed Zheng Hangji a cigarette, and then pulled him aside. Boss Zheng, I'm quite satisfied with this price, but there is one thing I'm curious about. Judging from the construction of this factory, you should not be the kind of person who is not good at business. Why are you so poor that you need to sell your property? Taking the cigarette handed by Jiang Chen, Zheng Hangji didn't hesitate, and lit the cigarette skillfully. After blowing out a puff of smoke, the man in his 30s squeezed the wrinkles on his face together, and smiled bitterly again. Stock market. Although it was just 2 words, Jiang Chen understood his sadness in an instant. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Bankrupt Zheng Hangji. There is a classic saying in Fortress Besieged, marriage is like a besieged city. People outside want to get in, and people inside want to get out. This sentence also applies to the stock market, and there is no sense of disobedience. 5 years ago, Zheng Hangji was just an ordinary taxi driver. Because he was bragging to a customer while driving, he accidentally learned about the food processing industry. Listening to the drunk passenger patting his chest and bragging about how much money his food processing factory made, he was slightly tempted at the time. He was only in his 20s and naturally unwilling to be a driver for his whole life. So from then on, he began to try to understand this unfamiliar industry. Later, relying on the little savings of his family and borrowing some money from relatives, he successfully took over a small food processing workshop that was not doing well. Although he had never been to college, with his hard-working and diligent character, he relied on the half-tone business knowledge he learned on the spot to make the small workshop bigger and bigger, and finally developed into the large factory today. Orders came in like snowflakes. The canned food and noodles from his factory were not only of excellent quality, but also much more affordable than those of his peers. The factory became more and more prosperous, buying land, purchasing production lines, hiring more employees. Even Kang Shuaifu placed OEM orders with his factory. In less than 5 years, Boss Zeng's reputation spread in his hometown. Originally, those relatives and fellow villagers always called him Jeezy, Erdan, etc. But now they all call him Boss Zeng and Brother Zeng. From having nothing, to getting rich by setting up a factory in Wanghai City, buying a car and a house, returning home in glory. From a taxi driver to a boss, his 5-year experience can be written into a book. However, all this changed at the end of last year. The market hit bottom, and the words of aiming at 6124 were rampant. At that time, the market was still hovering below 3,000 points. One of his business friends advised him during a drink that the stock market was easy to make money, and if he had spare money, he could try it. Although he was a little drunk at the time, Zeng Hangji was still sober. Reason told him that the zero-sum game was not the right way. How could a market that did not produce any products create value? Zeng Hangji did not listen to his friend's temptation, but persuaded his friend not to be obsessed with such unreliable things. However, his friend just sneered and ignored him. 4 months later, his friend bought 2 houses in the city, and the original Dongfang was replaced by a BMW. Once when drinking, the friend bragged about how he relied on a capital of 1 million to kill all sides in the stock market and set an impressive record of 5 times in a row. Seeing his friend getting rich, Zeng Hangji also felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had listened to his friend's advice at the beginning, let alone 2 houses, he might have lived in a villa. He worked hard for 4 months, but he didn't make as much as his friend did in a few days. After 3 rounds of drinks, perhaps out of envy, Zeng Hangji casually asked, "Is it too late to enter the market now?" Upon hearing this, his friend immediately became interested and kept patting his chest and boasting that the economic situation is very good. The sword is aimed at 10,000 points. This is a war that gambles on the results of reform and transformation, and there is no way to retreat. After a burst of impassioned speeches, Zeng Hangji was moved. If he only relied on his food processing factory, he would need 10 years to become a multimillionaire, but in the stock market, it might only take a few days. After returning home, he hesitated to open an account. Listening to his friend's advice, he tentatively invested 20,000 yuan in it. He didn't care about it because he was busy with business matters. It was not until a month later that he remembered that he had bought a stock. At that time, he just logged into the account with curiosity to see how much the 20,000 yuan had become. It was just a small amount of 20,000 yuan, and he would not feel bad, even if he lost it all. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. When he saw it, he was shocked. The 20,000 yuan stock fund had turned into 50,000 yuan. At that time, he felt dizzy, and what was circling in his mind was not excitement, but regret. Yes, it was regret. If he had bought 2 million yuan at that time, he would have 5 million yuan now. If he had borrowed money to buy 10 million yuan at that time, he would have become a multi-millionaire now. Greed is endless. Looking at the glaring 5,000 red words, thinking about the statement in Renren Daily a few days ago that the bull market is only halfway up the mountain, he quickly transferred all the 2 million yuan in his bank card to the stock market account, among which 1 million yuan was the bank loan originally used to expand the factory. Renren Daily will never cheat the people, right? XXXX will never lie, right? If the market really collapses, XXXX will definitely be the first to be upset. Well, don't say it, even if it cheats you. So what? Are you biting me? At the beginning, he was indeed excited for a while, and he made 40,000 yuan with 2 points a day. Just looking at the red line, he felt his whole body trembling with excitement. He had already begun to dream of becoming a multimillionaire, and had completely forgotten his initial caution. However, only half a month later, he felt the feeling of going from heaven to hell. The index went down all the way, and thousands of stocks fell to the limit, which became the norm, while the media kept singing bullish. 4,000 gold coins cannot buy a bull back. Short-term corrections are for better rises. Long-term iron bottom, buy boldly. The market has fallen to the bottom, and the central bank is discussing interest rate cuts and reserve requirement ratio cuts. 80% of institutions believe that the market has bottomed out. The entry of pension funds into the market is being discussed. Breaking through 3,000 points, short-term rebounds should not be regarded as reversals. He kept covering his positions and trapping himself. The friend who had promised him that the index would not fall below 4,000 points had disappeared. It was said that he had borrowed money that he should not have borrowed and fled to the south, leaving his wife and children behind. Zheng Hangji wanted to die, but he couldn't. He had a wife who loved him very much, and a daughter who regarded her father as an idol. There was no need to think about expanding the factory, because the loan was used for other purposes. In order to avoid being held legally responsible and being forced by the bank to sell the mortgaged assets, Zheng Hangji chose the method of robbing Peter to pay Paul. He borrowed a sum of money from a business friend, part of which was used to repay the bank loan, and then invested the remaining part of the money in the factory, hoping to slowly pay off the debt. However, the unfortunate thing happened again. Within a month, the soaring pork price drove up the prices of other foods, which directly led to a surge in the production cost of canned food, giving the food processing industry a blow. But in order to pay off the debt, he had almost accepted all the orders that came in, and then relied on the deposits he received to barely maintain production and repay the debt. For orders placed at last month's prices and produced at the cost after this month's soaring, he now has to lose a net dollar for every can shipped out of the factory. However, if he does not produce, he has to pay the penalty for breach of contract. If it were before, he could have relied on sufficient funds to deal with this crisis, but now, after weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to default. Having lost his last banknote, he had lost the chance to make a comeback. The bank would no longer lend him money, and he could no longer pay his workers' wages. He had to lay off all his employees. These 5 years were like a dream. Because of a legal Ponzi scheme, he went from the clouds to hell. Stock trading is like Inception. People outside are daunted, but people inside can't help themselves. After leaving behind such a memorable sentence, Zheng Hangji blew out the last puff of smoke, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? To be honest, Jiang Chen had also paid attention to the stock market, but until July, he didn't have much spare money in his pocket. Fortunately, he was an outsider from beginning to end. After listening to him quietly, Jiang Chen sighed secretly. Haha, your experience can be published as a book. What are your plans for the future? Drive, sell the factory, and raise money to pay off the debts, and then make up for the overdue wages. Although I, Zheng Hangji, am not a big boss, I still have to be trustworthy. Zheng Hangji smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Honesty is a good shining point. Jiang Chen nodded secretly when he heard it. He didn't know how to run a company. Instead of going to the headhunting market to hire an unfamiliar manager, it would be better to directly hire this expert. I asked about your future plans, but I didn't ask about your plans for tomorrow. Jiang Chen smiled, looked at the face that was old and asked softly. Hearing this, Zheng Hangji was stunned. Me? Maybe drive? What a waste. I really appreciate talented people. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupted him, and continued with a smile. How about it? Are you interested in working in my factory? Xinglong Food Processing Factory is still called Xinglong, and you are still the factory director. After saying that, Jiang Chen stretched out his right hand and looked at him with a smile. Stunned, the old face suddenly regained a touch of spirit. From the initial surprise to the final excitement, Zheng Hangji trembled and stretched out his hand and shook Jiang Chen's hand. He never thought that the new owner of this factory would touch this bad luck and hire a loser like him. After all, no matter what, this factory was ruined in his hands. The factory's closure is not due to your management mistakes. I think Xinjiang Food Processing Factory can only play its greatest value in your hands. I believe you don't want to let go of your years of hard work. How about it? What do you think? I do. The answer did not need any hesitation. Putting down Jiang Chen's hand, Zheng Hongji bent down and picked up the cigarette, but that he had just stepped on. What are you doing? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Hey, the hygiene of the food processing factory cannot be sloppy. When I was the factory director, it is no exaggeration to say that there was not a single cigarette, but in the entire factory. As if being brushed by the spring breeze, in an instant, the face that was originally full of ravines regained its former glory. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders after hearing this and put out the cigarette, but with a smile, then followed him to the trash can and threw the cigarette butt into the bin. Since the company has been acquired by me, I will inject 1 million yuan, so I ask you to resume production within half a month. I only ask you one question. Do you have confidence? Yes. Seeing Zheng Hongji shouting at the top of his voice, Jiang Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. You have momentum. I'm optimistic about you. Come with me to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to complete the formalities. Hey, boss, after completing the formalities, can I invite you to my house for dinner? I'm a little tight on money and can't afford a restaurant. The man in his 30s said with a wry smile. No matter what, he wanted to treat this benefactor to a meal to express his gratitude. This was the tradition of their hometown, and it was also what he had always insisted on. After a slight pause, Jiang Chen laughed and said, no problem. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the back of this down and out man straightened up again. It was like he was reborn. Chapter 117. You again. The formalities were completed quickly. Jiang Chen obtained the ownership of the factory, and the 2.7 million cash was directly transferred to Zheng Hongji's account. When he saw the SMS message of the payment sent by the bank on his mobile phone, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He is still the factory director, with a basic salary of 8,000 and bonuses based on performance. As before, he is in charge of all operations and production. Although it is a bit tiring, the bonus Jiang Chen gave him is very generous, but how much he can get depends on his performance. I won't take care of how the factory is run, but there are a few things you have to do for me. Although his tone was very relaxed, Zheng Hongji still heard the tone of his words. That could not be refused. You say? Zheng Hongji nodded seriously. First, if we want to do it, we should do it on a large scale. We can put OEM aside for now. We need to develop our own brand. Our own brand? Zheng Hongji smiled bitterly upon hearing this, and then said, to be honest, I have tried to create my own brand before, but the cost is too high. Advertising, inviting celebrities to endorse, and finding sales channels by yourself are not cost effective compared to the profits of OEM, and you have to bear risks. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. If we want to do it on a small scale, OEM will certainly be enough, but I don't plan to do it on a small scale. In the early stage, I will continue to make additional investments, including product research and development, upgrading large production lines, and expanding factories. As for sales, you don't have to worry about it. I will talk about it next. As for promotion channels, I will solve this problem. Are you kidding? Is there any channel that can compare with the internet now? Future Man 1.0 can organize any activities, such as giving away mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival, giving away cakes through lottery, etc. When he makes Liu Yao a hot girl, it will be just a matter of a word for him to get her to be the spokesperson. Seeing the boss speak so confidently, although Zheng Hongji was still a little unsure, he did not ask any more questions. Second, this is the most important point. We need to transform in the direction of foreign trade. I need you to apply for import and export trade qualifications, and the specific direction is tentatively set in the Panu Islands. Import fruits to produce canned fruits and sell them to the mainland, and then export canned fruits and non-staple food products to them. Hearing this, Zheng Hongji frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, I have considered exporting abroad before, but foreign trade is not so easy to do. First, we don't have a well-known enough brand, and second, we have no advantage in production costs compared to Australian and Philippine companies. In addition, the most critical issue is transportation. I have learned about the Panu Islands. It should be a small country in the western Pacific Ocean. It seems that it is, so poor that it doesn't even have a deep water port that allows large ships to dock. You don't need to worry about this. It won't be long before investors will build a trade port there. You just need to expand production, sell there, and then ship back cheap fruits and process them into canned food. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and said no more. Zheng Hangji was stunned when he heard this and looked at Jiang Chen strangely. Although he was curious about why he knew so much about the information of that backward small country, since the boss was not going to say it, he did not ask any more questions. Third, this is not a formal matter. You just need to pay attention to it. I need you to set aside a batch of extra tail goods every month. It is okay to buy supplies through the grain and oil store owner in the short term, but it is still a bit unreliable over a long period of time. After all, that warehouse can be said to be only in and not out. It is okay once or twice, but it cannot withstand inspection. When the population of the fishbone base increases, the demand for food will naturally increase. Having a food processing factory as a cover is undoubtedly a safer choice. Tail goods. Zheng Hangji almost thought he had heard it wrong. The so-called tail goods are those that are overproduced, which are generally either distributed as employee benefits or disposed of casually. This is the first time he has heard of a boss who actively asked to produce tail goods. Well, I will send you the exact amount you need when the time comes. Just keep an eye out for it. This batch of goods does not need to be printed and packaged. It is not for sale. I have other uses for it. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Zheng Hangji did not ask any more questions. Although this request was a bit strange, it was not a difficult thing to do. As a former boss, he knew very well that he should just listen to the boss's instructions. Dad. Hey. My dear daughter. Haha. Dad is back. Zheng Hangji laughed and picked up his daughter who rushed towards him. Dad, who is he? The pink little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen squatted down, smiled at the lively little girl, and said in a kind tone, Uncle is your dad's friend. What's your name? My name is Jiajia, and I'm in the 2nd grade of experimental primary school, Jiajia said in a baby voice. When he heard about experimental primary school, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Jiajia asked with her head tilted. Nothing, haha. Jiang Chen forced a smile and said in a relaxed tone. Sun Jiao should still be waiting for me there. He secretly glanced at the position of his right hand. He tried it this morning, but it still couldn't be used. You're here. Who is this? A woman who looked very virtuous came out of the kitchen and asked her husband after seeing Jiang Chen. This is my boss, Mr. Jiang Chen. Zheng Hangji smiled at his wife and said, You finally sold the factory? Yes, I sold it. But boss Jiang hired me to continue to be the factory manager. Kangji looked at the long lost smile on her husband's face, and a layer of mist filled her eyes. She took a deep breath, and under the surprised eyes of Jiang Chen and Zheng Hangji, she bowed solemnly to Jiang Chen. Wife. What are you doing? Jiang Chen looked at her movements with a wry smile, and said a little at a loss. These days, Hangji has been worrying about the factory every day, regretting that he shouldn't have listened to his friend's persuasion. I'm really scared, afraid that one day he will be unable to think straight and abandon us. As she spoke, tears were chewing in Kangji's eyes. Seeing the tears in his wife's eyes, Zheng Hangji suddenly stepped forward and hugged her. Silly, how could I leave you? This burly man choked up at this moment. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them silently, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. It's better not to disturb them at this time. Uncle. Jia was looking up, blinking her cute big eyes, and looking at Jiang Chen. Little Jia, what's the matter? Jiang Chen came back to his senses and bent down with a smile, rubbing her hair. ZZU. Jia said in a baby voice. Puff. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Jia tilted her little head and looked at the uncle in front of her in confusion. Well, you're welcome. Jia is very polite. For some reason, he always felt very comfortable at the moment. Jiao smiled shyly because of the compliment. After Zheng Hangji and his wife separated, he looked at Jiang Chen awkwardly. After all, it was not polite to leave the guests aside to show affection. The thin-skinned Kangji had already fled to the kitchen. Jiao tilted her head in confusion, and Zheng Hangji apologized to Jiang Chen with a red face. However, Jiang Chen smiled and said that it was not necessary to care, and then sat on the sofa with Zheng Hangji and chatted. This Zheng Hangji was also very talkative. After all, he had been a taxi driver and then went to do business. Although his experience was definitely not as exciting as Jiang Chen's, his life experience was definitely far beyond Jiang Chen's. His wife Kangji was a very traditional woman. She prepared the food virtuously and brought it to the table to invite everyone to eat. At the table, Jiang Chen and Zheng Hangji had a few drinks. Seeing Jiao curiously reaching out to touch the wine glass, Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing again. Is this the feeling of home? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the same feeling last time at the home of Wang Dehei, the old fox. He suddenly felt a little envious, and he couldn't tell why. Perhaps it's time to go back to his hometown, Haching, to have a look. Let's go back during the Chinese New Year. It's almost October now. Looking at the dazzling array of home-cooked dishes on the table, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. But at this moment, there was a sudden bang 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 rude knocking on the door outside, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Who? Jiang Chen was stunned and looked at Zheng Hangji and asked. However, Zheng Hangji's face was also confused. After looking at each other with his wife, he stood up and ran to the door quickly. Who are you? After opening the door, Zheng Hangji looked at the young men at the door in confusion. Fuck you, old mother, running away from debt. When the young men in shirts saw the door open, they were not polite at all and barged into the house arrogantly. Wait, did you recognize the wrong person? Zheng Hangji was pushed aside and struggled and shouted in shock and anger. This is an IOU, 3 million, debt collection company, do you know? A young man with a shaved head pushed Zheng Hangji aggressively, and then several people surrounded him with a grin. What are you doing? Let Hangji go, I'm going to call the police. Kangji took out the phone and said tremblingly. Police? Haha, don't use the note to scare me. Let me tell you, how do you know who my brother Kang is? The young man said arrogantly. Behind him stood a man wearing sunglasses, saying nothing, with a cigarette in his mouth. It is estimated that this guy is the brother Kang he mentioned. Dad. When Jiao saw that her father was in trouble, her chubby little face immediately twisted, and she wanted to run up with tears in her eyes. Don't come over, Jiao. Dad is fine. Zheng Hangji was so scared that he hurriedly said to stop him, and Kangji also hurriedly grabbed Jiao and held her in her arms. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Hangji looked at the young man and said, I have prepared the money. Wait 2 days and I will borrow some from my relatives. Wait 2 more days? I want to solve this matter today. At this time, the young man suddenly saw Jiang Chen, and the originally frivolous expression on his face froze instantly. To be honest, Jiang Chen was also stunned at first. He really didn't expect to see him here again. Looking at the young man with interest, Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. What a coincidence, it's you again. Chapter 118. Don't do it, I'll do it myself. A young man who didn't finish high school, followed by a few tattooed younger brothers who also didn't finish high school, and hooked up with a little girl who didn't study hard but stayed in school, pretending to be a boss in front of a group of students is indeed a good pastime. Although in front of the real big brother, Liu, who is nothing. But compared with those little hooligans who smoked and squatted in the corner with him, he is still a bit capable. He has practiced scaffolding, watched the scene at the construction site, and asked elementary school students for internet fees. Ahem, the latter one doesn't count. Anyway, in a street fight, he was spotted by Liu Changlong, the boss of the Hangai gang. After coming out of the police station, he relied on the Hangai gang as a backer. With his fighting skills, he was considered to have successfully made a name for himself. However, his happy life was completely changed one day. A stinky woman who had no background except for a pretty face. He surrounded her with his younger brothers as usual. After all, it is only natural to pay back debts. If you can't pay, you can go to the brothel to pay it back. This is not the first time he has done this. But a man who looks ordinary came over. Not only does he have some strength in his hands, but he also has a gun in his pocket. He was scared. He knew at that time that he had kicked the iron plate. The man shot without blinking and directly broke one of his legs. When the muzzle of the gun, which was as hot as a branding iron, was pressed against his forehead, he felt his hands and feet cold and his calves weak. In short, although he brought the money back, he not only failed to do what the boss asked him to do, bring the person back, but also offended a tough guy. Originally, if it was just this, he wouldn't be in any trouble. After all, he has been working for the Hangai gang for so many years, and has made a lot of contributions and hard work. Liu Changlan would not fire him for this matter. But what happened next made him roll back to the street and live his original life as a gangster. This is what happened. Liu Changlan suddenly received a call from his brother Liu Chen, asking him if he wanted to get rich. After Liu Chen told him about Jiang Chen's gold sales, he repeatedly emphasized that this man had a lot of gold and must have a stable way to get gold. Liu Changlan was tempted. If it was just a little gold, it would not be enough to tempt him, but if it was a stable way to make money, it would be different. No matter whether it was a private mine or an ancient tomb, as long as the person was in his territory and he was a small character with no background, how difficult would it be to pry the secret out of him? But just when he was about to take action and carefully investigated in advance, he didn't know if he didn't check it, but he was shocked when he checked it. This Jiang Chen's background was not small. The chairman of Future Technology Company. This was not the key, but more importantly, he tentatively asked his official friends. The answer he got was that this person could not be touched. The instructions given by the old leader of the city were just one word: take care. His friend only hinted at him that if he did something beyond his ability, the next day, the shady things he had done would be exposed, and he would be thrown into jail by the police, and no one could save him. The underworld can only scare ordinary people, not to mention the people who were personally taken care of by the old leader. Even if they had a little background, it would be difficult for him to touch them, because he couldn't stand the light, and he would die if he saw the light. Naturally, he didn't dare to touch Jiang Chen, and he didn't dare to use Liu who had offended Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know if he still remembered it, there was no need to take the risk, right? So Liu who lost his job. Those little brothers who followed him on weekdays also left or scattered. Fortunately, a buddy who used to drink with him saw his talent for debt collection, so he poached him and worked in his debt collection company, pretending to be cool, bluffing, and talking tough. After a series of attacks, most of the common people paid back the money honestly. The 28% commission is not small, and the faster the completion, the higher the commission. If you encounter a stubborn person, add some punches and kicks. As long as there is no big problem, the police can't do anything to him. But he really didn't expect to run into Jiang Chen, the plague god, here again. Seeing Huzi's expression, as if he had eaten shit, Jiang Chen ignored him, but smiled and looked at the big brother behind him, and got up from the chair. If you want to collect debts, just talk nicely. Why do you fight right away? Are you so angry? The man with sunglasses looked over and chuckled pretentiously. This brother is going to meddle in other people's business? My business? Isn't my employee's business my business? Jiang Chen spread his hands in surprise, without the fear he expected. The man called Brother Kiang suddenly laughed, and then slowly took off his sunglasses. Seeing the big brother's actions, the younger brothers surrounded Jiang Chen with bad intentions. Boy, you're still so nervous? Boss Jiang, this is my business, you don't have to stand up for me. Zheng Hangji smiled bitterly at Jiang Chen and persuaded him. He never thought that his former good friend would hire a debt collection company to come to him to collect debts. But he thought he was afraid that he would run away. After all, another buddy who always drank with them also owed a lot of debts from stock trading, and now he has run away. Brother Kiang, this person can't be touched. Huzi hurried forward to persuade his buddy, but Li Kiang didn't care so much. Debt collection is a matter of momentum. If you are cowardly, you can't ask for a debt. They are not studying law. Can't be touched. Li Kiang, although I don't know what kind of bird you are, Li Kiang, but you greeted my mother. I can't stand it. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and his anger surged. Laugh. Not only did I greet you, I was also going to fuck. Li Qiang raised his eyebrows, and a bandit spirit surged in his heart. The man in front of him, neither tall nor short, didn't look like a fighter. However, before he finished speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the whole person flew up and hit the shoe cabinet. Kang Ji hugged Jia and buried her little head in her arms to prevent her from seeing this violent scene. Zheng Hangji stared at the boss's skills in amazement. He couldn't imagine that this boss, who looked not even as tall as him, had the ability to kick people up. Seeing the boss being beaten, the younger brothers were stunned at first, and then, I don't know who started it, they all rushed up to punch and kick. Jiang Chen sighed, his eyes suddenly brightened, and then he stretched out his hand. Huzi didn't move. He had already closed his eyes with a wry smile. He had already experienced how fierce this man was. The fight was over soon, and those little hooligans who were still shouting before were lying on the ground in a mess. Just kidding. With a muscle strength of 30 points, even a boxing champion can't be his opponent 32's reflexes. Even if he hit these people with two hands, it would not be the same result. Jiang Chen shook his fist, looking at Huzi standing aside with a half smile. Don't do it, I'll do it myself. Huzi smiled bitterly, then raised his hand to knock himself out. Don't be nervous. Do I look like such a violent person? You just stand there honestly, nothing will happen to you. Jiang Chen looked at him with a smile and said, is there any need to see this? Of course, Huzi didn't dare to say this out loud, and his raised hand froze there, with an indescribable weird expression. I remember you were a debt collector for Hangai, right? Why, you're dissatisfied with your low salary, and you're starting your own business. Jiang Chen looked at Huzi with a slightly mocking tone, and said with a smile. Zheng Hangji and Kang Ji were both completely stunned. Little Jia fluttered her hands in her mother's arms, wanting to see what happened. Huzi glanced at his brothers lying on the ground, and sighed with a wry smile. I was fired. Huzi told everything that happened after that night, including what he knew, and what he shouldn't know but heard. When he heard that the gold shop owner Liu Anshan had leaked his information, and that the Hangai gang boss Liu Changlan was going to attack him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although he was not afraid of those social scums, this incident still made him reflect on his previous carelessness. Selling gold, he didn't expect that someone would be thinking about it. Fortunately, he developed quickly, and Liu Changlan retreated before he could make a move, otherwise they might have played some shady tricks. Okay, get out of here. Jiang Chen was too lazy to waste too much time on such a small person. Hearing this, Huzi also simply left his companion lying on the ground without hesitation, and walked away in disgrace. Zheng Hangji saw Huzi leave, glanced at the little hooligans lying on the ground, then looked at Jiang Chen, smiled bitterly and said, Boss Jiang, how to deal with it? Jiang Chen glanced at the people lying on the ground, and then scratched his head, as if he was bothered by the trouble. 3 of them were probably broken ribs, 2 of them were definitely broken hands, and the one called Li Qiang was kicked directly and fainted, and never woke up. Since he rarely took action, he really didn't know how to control the strength. He secretly turned on the frenzy, and seeing that no one was dead, Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and pressed the 3 numbers 110. Hello, 110. I want to report a case. This is what happened. In short, he filed a complaint first. After explaining the whole thing, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, and called Wang Xiang again. Hello, Brother Chen, what's up? Wang Xiang's nonchalant voice came from the other end of the phone. It's a little trouble. A few hooligans came to trouble me, and I beat them up. Jiang Chen smiled, and got straight to the point. The last time they drank at his house, Jiang Chen and he were brothers. Now that he was in trouble, Jiang Chen could only think of him as the person who could help. Fuck, who dares to hit my brother? Where are you? I'll bring people to deal with those bastards. Wang Xiang was instantly unhappy, and cursed in a full-on gangster language. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This guy didn't even ask what happened to the man, but was ready to call his lackeys to beat him up again. I've already beaten them all down. I have to go to the police station to make a statement later. Are you familiar with the police station people? Fuck, you're really fierce. You beat them all down. Don't worry about the statement. You were acting in self-defense. Although I'm not familiar with the police station people, I have close ties with their superiors. Wang Xiang said with a smile. Well, I was the first to start. It's okay. If I say you were acting in self-defense, then you are. Just say so when you're taking the statement. Damn. Power is a really good thing. Chapter 119. Show you the world. Apparently Wang Xiang had already said hello to his buddy. The policeman who came over didn't say anything. In the spirit of civilized law enforcement, he politely invited Jiang Chen to go to the police station to make a statement. As for the guys lying on the ground, they were not treated so well. No matter how badly they were beaten, they were all handcuffed and pushed and shoved into the police car. Zheng Hongji said he wanted to go with Jiang Chen. Although he didn't know anyone in the police station, he could still testify. However, Jiang Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary and told him to settle his family affairs first and quickly pay back the borrowed money. Jiang Chen also lent him the remaining 300,000 yuan, saying that he could pay it back slowly with half of his salary every month. Under the grateful eyes of the family, Jiang Chen followed the polite policeman downstairs. Looking at Li Kayang's frustrated expression, as if he had eaten a fly, Jiang Chen paused, smiled and took out the car keys, shook them in front of him, and then got into his car. Because he had made arrangements in advance, he only needed to go through the formalities, and he didn't even need to take a police car. As for these little hooligans who were looking for trouble, they would not be able to get out of jail without spending half a month in prison. Naturally, someone would deal with them, and there were not many opportunities to show off in front of their superiors. After arriving at the police station, Jiang Chen cooperated very well and made a statement. Even witnesses were not needed, and the whole incident was labeled as self-defense. However, when he left the police station, he unexpectedly ran into Wang Xiang who was walking towards him. The driver was Li Gangming, who smiled awkwardly when he saw Jiang Chen. After all, he and Jiang Chen had a little conflict, and Jiang Chen seemed to be a buddy with his leader, so he was really a little afraid that Jiang Chen would retaliate against him. But it was obvious that he thought too much. Jiang Chen didn't take that little thing to heart at all, and responded with a friendly smile. Xiaoming, drive the car back to the army for me. I want to take my brothers out to play tonight. After sending Li Gangming away, Wang Xiang walked towards Jiang Chen with a chuckle. Damn, I've been so exhausted from the training these days. I finally got a chance to go out. What else can you do as a soldier if you don't train? Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. Speaking of which, if you don't want to go, who can force you to go? Hey, it was my dad who forced me to go. Wang Xiang smiled awkwardly and touched his nose, then changed the subject. Don't talk nonsense. I'll drive and take you to see the world. Hearing this, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and opened the car door. Wang Xiang was not polite at all and sat in the driver's seat very consciously. What the hell is seeing the world? Jiang Chen sat in the co-pilot seat and said helplessly. You'll know when you go there. Wang Xiang smiled mysteriously, then started the car and said enviously, Maybach S600, limited edition worldwide. Damn, I'm not much older than you. How come you are so rich? Want one? I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen laughed. Hearing this, Wang Xiang shook his head to Jiang Chen's surprise. I dare not. I know many of my friends who have luxury cars. I just drive them to satisfy my craving. I'm not bragging. I have driven Lamborghini and Koenigsegg. A friend saw that I liked them and wanted to give me one, but I refused. So honest. Why are you a soldier? If you become an official, you will definitely receive a lot of banners. Jiang Chen laughed. Wang Xiang laughed and continued, what, honest or not, you think too much. Those who want to put people in my army don't even think about it unless they pay hundreds of thousands. Only Wang Xiang would say this so blatantly. For me, money is enough to spend. I'm not interested in being a rich man. It will change the meaning of my friend's money. Wang Xiang said this easily, but it was indeed meaningful. Hearing this, Jiang Chen could not help but be slightly moved. He originally thought that this guy was just a straightforward rich second generation who was doing shady things with a bunch of friends all day long, but he didn't expect that he had such a calculation in his heart. It can be seen that he really regarded him as a friend. And once there was financial dealings, the atmosphere really changed. Don't think too much, I just have too much money and don't have any other intentions. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Wang Xiang also chuckled. Let's not talk about this. By the way, you made Future Man 1.0, right? Yes, you are using it too? Jiang Chen looked at him with some surprise. A dating and sex artifact. It's much more useful than touching that thing. Can you help me get a VIP 5? It shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, give me the number. Jiang Chen smiled generously. He took out his mobile phone and edited a text message and sent Wang Xiang's Xiaobai number to Zhe Xiao. Upgrading to VIP 5 or something, for him as a chairman, is just a matter of words. The car drove to the suburbs. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that the buildings outside the window were becoming more and more ordinary. He couldn't help but feel confused. He originally thought that Wang Xiang would take him to some fun place in the city center, but he didn't expect that he would drive the car to the suburbs. Are you curious? As if he noticed the confusion on Jiang Chen's face, Wang Xiang smiled with some pride. Yes, what's fun in this suburb? Jiang Chen didn't shy away and asked directly about his confusion. We're almost there. It's a good place. Smiling mysteriously, Wang Xiang turned the steering wheel and turned a corner. After passing this corner, he suddenly felt enlightened. At a glance, Jiang Chen knew the destination of this trip. The European architectural style seemed a bit abrupt in this street. That was not a prosperous area, just like a castle hidden in the slums. However, surprisingly, the remoteness of the area did not affect its popularity at all. From the almost full parking spaces, it can be seen that not only is the business here booming, but the people coming in and out are of a certain status. Looking at the magnificently decorated building, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. This name was surprisingly familiar to him. Those big neon characters were the Hangai High-End Club. After parking the car, Wang Xiang and Jiang Chen walked towards the gate under the guidance of a waiter. Why are we here? Jiang Chen asked with a wry smile as they walked. Any questions? Wang Xiang was stunned. Ahem, I have a little conflict with the Hangai gang. Hearing this, Wang Xiang looked a little strange, then laughed and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. You mean that bunch of bastards? Don't worry, they have nothing to do with this. I seem to have heard of Liu Changlang before. He was my buddy's former sidekeeper. Later, he was transferred here to work as a security guard. My buddy saw that he was okay, so he instructed him to open a nightclub. It seems that the guy's now doing a bigger and bigger business, and he has also set up a Hangai gang. The name is actually just borrowed from the name of this high-end club, and it is not at all mainstream. After saying that, Wang Xiang took out a card and opened it, holding it between his fingers proudly and shaking it. VIP card, my buddy gave it to me. All consumption is free, I will treat you tonight. Although he was very curious about who his buddy was, Jiang Chen smiled and didn't ask, accepting his kindness and stopped talking. Taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, Jiang Chen edited a text message to send to that girl Aisha. I may be back a little late, don't wait for me for dinner. Suddenly, his fingers froze. Hey, who are you texting? Hey, your girlfriend? Wang Xiang smiled and leaned over to peek at the screen. Jiang Chen quickly moved his phone away, glared at Wang Xiang, and then clicked send. It's okay, we are all men, I understand. Wang Xiang patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, then laughed and stepped into the door. Although he had some premonition of what this place was, he really reacted when he saw Wang Xiang's eyes. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and held his forehead when he thought of that loving gaze. Damn, this guilt is simply overwhelming. Chapter 120 Hangai Senior Club. The main colors of the decoration are gold and linen gray. There is an elegant copper European style chandelier hanging in the center of the dome, and the marble columns on both sides of the aisle are decorated with gorgeous wall decorations. There is a soft red carpet under your feet, and there are hanging ornaments scattered above your head. This is just the lobby on the first floor. The occasional passerby is very quiet, and the decoration here will make people slow down unconsciously. The receptionist sitting at the front desk is very beautiful, with light makeup on her face, and she is looking at the two people with a smile. The spa here is good, you can try it. But I recommend the activities on the third floor. Wang Xiang winked at Jiang Chen and smiled. Looking at his expression, Jiang Chen knew what services were on the third floor. It can be seen that he is a frequent visitor here. The waiter at the front desk seemed to know him. He didn't even look at the card and asked him what services he needed. I still follow the old rules. What about you? Wang Xiang looked at Jiang Chen. It was really embarrassing. Jiang Chen looked up and down at the service list several times. He had never been to such a place and had no idea what those services were. Spa should be a bath. But what about the flowers scattered by the goddess and the lotus emerging from the water? Only acupuncture and massage seem normal. He is already here. If he turns around and walks away, it will definitely be a disrespect. After thinking about it, Jiang Chen decided to order something lighter. To be honest, he already has a beautiful wife at home, and he is not very interested in wildflowers. He subconsciously thought that this was that kind of place. But just when he was about to speak, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. Hey, brother Yang, you came to play with me without telling me. Haha, are you done with the training? A young man wearing glasses walked over with a smile and greeted Wang Xiang enthusiastically from a distance. It was hard to tell the price of his casual suit, but from his gestures, Jiang Chen felt that this person was not simple. There was nothing special about his appearance. The only thing that impressed Jiang Chen was his squinting eyes. Whether he was smiling or expressionless, his eyes seemed to be squinting. No, I skipped it. Haha, let's not talk about this. Let me introduce someone to you. Wang Xiang pulled Jiang Chen's shoulder familiarly. This is Jiang Chen, the chairman of Future Man Technology. This is Zhao Zihao, the major shareholder of this high-end club. What major shareholder? I just messed around with a few friends to make some pocket money. Zhao Zihao smiled modestly, then looked at Jiang Chen. How can I compare to brother Jiang? You are young and promising, and the Future Man Technology you founded was published in the Wall Street Journal. It really makes us compatriots proud. I don't deserve it, I'm just lucky. Jiang Chen said with a smile, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. Judging from Zhao Zihao's appearance, he should not be a good person. He never thought that these second-generation officials were easy to fool. On the contrary, he, an Avo-Rish, was at a disadvantage in terms of vision and scheming. Take Wang Xiang for example. Jiang Chen used to think that this man was a straightforward little bastard, but the calculations in his words in the car simply overturned the image of him in Jiang Chen's mind. He has always seen things clearly, but he is not interested in the ways of the world, so he always acts carefree. As for Zhao Zihao, Jiang Chen could not tell the depth of him. Surname Zhao. Could it be the Zhao family? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen could not help but secretly become alert. No. Zhao Zihao smiled and stretched out his hand and shook hands with Jiang Chen. Compared to my useless brother Jiang's company is really doing a lot in the field of scientific research. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's thoughts turned quickly. Brother? Does that mean his brother is in charge of the military intelligentization project? But what does this sentence mean? Is it a gesture of goodwill or something else? What is the relationship between him and his brother? Is it competition or brotherhood? He only remembers that the Wang family and the Zhao family are in the same boat, but he doesn't know what the internal situation of these red families is. After all, a few months ago, he was just a small figure. At this time, Wang Xiang suddenly patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, interrupting his thoughts, and laughed and said, "Okay, let's not talk seriously when we are having fun. Zihao likes to act like a hipster. Aren't you tired of being so literary every time he speaks?" This is not a serious conversation, it's just a normal greeting. Zhao Zihao smiled bitterly with his squinting eyes. I don't deserve it. Future Man is just a new company and can't bear such praise. Jiang Chen smiled and let go of his hand. By the way, Zihao, let me tell you something. Your little brother named Liu Changlong seems to have some grudges with him. You can handle it. Wang Xiang looked at Zhao Zihao with a smile. Liu Changlong? Zhao Zihao frowned, thought for a while, then relaxed his brows and smiled. Oh, him? Don't worry, brother Jiang, I will give you an explanation. Jiang Chen smiled and waved his hands. It's nothing, although he once planned to deal with me, but he has retreated in the face of difficulties, so you don't need to worry about it. That's not impossible. Zhao Zihao shook his head seriously. I'll pay for your consumption today, as an apology. PFFT. What about my treat? Wang Xiang patted the table and laughed. Zhao Zihao glanced at him. You? The card said that it was only free for you. How many people did you treat with it? Wang Xiang smiled shyly and waved his hands nonchalantly. It's okay. Just think of it as me using it twice. Brother Jiang, is this your first time here? Zhao Zihao looked over with a smile. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed, smiled, and nodded. Yeah. Zhao Zihao looked at the front desk, waved his hand, and whispered a few words to the receptionist. After that, he turned to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, if it's your first time here, let's start with something light. What do you think, brother Jiang? What does light taste mean? Although Jiang Chen was confused, he still smiled politely. Then the guest should follow the host's wishes. Where's brother Yang? Zhao Zihao looked at Wang Xiang. Haha, I don't play with rookies, you know. Wang Xiang frowned and smiled evilly. Zhao Zihao sighed and smiled bitterly. Be careful of your kidneys. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang was instantly unhappy, slapped the table and glared. Fuck, my kidneys are very good. Do you know that as a soldier? How many times have you been there? Jiang Chen went down to the second floor under the guidance of the waitress. Because of curiosity, he secretly looked around all the way. From the surface, this place just looks like an ordinary entertainment and leisure club. The central hall on the second floor was filled with billiard tables and sofas, and behind the partition wall was a bar serving drinks. On the other side was a gym-like area with a row of treadmills. These machines all had one thing in common. Not many people were using them, and they were clearly just for show. The beautiful waitress smiled and guided Jiang Chen through the corridor on the side of the bar, and came to a room with very unique decoration. Sir, your room number is 204. If you need anything, you can page me through the indoor phone. The waitress stopped, turned back and smiled, and spoke to Jiang Chen clearly. Well, Oklahoma. Seeing the waitress leave, Jiang Chen looked at the room card in his hand and hesitated. Damn, I'm not a virgin, why hesitate? Cursing inwardly, Jiang Chen walked towards the door with his head held high, stretched out the card in his hand, and swiped it on the door. The door opened, and the floor was still soft, but there was a shoe rack at the door, which should mean that you need to take off your shoes when entering the room. The dim yellow wallpaper and moderate light added an ambiguous atmosphere to the indoor scene. In the center of the room was a bathtub with a very strange shape, with a streamlined top cover and the body of the bathtub, and a few high-end looking buttons on the outside. The water was ready, and a beautiful woman wearing only a bathrobe was standing beside him with a smile on her face. Hello, sir, do you need help changing clothes? No. Jiang Chen waved his hand a little embarrassedly and refused. Is this your first time here, sir? The beautiful woman smiled considerately. Yeah. Damn, so embarrassing. Jiang Chen complained in his heart and scratched his cheek embarrassedly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled slightly with her hands covering her mouth, then looked at Jiang Chen politely and continued, Sir, if you have never been here before, just follow my instructions. First, please take off your clothes and put them over there. Take off your clothes? Here. Jiang Chen thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, sir. Do you want to take a bath with your clothes on? The beautiful woman winked playfully and continued with a smile. Do you need me to turn around? Ahem. No, just do it yourself. Jiang Chen blushed and coughed. Damn, it's not like me to be so shy. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, and then he stripped naked in no time. Sir, do you work out regularly? The beautiful woman looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, not shying away from the shameful things. She stepped forward to help Jiang Chen fold his clothes, and then guided him to lie down in the bathtub. No, what's wrong? Nothing, I just think your muscles are very strong. The beautiful woman kept smiling, gently supported Jiang Chen's head, guided him to the right place, and then intentionally or unintentionally put her head close to his ear. "It must feel great if you hold me tightly." The voice was full of magnetism, and Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingling and his blood vessels surging. "Relax, close your eyes." Jiang Chen did it obediently. He felt a pair of small hands massaging the acupuncture points on his face, soft but not without strength, soothing every tense nerve in his body. The water level in the bathtub slowly dropped, the top cover moved gently, and the small water outlet sprayed warm water mist, gently washing his whole body. The delicate feeling was very intoxicating, and combined with the superb massage skills, Jiang Chen felt relaxed all over. The tension and fatigue accumulated from the battles over the past few days were washed away in an instant. It was as if all the burdens were wiped away by the warm water and gentle techniques. It was like being immersed in the clouds. It seemed that he had thought too much. The service in this room was not something low or vulgar. It was really just a massage with unique techniques. The technique of this beauty was also very sophisticated. First, she used a teasing to speed up his blood flow, and then through the soothing massage technique, his muscles and spirit fell into a deeper level of relaxation. Finally, Jiang Chen simply closed his eyes and slept comfortably for a while. On the other side, Zhao Zihao, who sent Wang Xiang upstairs, took out his mobile phone. Chapter 121 Apologize. After sending Wang Xiang to the third floor, Zhao Zihao did not go in with him. Wang Xiang knew that his friend had misophobia and disdained to play with those prostitutes, so he did not invite him abruptly. Zhao Zihao also knew that Wang Xiang knew what kind of person he was, so he took out his mobile phone. They were both smart people, although they had different pursuits. Wang Xiang just wanted to live happily as a second-generation official, get some harmless small favors from his friends, not seeking wealth, but just living freely. But Zhao Zihao was different. He was the second son in the family. To be honest, he did not have a good relationship with his brother Zhao Wuqiang, but his father obviously liked his brother more. The influence of the Zhao family was in Shangjing, but he ran to Wanghai City, partly because of this. Although he always looked calm, in fact, he was more eager for power and recognition than anyone else, including co-founding this club with a group of rich second generations and official second generations. It was also a means for him to accumulate connections. Did Wang Xiang really bring Jiang Chen here just because he wanted to play with women? Was telling him that Jiang Chen had a feud with one of his dogs just a casual remark? Wang Xiang was actually very smart. He knew that he wanted to get close to Jiang Chen, so he casually pointed this out. "Call Liu Changlang." Zhao Zihao said briefly to Xiao Bei, and waited quietly for the call to be connected. "Hello, brother Hao, what's up?" Liu Changlang's fawning voice came from the other end of the phone. "Did you offend someone named Jiang Chen?" Zhao Zihao said slowly. Liu Changlang's heart skipped a beat and he secretly groaned. Although he didn't know why his backer asked this, the tone didn't sound friendly at all. No, it's just that my ignorant little brother offended him before. I've kicked him out. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Zhao Zihao didn't seem to let it go at all, and his face didn't look as calm as when he was chatting with Wang Xiang and Jiang Chen just now. "Haha, everyone knows that you are going to do it, but you are quite smart. You retreated when you saw the difficulty. To put it bluntly, people like Liu Changlang are just dogs raised by the boss." Liu Changlang was sweating coldly when he heard this, and he kept guessing what his master meant. Was he hoping that he would do it, or was he praising him for not doing it? "Let me put it this way, I want to meet this person. How about you think of a way for me?" Zhao Zihao smiled, but his tone was indescribably cold. "Someone has to get stabbed, right?" This sentence scared Liu Changlang half to death. He understood that his master was going to sell him as a favor. "Boss, brother Hao, I don't talk nonsense. I'll give you a chance. You have half a minute to think about who should take the blame," Zhao Zihao said with a smile. Liu Changlang's hand holding the phone kept shaking, and the younger brother beside him looked at his boss in surprise at his embarrassed appearance. They didn't understand why the boss, who was usually glorious, would be scared like a dog. "That's right, just like a dog." Liu Changlang secretly groaned. He hadn't made a move yet. If Jiang Chen didn't know that he was going to make a move on him, it would be fine, but he somehow found out about it. It was simply forcing him to take the blame and do a favor. What should he do? Should he let Liu Anshan be the scapegoat? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Liu Changlang's eyes. Although he was his younger brother, he didn't care about family affection at this time. But just when he was about to choose Liu Anshan, another name suddenly flashed into his mind. Fang Yuanilan. He remembered that his son was confidently preparing to take a group of younger brothers to blackmail the man named Jiang Chen, saying that he heard from a girl he had played with that the guy was a rich but no background sucker. Fortunately, his son asked him before he was about to take action, and he stopped him in time. If he really took action, there would be no room for maneuver. Although he initially planned to take action against Jiang Chen and Fang Yuanilan, the phone call Fang Yuanilan made to his son seemed to be a good thing to blame. Have you thought about it? Yes, I have thought about it. Brother Heyo, there is a woman. It's like this. Liu Changlang held the phone timidly and told the story of Fang Yuanilan in detail. The former object of his affection, now a cousin, instigated the gangsters and the society to take action against him. Zhao Zihao caught 3 keywords and thought about it. All he needed was a favor as a stepping stone. Jiang Chen might be the key to his overthrowing his brother. After hearing what Liu Changlang said, this woman seemed to meet the requirements. Moreover, when he heard that it was a woman, he suddenly had another idea. Then bring the person over, you should know what I mean. Zhao Zihao had a strange smile on his face. Yes. Liu Changlang held the phone. His back was soaked with sweat. After hanging up the phone, Liu Changlang glanced at his younger brother standing beside him. The younger brothers fell silent, not daring to look into the boss's eyes. Diaozi, go and tie the guy up, I'll give you an hour. Liu Changlang said lightly, returning to his usual majestic appearance, as if his arrogant and respectful behavior just now had never happened. Yes. Diaozi nodded and walked out of the door quickly. Leaning back on the boss chair, Liu Changlang rubbed his tired brows and smiled bitterly. Walking out of the room comfortably, Jiang Chen twisted his neck and felt that all the fatigue in his body was washed away. Unknowingly, it was 5:30 and the waitress was already waiting at the door, leading him to the restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Chen found that Wang Xiang and Zhao Zihao were already waiting there. Yo, did you have fun? Wang Xiang winked at Jiang Chen. It was okay, but I seemed to fall asleep in the second half. Jiang Chen smiled, pulled out a chair and sat down. That's a pity. The correct way to enjoy it is to close your eyes and relax your body and mind. Zhao Zihao still had that squinting look on his face and took a sip from the teacup. Okay, stop talking about your health theory. Waiter, serve the food and wine. Wang Xiang called out. Do you think this is a restaurant? Zhao Zihao said helplessly, and then waved to the waiter beside him, indicating that the dishes should be served. The dazzling dishes were served on the table, and the beautiful waitress leaned over and poured a glass of red wine for each of the 3 people. Red wine has the effect of activating blood circulation. It is a good thing. Brother Jiang, are you used to drinking it? Zhao Zihao raised his glass with a smile. Judging from the pure color, this wine must be a precious thing. However, Zhao Zihao did not emphasize the year or brand it was, which shows his deep cultivation, or the depth of his scheming. It's okay, but I don't drink much. Jiang Chen also smiled and raised his glass, and clinked it with him. Zihao just likes to play with these fancy tricks. Who wants such a sour red wine at the dinner table? Wang Xiang scolded with a smile, but his hand holding the wine glass did not stop. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the 3 of them chatted with each other. Wang Xiang spoke surprisingly little, but Zhao Zihao spoke surprisingly a lot. Jiang Chen always felt that Zhao Zihao seemed to want to make friends with him, and his attitude made him a little unsure. Logically speaking, his artificial intelligence almost touched the Zhao family's cake. In other words, this Zhao Zihao is not welcome at home, so he hopes to make friends with him. However, Jiang Chen did not reject Zhao Zihao's show of goodwill. After a few glasses of wine, the 2 of them also called each other brothers. Haha, brother Jiang, I'll toast you another glass. This glass is a self-punishment for not being able to control my subordinates and causing trouble for brother Jiang. Suddenly, Zhao Zihao stood up abruptly, raised his glass with a smile, and then drank the red wine in the glass. Drinking red wine in this way is a bit of a waste. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also stood up quickly and smiled bitterly. Brother Zhao, why are you doing this? I don't take it to heart at all, and he didn't really do anything. Zhao Zihao waved his hand and gestured to the waiter beside him. The waiter nodded respectfully and walked away quickly. After a while, the door opened. Jiang Chen saw a very strange man walked in. The man had a crew cut and a resolute face, but his expression was a bit terrified. Judging from his age, he should be 10 years older than Zhao Zihao. With a slight movement of his eyes, Jiang Chen roughly guessed the identity of this man in his 30s. Liu Changlong, the boss of the Hangai gang, was the man who had been planning to attack him. Wang Xiang was holding a wine glass and watching with a gloating expression on his face. Zhao Zihao didn't look at Liu Changlong, but just looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen glanced at Liu Changlong and then cast a questioning look at Zhao Zihao. Ahem. Zhao Zihao coughed lightly. With a plop, Liu Changlong, a man of 1.8 meters, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Jiang Chen. I, Liu Changlong, am blind and listen to the instigation of a villain trying to kidnap your parents for blackmail. I hope that brother Chen will not bear grudges against me and treat me like a fart. Jiang Chen was stunned. He really didn't expect that Liu Changlong was actually going to attack his parents who were out of the province. He also didn't expect that before he did anything, Zhao Zihao would actually run him over to apologize. Wang Xiang looked at Liu Changlong, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, and his face had a somewhat expected expression. Zhao Zihao still didn't look at Liu Changlong, but smiled at Jiang Chen. I wonder if brother Jiang is satisfied with this result. Jiang Chen's Adam's apple moved, and he smiled a little stiffly and said, very satisfied. He didn't know what to say. Although he also disliked these social scums, and was also shocked and angry that Liu Changlong actually wanted to threaten him through his parents. After all, he retreated when he knew the difficulty. This Zhao Zihao is a ruthless character. Sure enough, none of the squinting eyes are easy to deal with. Anyway, this favor is owed. Jiang Chen pondered secretly, but his face remained calm. Zhao Zihao saw Jiang Chen give in and waved his hand. A beautiful waitress came over with a bottle of white wine weighing about 3 pounds, and then placed it in front of Liu Changlong with a smile. You know what to do. Zhao Zihao turned his head slightly and said slowly. A drop of cold sweat slid across Liu Changlong's forehead, but thinking of Zhao Zihao's method, he still made up his mind, gritted his teeth, picked up the bottle of white wine, bit open the lid with his teeth, and drank it all up. This is 3 pounds of white wine. The alcohol content should not be low. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he watched from the side. Zhao Zihao watched coldly, while Wang Xiang still had that interested expression on his face. Liu Changlong finished the bottle of wine in his hand in one gulp, and immediately fell to the ground unconscious. The waiter at the side looked at Zhao Zihao, and when he nodded, he walked forward to carry the unconscious Liu Changlong and led him to the door. This should be sent directly to the hospital. Liu Changlong is really fighting hard. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked, but he had no sympathy in his heart. He was just more and more shocked by Zhao Zihao's methods. This man is so cruel. Zihao, why do you put all kinds of people in your pocket? You are not afraid of dirtying your hands with that kind of stuff. Wang Xiang laughed and scolded. Even a mouse has its value. Zhao Zihao said with a smile, and then turned to look at Jiang Chen. I hope that today's brother Jiang doesn't mind. I cherish our friendship. If this mouse dares to dirty your shoes again, I will throw it into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. No need to feed the fish, but brother Zhao is really nice. It's my honor to be your friend. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Fortunately, it's not an enemy. Why don't you go back tonight and just stay here for one night? Zihao has specially prepared an entertainment program for you. Wang Xiang suddenly interrupted with a smile. Ahem, brother Yang, it's not good to spoil the spoiler, right? Zhao Zihao coughed softly. I wonder what the entertainment program is? Jiang Chen asked casually. Believe me, you will like it. Zhao Zihao smiled mysteriously and then said, I wonder if Brother Jiang is willing to give me this opportunity? It seems that refusing is too disrespectful. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and soon said with a smile, then it's better to obey than to be respectful. Anyway, it won't cost a piece of me to agree, so what is moral integrity? After dinner, it was still the smiling waitress. Jiang Chen went to the third floor under her guidance and walked into a secluded room. The sound insulation here is very good, please enjoy it. The waitress smiled ambiguously and then left the room. Jiang Chen touched his nose shyly, stood at the entrance of the room for a while, and then walked into the room. It seems that he will not be able to return home tonight. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen pushed open the unique door, but after entering the door, he saw a person he did not expect. Is it you? The expression on Jiang Chen's face was indescribably strange. Chapter 122. What a irony. Is that you? Jiang Chen looked at Fang Yuanyuan sitting on the chair with a strange expression. Although she was sitting, her posture didn't seem very elegant. Her face was full of fear, her hair was messy, and her mouth was covered with black tape. Her hands and feet were tied tightly with nylon ropes and tied firmly to the chair legs and armrests in an indecent M shape. Although her clothes were intact, she looked so embarrassed. There was a notebook on the bedside table next to her, and an audio file was displayed on the screen. Jiang Chen looked at Fang Yuanyuan, as if he had guessed something, walked up to her, and gently pressed the play button. Hey, girl, do you miss your brother? Rogue. Let me tell you something, I have a classmate who made some money. No, his background is very clean. I know that guy. He is just a stinky bastard who got lucky. After listening to the recording quietly, Jiang Chen looked at Fang Yuanyuan with a smile. Fang Yuanyuan's eyes were a little evasive, and she didn't dare to look at him. No matter how hard she tried to believe it, it was the truth. This idiot who had once circled around her like a fly had become the one who could decide her life or death. Yes, life or death. When she was blocked on her way home from get off work and then forcibly tied here, a man with a rather scary appearance told her, two choices. 1. Satisfy that man named Jiang Chen tonight, no matter what he did. After the deed is done, someone will give her 10,000 yuan as compensation. 2. Feed the fish in the Huangpu River. She had never seen such a scene before, and she was so scared that she almost peed her pants. The men didn't say anything, and they skillfully tied her to a chair and then threw her into a room that didn't look very healthy. There was a round bed in the middle, and next to the closet was strange bondage equipment and a row of ferocious S equipment. Fang Yuanyuan looked at the man she had hurt with horror. She was very scared. She was afraid that he would use all those things on her. If he really did that, she would have to endure it. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen took out his phone, as if he had already guessed who it was, and pressed the answer button without any surprise. Hello. Haha, Brother Jiang, are you satisfied with this entertainment program? Needless to say, this literary tone is definitely the one with the squinting eyes. Brother Zhao, you are worrying too much. If you really want to cooperate with me, just tell me directly. Why do you have to use such a low-level trap? Jiang Chen's voice was slightly cold. There was an obvious pause on the other end of the phone. Brother Jiang, why don't I understand what you said? Really? If you want to watch AOV, I can give you a few GB of seeds. What kind of evil taste is watching live broadcasts? Jiang Chen hung up the phone, then directly poked into his purse and threw it into the storage space. Without taking his hand out of his purse, Jiang Chen directly took out the EMP grenade from the storage space and pulled the fuse. A faint electric current sound rang out, and the screen of the laptop computer that was turned on instantly went black, and a wisp of green smoke rose from the fan outlet. The light bulb on the roof suddenly flashed, and the light dimmed instantly. As if confirming his guess, Jiang Chen keenly saw a few wisps of light green smoke rising from several corners of the room. Walking to the photo frame in front of the bed, he sniffed gently, and the faint smell of burning was not difficult to catch. In the monitoring room, Zhao Zihao, who was holding the phone, was slightly stunned, and his squinting eyes rarely opened. He couldn't understand what Jiang Chen had just done to burn all the surveillance cameras in the room. Interesting. Looking at the 4 black screens, he muttered to himself. There is no hatred without reason, and there is no kindness without reason. Slapping your younger brother a few times for a new friend? Saying it's for friendship is pure nonsense. Obviously there is no deep hatred, but he pretended to act like a guilty plea, and then brought Fang Yuan into this room, and put the call recording next to it. It was as if he was actively provoking people's hatred. From beginning to end, Zhao Zihao did not ask him for anything, but he did so much. When Jiang Chen saw the design of the room, that was simply tempting to commit a crime, he suddenly understood. If he followed Zhao Zihao's script, he should tear her clothes off fiercely at this moment, and then abuse and humiliate this woman in the most venting way. But if it was just like that, what good would it do to him, Zhao Zihao? Filming this atrocity and then using it as a threat would probably be the way to maximize benefits. He was so cruel to his own people, so there was no reason to be gentle to outsiders. Jiang Chen ignored Fang Yuan who was looking at him in surprise and took out his mobile phone again. He needed to confirm whether Wang Xiang knew about this. Hey, brother Yang. What's wrong, brother Chen? Don't tell me it's over. There seemed to be a woman's voice on Wang Xiang's side, and it seemed that it was not just one. Is the brother Zhao you introduced to me a little bit unkind, or does he have the habit of peeping into other people's privacy again? Jiang Chen's tone was somewhat meaningful. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, I'll give you an explanation about this. I didn't expect Zihao to do such a thing. He hopes to meet you and ask me to find a chance to introduce you to him. I think there should be some areas for you two to cooperate, so it's okay. I just want to confirm it. Then, I'll go back first. After this happened, Jiang Chen didn't want to stay here. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen glanced at Fang Yuan and suddenly smiled. He stepped forward and tore off the seal on her mouth. Regardless of how she screamed in pain, Jiang Chen looked straight into her frightened eyes. I don't understand your mentality. Do you want to make things difficult for me because you are jealous? Or do you think you have been wronged? What I did is unfair to you? Look at yourself now. Although the seal was torn off, Fang Yuan couldn't say a word. She looked at Jiang Chen in horror and shrank back. Looking at her shrinking appearance, Jiang Chen didn't know why he found it funny. It's really ironic. I don't know how I could have been so blind to have liked you for a moment. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen walked towards the door. Don't go. Fang Yuan was anxious when she saw Jiang Chen was leaving. Jiang Chen stopped and turned around. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to call him. She looked her up and down with a strange expression. Fang Yuan didn't dare to look into Jiang Chen's eyes. Her lips moved. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. Jiang Chen said impatiently. Jiang Chen's coldness made her feel wronged and humiliated. After hesitating for a moment, she still sobbed and spoke. When she heard that, if she didn't serve him well, she would be thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish, Jiang Chen smiled. So, you're begging me to fuck you? And then write a good review on your ass? Hearing this, Fang Yuan's fair neck swelled to the color of liver, and she buried her head and stopped talking. You're a good person, but you have to play yourself into a whore. You beg me to fuck you? I don't even think it's dirty to use a condom. After saying this, Jiang Chen didn't care about the expression on her face, or how she begged, turned around and walked out of the room, slamming the door hard. Zhao Zihao's trick has been exposed. What does it matter whether he fucks her or not? This whore doesn't know. She is just a pawn. Wang Xiang walked into the monitoring room. Zhao Zihao seemed to have expected him to come and stood there quietly waiting. Without saying a word, Wang Xiang went up and punched him in the face. The staff next to him were stunned, looking at their boss and his friend helplessly. Zhao Zihao touched his nose, looked at the blood on his hand, and suddenly smiled. Brother Yang, your temper hasn't changed at all. Wang Xiang grabbed his collar and pulled the smiling face closer. You know my temper, so you should also know what I can't stand the most. I know. Zhao Zihao's face didn't change at all, and his tone was very calm. I don't care about your family shit, but I kindly brought my friend to meet you, but you made me feel like a nobody. Wang Xiang stared at his squinting eyes. Brother Yang, you are the eldest son in the family, right? Zhao Zihao suddenly interrupted him. Wang Xiang was stunned. He didn't understand what he meant by this sentence. Then you probably can't feel how I feel. Zhao Zihao gently removed Wang Xiang's hand that was grabbing his collar. If you have felt it, your desire for control will not be less than mine. This is my mistake. I didn't expect that the upstart Jiang Chen was not as stupid as he looked. But if I were given a chance to start over, I would still make this choice. If you can't hold the chess piece firmly in your hand, what's the use of it? Then I also warn you, if you dare to attack my friends again, even if you are also my friend, I guarantee that you will not be able to stay in Wanghei City. After leaving these words viciously, Wang Xiang left Zhao Zihao and walked out the door. Zhao Zihao looked at Wang Xiang's back and smiled non-committally. Scandal videos of 147 officials, let alone you. Even if it's your father, would he be willing to let me go back to Beijing? Haha. He started playing with fire a long time ago. After a moment of silence, he shook his head again. What a pity. It seems that it is unrealistic to use the military intelligentization project as a starting point to overthrow my brother. This Jiang Chen, forget it. It is better not to provoke Wang Xiang for the time being. Driving back to the villa, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The lights were off. It seemed that Aisha should have gone to bed. Jiang Chen drove the car into the garage and walked straight to the study of the villa. Leaning on the computer chair and opening the notebook, he first checked his email. The actors have appeared. Man, is it time for the next step? Robert's attachment, John's personal information, script. After carefully reading the attached information, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and his fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. At this time, a cup of hot cocoa was suddenly placed gently on the table. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and saw that Aisha was standing behind him, looking at him gently. It's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing, and smiled gently at her. Yeah, I just came out of the incubator. Aisha put her hand on his shoulder and gently massaged it. You go to sleep first, I still have something to do. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, put his hand on hers, and squeezed the soft little hand. Seeing Aisha leave with a red face, Jiang Chen once again cast his eyes back to the computer screen. Should the plan be accelerated? Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen typed a few more words on the text. Let Nick get ready, I will go to Ukraine in early October. Before that, he had to go to the end of the world to get a batch of powerful arms. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 I can't control myself anymore. Day 5. It has been 5 days, and morale is very low. Although the supplies are sufficient, no one has a bright look on their faces. Victory was achieved, but the price was so heavy that it cast a shadow on this victory. 4 power armors were destroyed, and the boss's whereabouts are unknown. The mutants left a total of 41 bodies, which were displayed on the playground. Fortunately, there was a harvest. 4 shoulder-fired recoilless guns were seized, and 3 trucks with thick armor welded on. The bullet production line of the Grey Goo mercenaries was a pleasant surprise. From now on, Fishbone will be able to produce rifle ammunition on its own without having to import it from the 6th block. There is also a quad-mounted anti-aircraft gun on the top of the laboratory building, which seems to be modified with 4.50 caliber vehicle-mounted machine guns. This is a good guy. It is also a relatively strong fixed-point firepower in the regular survivor gathering point. With the armor-piercing belt, it is no problem to suppress an infantry vehicle if you have the upper hand. More than 20 captives of the Grey Goo mercenaries were locked up in the basement. It was funny to say that when several survivors kicked them off the mutant's truck, they were not terrified, but full of joy. It was as if they were saved. Indeed, at least they didn't have to worry about being thrown into a jar and pickled like eunuchs. Many people would rather die than be captured by mutants. If they were captured, there would at least be room for negotiation, right? At least they all have good fighting skills and are definitely valuable. Although there may not be a shortage of people in the wasteland, there is definitely a shortage of experts like them. As for who they work for, they don't care. Although the survivors clamored to kill these scum, Sun Jiao still ordered them to be locked up first. One nutritional mixture a day. It doesn't matter if you are half starved to death, as long as you don't starve to death. As for those nutritional mixtures, they were naturally looted from their warehouses. The fishbone base doesn't need this stuff. Besides the two disadvantages of being unpalatable and not nutritious at all, this nutritional mixture does have some advantages. That is, people who eat this stuff don't need to defecate for a long time, and metabolic waste will be reduced to the limit. Stuffing these people in the basement, there is no need to consider their hygiene. In short, whether to kill or keep, we have to wait for Jiang Chen to come back before making a decision. He will definitely come back. Sun Jiao firmly believes so. As usual, Sun Jiao leaned against the door of the tent, and behind her was the place where Jiang Chen disappeared last time. As early as 5 days ago, she ordered the use of tents to surround the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. That was his biggest secret, and also the biggest secret of the fishbone base, and no one was allowed to know it. She still held the Sirius in her hand. This laser rifle that had accompanied her for many years had been repeatedly wiped by her many times in the past 5 days. In the past 5 days, she has been thinking about a question. What should she do if Jiang Chen never comes back? La, you promised to take me to your place. That look was heartbreaking. Linling stood not far from Sun Jiao, staring blankly at the top of the tent. Although she was allowed to get out of the car and walk around, she was ordered by Sun Jiao to stay within her 100-meter radius. If she exceeded this distance, Miss Sun said calmly that she would shoot. At that time, the girl was almost scared to pee her pants again. I say, what are you looking at? Linling raised her head helplessly and muttered to herself in dissatisfaction. At this moment, her left eye was black and her right eye was blood red. After 5 days of communication, she finally reached a tacit understanding with the mother body, that is, Ting Ting. Usually, the body is dominated by Linling, the owner, and the right eye is given to the mother body. This can be regarded as a compromise, although Linling tried her best to reject the bug living in her body at the beginning, and racked her brains to get rid of it. But she couldn't last more than 3 seconds at any one time, and after finding it was futile, she gave up. Anyway, it doesn't matter, it's just that some nutrients will be taken away when eating every day. Jiang Chen, hey, you mean him? That villain is in trouble now. It's so satisfying. He deserves it. Although I don't know. Well, it would be nice if he could be safe and sound. Although she was gloating at first, now that she thinks about it carefully, that person doesn't seem to be that bad. Linling was entangled and tilted her head. She had seen those women in the basement before. She couldn't believe that the world had degenerated into this state, and she couldn't imagine what would happen if someone other than that man picked her up. Shivering, Linling hugged her shoulders in fear. Ugh, it's too disgusting. With my beautiful face, I will definitely be raped hundreds of times and then used as a bastard. Well, in addition to narcissism, her paranoia is also a big problem. Jiang Chen slightly moving her sore neck, Linling complained. Hey, what are you looking at? Besides radioactive dust, what else is there in the sky? Jiang Chen, the mother's thought signal is still transmitting the same message. Linling was stunned for a moment and touched her heart, feeling the gradually accelerating beating. Her electronic left eye shrank slightly, and she tried to analyze the abnormality of the surrounding environment. Did she see Jiang Chen? But how could this be possible? There was clearly nothing there. Suddenly, Linling seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils gradually expanded. She muttered to herself, this is impossible. Theoretically impossible? Could it be? What are you looking at there? Sun Jiao glanced slightly sideways, and her eyes, which were lightly covered by slightly messy hair, were indescribably gloomy. Linling was frightened by her eyes and trembled. No, it's not me, it's the mother body that insisted on looking there, and while looking, she kept muttering Jiang Chen's name. She was very afraid of Sun Jiao. In her young heart, this female devil seemed to be more evil and more terrifying than the male devil. At least she could occasionally detect a trace of pity in his eyes, but this woman's eyes were completely invisible. For this woman, it seemed that the world had either what I like, or what I hate. Hearing this, Sun Jiao's eyes flickered slightly, as if she had thought of something. Ask it what it saw? Well, I've been asking it, but it seems to only know these 2 words. Linling smiled bitterly. Sun Jiao looked away silently, as if she had lost interest in Linling. However, at this moment, the tent curtain was suddenly opened. Ahem. Sorry, I'm late. The long-lost voice sounded in Sun Jiao's ears. Her pupils began to dilate, and a layer of mist covered her eyes in an instant. Hey, what are you doing? His chest was hit by softness, and his back came into close contact with the ground. Jiang Chen cried out in pain, looking at the beauty lying on his chest. In the past 5 days, he has been trying to activate the warp bracelet every morning, and finally succeeded this morning. As he guessed, the function of the warp was not broken, it was just overloaded. He just came here, and before he could stand firmly outside the tent, he was thrown to the ground by this girl. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The pink fist fell hard on his chest, and Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao in shock. She always gave him a feeling of a little devil. This was the first time he saw such a weak and helpless expression on her face. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Why didn't you come back earlier? You know how worried I have been these days. The grievances in her heart were blocked by something, and her crystal eyes were shaking with mist, and she gradually changed from astonishment to obedience. Linling stood outside the tent awkwardly, her fair face covered with blush. At this moment, she really didn't know whether to leave or not. Leave. She was afraid that Sun Jiao would really kill her. Not leave. But those 2 shameless guys, actually, they were so intimate. Haha, they are indeed perverts, the legendary beasts, who don't consider the occasion at all. Although she didn't quite understand what intimacy was, she felt very embarrassed just thinking about it. At this moment, her heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate, and she was suddenly startled. Ting Ting actually began to try to seize control of her body at this time. You're crazy. If you go in now, you'll definitely be killed by that wild girl. What? You can beat her? But I don't want to fight. Stop it. Woo woo woo. I can't control the power in my body. The tent was full of beauty, and outside the tent, I saw a beautiful girl with a very 2.5 dimensional appearance, desperately pressing her runaway left hand with her right hand, muttering meaningless Chuanibao lines. This scene is indescribably funny. Chapter 124 Why No One Wants It? The door of the basement was opened. Jiang Chen watched the 1.7 meter tall man rush in, smash the lock of the cell with a bit of a gun, and hugged his wife tightly with tears. The woman was topless, her eyes were a little dull, but as if infected by the crying, her eyes gradually regained their spirits, and were filled with sad tears. I always feel that I can't bear to look directly. Jiang Chen's tone was a little complicated, and he said to himself, then how are you going to deal with the prisoners? Sun Jiao glanced at the door, where Zalzai Aksha was locked up. Public execution. There was no need to hesitate at all. For prestige, for order. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, but before that, I want to meet our old enemy. Hearing this, Sun Jiao's mouth corners also raised a playful smile. Zhao Guoping sat dejectedly in the prison. He roughly knew his ending, but he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He didn't mind who he worked for. He was very confident that his smart head was worth it. However, when he saw the face outside the small window clearly, his confidence vanished in an instant, and his face lost its color. Hey, remember me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although Jiang Chen had never seen him, he must have known Jiang Chen. Zhao Guoping swallowed hard and nodded slowly. Remember Hu Lei? He really missed him. That was the first person he killed after coming to this world. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered what it felt like, watching the shock of the skull bursting into the smoke from the muzzle of the gun. You killed him, right? Zhao Guoping smiled, but this smile was uglier than crying. That's right, there's no reason to let him go. Jiang Chen's tone was very relaxed. Then why are you wasting your time with me? Zhao Guoping smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen grinned, and put his hand on the door panel. You have 2 choices now. First, tell me everything you know. If it is valuable enough, I might consider sparing your life. Of course, I will also ask others this question, so you'd better be honest. Second, believe me, I don't need you to tell me. I choose 1. There was no need to hesitate. He didn't want to die, even though he knew he would die if he told me. You can start now, Jiang Chen said with a smile. In order to survive, Zhao Guoping also told me everything he knew. According to his oral account, Jiang Chen still got a lot of useful information. First of all, in terms of supplies. In addition to the quadruple machine guns and bullet production lines that they had looted, there was also a zombie generator in the basement of the experimental building. It uses organic matter such as fat and protein from zombies or alien species as raw materials to output electrical energy. This is a good thing. Winter is coming soon, and the power generation of the fishbone base, which uses solar power generation as its main power source, will definitely decline. If there is this zombie generator, the base will not have to worry about energy issues for the time being. It is really surprising that these bandits actually hide such good things. In addition to supplies, Jiang Chen also heard a lot of interesting information. That group of mutants came from Jia City and are now stationed at Site 7. They originally wanted to recruit us, but our boss refused. No one wants to become a eunuch. There were only 5 people in the first wave, and we successfully killed them, but we didn't expect that they came in a large group this time. Zhao Guoping smiled bitterly. It was really a disaster. Our boss had half of his head smashed. He was wondering why the leader of the Grey Goo mercenary group was not seen. It turned out that he was killed in the crossfire. Where is Site 7? Jiang Chen frowned. The terrain on this side of the apocalypse is still very different from that on the present side in details. Zhao Guoping looked at him strangely. Between the highways of Wanghai City and Jia City, there is a light industrial area. There are few people there, not many zombies, but there are some powerful alien species. Jiang Chen pinched his chin thoughtfully. Do you know what their purpose is in coming to Wanghai City? Hearing this, Zhao Guoping smiled bitterly again. I don't know. Mutants and humans have no chance of negotiation. In my opinion, apart from not eating human flesh, they are just a group of aliens who can use guns. This metaphor made Jiang Chen's expression a little strange. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. They can eat things that humans can't eat, and they can eat things that aliens dare not eat, even the rotten meat on the meat mountain. They can enter and exit the nuclear bomb pit with their flesh alone, and no vaccine virus will have any effect on them. Thank God, these monsters are all eunuchs. Didn't you capture a prisoner to ask? Zhao Guoping asked cautiously. Jiang Chen glanced at him. No, you said they are the same as aliens. Have you tried to catch a death claw? Zhao Guoping smiled and touched his nose. Boss, do you think the information I provided is enough to exchange for my life? Jiang Chen looked at him with a smile, which made him feel a little scared. Kill or not? Although I once caused you a lot of trouble, it was only because I was on the side of the Grey Goo mercenary group. Now that the Grey Goo mercenary group has been destroyed by you, even if you kill me, it will only be one more corpse. You can spare my life. Believe me, my ability will not disappoint you. Seeing the look on Jiang Chen's face, Zhao Guoping spoke cautiously. Oh. Why don't you tell me what you are useful for? Jiang Chen glanced at him and smiled. I'm very familiar with Sun Jiao. I know the locations of some small survivor bases and gathering points, and I have good eloquence and reconnaissance skills. I will definitely not waste your nutritional mixture. In addition, if you wear an electronic collar or a slave chip, you don't need to worry about my loyalty, right? After all, it was related to his own life. Zhao Guoping's words were very cautious, and he spoke while observing the changes in Jiang Chen's expression. Killing him seemed to be just one more corpse, and not killing him could at least be used as cannon fodder. Although the bandits had to be killed, this person seemed to be of some use. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen made a decision. He looked at Zhao Guoping's anxious face and said with a smile, "Very good, you convinced me. I will spare your life. I hope you can convince others for me in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Guoping was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground without dignity. "Thank you for not killing me." Glancing at his appearance with disdain, Jiang Chen coughed lightly. "Call me boss. I'm not a bandit." "Yes, boss." After dealing with Zhao Guoping's matter, Jiang Chen walked to the door, where Chunan was locked. Looking at the man who was no longer making a fuss about going out, Jiang Chen reached out and knocked on the door. After hearing the sound at the door, Chunan raised his head and saw that it was Jiang Chen, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Can you let me out?" "Of course. Do you want me to open the door now?" Jiang Chen took out the key and shook it, smiled and asked, "Can I ask where you are going next?" Hearing this, Chunan fell into a brief silence. "I don't know. Anyway, I can't go back to Liuding Town." Seeing this, Jiang Chen asked in a relaxed tone, "Want to come to my place?" Hearing this, Chunan raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. "Don't you need pilots?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Now I have changed my mind. Although I don't have a plane now, I will definitely get one soon." Chunan looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously, still a little hesitant in his heart. "I don't even know what kind of organization you are. The kind of bread you ate last time. 3 meals a day. Deal." Chunan shouted almost without hesitation. "Don't you want to consider it?" Jiang Chen laughed. "Do you still need to consider this?" Chunan touched his nose and smiled. "Just kidding. There is food for every meal. Although Liuding Town rations pilots like him are B-level nutritional mixtures, even A-level ones are not as delicious as food." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, in 2 days I will send you to the 6th block to implant a chip, and then you will be a member of our fishbone base." After speaking, Jiang Chen turned around and prepared to leave, but at this moment, "Wait a minute." Chunan suddenly called him. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at him in confusion. "That..." Chunan hesitated for a moment. "What are you going to do with those women?" "Those women?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He almost ignored this question. Thinking about it carefully, it is really difficult to deal with those women who were almost ruined by the bandits. Take them back? But what's the point of keeping these people? Fishbone Base is not an orphanage. Leave them here? Just let them go? That is no different from killing them directly. In fact, it is useful for you to bring them back to the base. Chunan seemed to see Jiang Chen's hesitation and suggested, "Oh, what's the use?" Jiang Chen glanced at Chunan and suddenly laughed out loud. "Are you looking for a woman to get rid of your virginity?" Chunan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said angrily, "Shit, my name is Chunan, but I never said I was a virgin." After a pause, Chunan took a deep breath and continued, "If you don't even have the technology to implant chips, you should be a new small survivor base." Jiang Chen looked at him unexpectedly. "This analysis is reasonable." "Yes, so." Jiang Chen admitted it directly without denying it. "In the wasteland, men have stronger survival ability than women, so you can imagine the ratio of men to women. I don't know about the 6th block, but there are many bachelors in Liuding Town," Chunan said seriously. "For example, you." Jiang Chen smiled. "Yes." Chunan nodded without hesitation and continued, "If it was in Liuding Town, there would be an official technical college for survivors, to relieve the pressure of survival and meet their physiological needs. This would not only curb possible crimes, but also help promote stability within the base." "Really? Everyone in my fishbone base has a slave chip implanted. Do you think I need to worry about any stability issues?" Jiang Chen looked at Chunan without comment and asked with a smile, "I have implanted that kind of chip before. Yes, although the name is different, the function is probably similar. Let's put it this way, although you can monitor everyone's privacy and also control everyone's life and death, you can't decide everyone's emotions." "So what?" Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. "Unless you can keep everyone hungry forever and have no time to think about anything other than survival, you can't expect a group of bachelors to have expectations for tomorrow's life. It may not be a big deal in the short term, but it will definitely cause problems over time. Especially in this wasteland, covered by radioactive dust, everyone's mental state is actually not much better," Chunan said bluntly. "Mental state?" Jiang Chen didn't think about this. He seemed to have only paid attention to his own mental state. For example, when he first returned to the world from the apocalypse, he immediately went to San'an to be corrupt. When in the slums of the 6th block, those unemployed survivors were hungry all day long, so they didn't have the desire to reproduce. And after arriving at the fishbone base, because the problem of food and clothing was solved, would they start to think about that aspect? Perhaps, as Chunan said, unless everyone can be hungry forever, it is impossible to expect them not to have new needs. Even if Jiang Chen can control their life and death, he can't control everyone's emotions. After all, not everyone has the ideal of becoming a monk. Although he deliberately selected some people with families when redeeming the survivors, slaves, and also controlled the ratio of men to women. However, no matter how much he controlled it, the male population is now several times the female population. Should the remaining bachelors be forced to masturbate? Obviously, it is not feasible. In other words, do you think I should open a technical college? Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange, and this approach was contrary to his concept. Of course, there are other ways. Chunan paused. He noticed the disgust of this behavior from Jiang Chen's face, so he added, for example, use these people as prizes to reward bachelors who have contributed to the base. Prizes? I don't agree with anti-human practices. Humanity? Do you think this is before the war? Jiang Chen was stunned and fell silent. If you really have a moral obsession, you can choose to make laws to protect the rights of these people. For example, prohibit the owner from causing disability and reward those who restore their sanity and can participate in the work. In short, since you are the leader, you can make these systems. The key is how you choose. After listening to Chunan's words, Jiang Chen looked at him with some surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much. Haha, I read a little when I have nothing to do. Chunan touched his nose. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped and asked casually, by the way, do you think anyone will want these in-hand goods? Chunan was stunned and looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Why doesn't anyone want them? Jiang Chen was speechless. Is this the legendary generation gap? Chapter 125 Execution and Acceptance. There was such a group of termites. They feed on the flesh and blood of their own kind and are suffering. Outside the wall of the fishbone base, the zombies have been cleared out, and the roofs and street corners are full of people. They are all survivors. They once fought side by side with the fishbone base. The bandits knelt on the ground in a row, with black cloth covering their heads, and soldiers with guns standing behind them. The black muzzles of the guns were just pointed at the heads, and the cold eyes ignored the trembling bodies. October is approaching, and the weather has gradually turned cold. At this time, Jiang Chen has put on a cold windbreaker. Killing, looting, stealing, humiliating. Glancing at the survivors who were watching, Jiang Chen raised his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and a white mist of indignation rose from his mouth. Now, they have to kneel there and beg for our forgiveness, kneeling down like cowards. Do you think we can forgive these scums? No. Shouts and whistles resounded throughout the street. Even the zombies on the street looked sideways and looked towards the fishbone base woodenly. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and raised his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. The noisy shouts gradually subsided, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. This feeling was really wonderful. He vaguely remembered the feeling of being stared at by 30 pairs of anxious eyes in the sewer. The feeling of indifference caused by the absolute control of knowing clearly that he was in control of their life and death. And now, he was admired, worshipped, and watched by a group of people from the bottom of their hearts. He felt his blood boiling in his heart, and even the gradually biting cold wind could not cool it down. Jiang Chen cast his eyes on the row of bandits who were about to be executed. I believe you have made up your mind. When you point your guns at unarmed people and kidnap women and children. No. Suddenly, a bandit who was kneeling on the ground suddenly jumped up and ran to the alley. Bang. The bandit who was fleeing in panic fell heavily to the ground, leaving a horrifying bloody hole on his back. The smoke from the muzzle dissipated, and Jiang Chen put the pistol back into his pocket. The survivors only felt a flash before their eyes. They didn't even see Jiang Chen's action of taking out the gun, let alone shooting. The whole set of actions was done in one go, and everyone's faces couldn't help but change slightly. They obviously didn't expect that the boss of this fishbone base not only has such a powerful force, but also has unambiguous personal combat power. Needless to say, whether it is strength or reaction speed, Jiang Chen, who has been injected, is far beyond the ordinary survivors. The escape of the man just now was arranged in advance, and the rope on his leg was not tied tightly. The reason for doing this is just to strengthen his prestige with personal force. It is human nature to worship the strong. By the way, this episode was Zhao Guoping's idea. Do it. The cold words were accompanied by a puff of white mist and dissipated in this cold street. The neat sound of gunfire rang out, and the bodies that deserved to die fell in a pool of blood, ending their sinful lives. Zhao Gang held the rifle in his hand and stared at the enemy lying in a pool of blood. Jiang Chen gave him the opportunity to kill his enemy and allowed him to participate in the execution. And the villain who fell in front of him was the one who led the team to rob his family, killed his son, robbed his wife and abused her. Seeing that the cancer that had plagued this area for many years was eradicated, the survivors cheered, whistled, and raised their rifles in their hands to signal. Enjoying the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Chen continued to order that the bodies be coated with formalin and hung at several major entrances of Qingpu to deter the bandits who dared to invade. From then on, Qingpu was branded with a fishbone on the map, a brand called Order. After dealing with the gangsters, Jiang Chen was about to return to the villa, but saw a man kneeling in front of him. "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen paused and asked. "I have nowhere to go. You let me get revenge, and my life is yours." Zhao Gang knelt with his head down, with his rifle propped on the ground. "Don't you still have a wife? Anyway, you should get up first." "That's right. We have nowhere to go. Please take me in. I'm willing to sell my life to you. Even if you want me to die, I, Zhao Gang, will not frown." This man with a strong character did not get up and still kept kneeling, saying in a deep voice, "No place to go?" Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Winter is coming. Their residence has been looted. Even if they return to the empty hut, they will probably not be able to survive this winter. "Please." Zhao Gang buried his head even lower. His eyes moved slightly, and Jiang Chen sighed. "Call me boss from now on." After saying that, Jiang Chen bypassed Zhao Gang and walked into the base. Zhao Gang was stunned at first, then his face showed an ecstatic expression. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen's back with gratitude. In the end, Jiang Chen still felt compassion. Walking to Cheng Weiguo, who was standing guard with a rifle, Jiang Chen patted his shoulder, then raised his hand and pointed in Zhao Gang's direction. "Arrange a place for him to live outside the wall and send him to the 6th block for surgery tomorrow morning with the other two." The two people naturally refer to Chunan and Zhao Guoping, and the surgery naturally refers to the implantation of the chip. "Yes." Cheng Weiguo stood at attention and saluted. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction and walked into the base. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. Cheng Weiguo watched his boss leave, then threw the rifle behind him and walked towards Zhao Gang. "Get up, buddy." Cheng Weiguo extended his right hand and pulled him. "You have to spend one night outside the wall today. Tomorrow someone will take you to the 6th block to implant the chip. Then you and your wife will be assigned a comfortable room and become one of us." Hearing this, Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment. "Does everyone have to implant the slave chip?" Cheng Weiguo seemed to see through his hesitation, smiled, and took out a cigarette from his pocket. "Do you want to smoke? This is the welfare of the fishbone base." Zhao Gang took the cigarette hesitantly. Cheng Weiguo took out a lighter and lit one for himself. The two stood at the door and puffed. "I once hesitated like you. At that time, my identity was just a refugee. When I was forced to wear a slave chip and was sold to an unheard of force by the 6th block, my heart was also filled with fear. I don't care about this life, but I don't understand why my wife should also wear a slave chip." Zhao Gang took a puff of cigarette and said silently. He could accept his wife being abused and humiliated by bandits because it was due to his incompetence. But he couldn't accept his wife becoming someone else's slave, even if he was willing to sell his life to the fishbone base. Hearing this, Cheng Weiguo suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Gang looked at Cheng Weiguo in confusion, not knowing what made him laugh. "I used to be like you. It really wasn't a good feeling to have my wife taken to that thing. But you think too much. Our boss is a good man. He has never treated us as slaves. My wife is now a cook at the base. He doesn't do anything to us because he controls a life and death. I can see that you admire him very much." Zhao Gang glanced at Cheng Weiguo in surprise. "That's right. I used to be a refugee hovering on the line between life and death. Now I'm the head of the militia at the fishbone base, responsible for the defense of the wall. He not only keeps us away from hunger, but also gives us dignity and hope that we didn't even dare to think about before. He is indeed worthy of respect." Even if there is no such thing on the back of my head, I will swear allegiance to him until death. After flicking off the cigarette butt in his hand, Chen Weiguo stepped forward and patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder, grinning. Work hard. As long as you prove your worth, our boss will not be stingy with the reward you deserve. Apart from some special shelters, you can't find a happier place than here in the entire Wanghei city. Zhao Gang silently put out the cigarette butt in his hand, looked at Chen Weiguo and nodded. Yeah. On the other side, the soldiers of Fishbone began to clean up the execution ground. The survivors who were watching had already left. The survivors in the Fishbone base dragged the more than 20 bodies to the side of the road and piled them together and then poured formalin on them. However, one body was quietly dragged into the base and carried into a small house. Jiang Chen was sitting in the house at the moment. The soldier saluted him and then stood at the door. The dead body on the ground moved and slowly climbed up. Ahem. Pretending to be dead is really tiring. Zaguoping pulled off the black cloth on his head, panted violently for a few breaths, and patted his chest exaggeratedly. Oh. Then do you want to really die? Jiang Chen smiled playfully. I'd better not. Zaguoping touched his nose with a wry smile and looked at his new master flatteringly. Just now, he was wearing a bulletproof vest with a blood bag in his clothes. After Jiang Chen shot him, he cooperated and fell to the ground pretending to be dead. Tomorrow I will take you to the 6th block for surgery. Before that, you must not leave this room, otherwise you will understand. Jiang Chen sat up from the chair, walked to his side, smiled and patted his shoulder, and then walked out of the door. You stay here and watch him. Standing at the door for a moment, Jiang Chen winked at the soldier beside him. Yes. The soldier saluted. Then, Jiang Chen returned to the gate of the wall. 2 tents had been set up at the door, and a wire was pulled nearby to block the zombies. Since the zombies in this area have been basically cleared out, and it will take more than a month for new zombies to be replenished, this simple defense is enough to ensure the safety of the 3 people outside the wall. Zhao Gang and his wife are packing up their tents, and Chunan, the bachelor, is taking care of his nest alone. Jiang Chen still has something to ask him, so he walked straight to his side. What's the matter? Chunan tied the wire, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and looked at Jiang Chen and asked. I want to ask you something. I remember you told me that you were stranded here because of a mission crash. So where is your crashed plane now? Chunan glanced at Jiang Chen and asked with a strange expression. If I tell you the location of the wreckage of the plane, will it be considered a great achievement? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Of course, how about a box of canned food, purebred pork? Chunan licked his lips and shook his head. I want that woman. Who? If she is in the base, you can chase her yourself. Jiang Chen looked at Chunan with a strange expression. Not from the base Zhao Aksha, do you remember? Jiang Chen frowned and thought for a while, and it took him a while to remember the name, but the look he gave Chunan became even weirder. You want her? That RBQ? Yeah. Chunan hummed briefly and stopped looking at Jiang Chen. Whatever you want, Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he didn't understand why he was interested in that RBQ, he was not interested in interfering with his personal hobbies. But looking at her mental state, you'd better not let her go out. Yeah, I understand. Chunan nodded. Can you take her with you to implant the chip tomorrow? She used to have good combat power, so it's better to control her. Jiang Chen looked at Chunan in surprise, and then nodded. Give me the map. Chunan stretched out his hand. Jiang Chen took out a computer pen from his purse and unfolded the holographic map. Chunan skillfully enlarged the map, then locked on a certain area, and tapped the screen with his finger. It's right here. If the steel bar is strong enough, it should still be hanging on the roof. The IS-51 is a good thing. There are not many of them even in Liuding town. Because the area is close to the city center, there are almost no survivors nearby, and the helicopter should still be hanging there. The area in Sangjiang? I will send a search team. Jiang Chen looked at the location on the map, nodded, and then put away the computer pen. Remember to bring the steel cable, and it's better to get a truck. Chunan gave a final reminder, then turned around and continued to fiddle with the barbed wire silently. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded. The 3 trucks that were obtained from the mutants before are now in use. If the helicopter can be repaired, the Fishbone base will get its first air unit. Helicopters are something that even the 6th block dream of. Welding a machine gun can make it an attack helicopter, and hanging a large caliber artillery can make it a gunship. Anyway, there are only a handful of forces with high altitude defense capabilities, and the helicopter can be modified as you want, and mobility is almost unnecessary. In short, this thing must be obtained. It is simply a killer weapon. After leaving Chunan, Jiang Chen immediately found Cheng Wei Guo and ordered him to take 15 people and drive a truck to get the plane back. Considering the height of the plane, Jiang Chen found the construction team and sent a 10-person engineering team to accompany him. After handling all these things, Jiang Chen returned to the base again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.